The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. What if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
A major issue at recycling facilities today is when plastic shopping bags are incorrectly added to the recycling bin. Plastic bags are accepted at many retail or grocery store recycling drop-off bins, but these items are not accepted in your local recycling program. When recycling plastic bags and overwrap at these retail drop-off locations, it is important to remove any receipts or stickers from the plastic and make sure it is clean and dry. The types of soft plastic accepted at these drop-off locations include thin plastic shopping bags, zip-top storage bags, bubble wrap, plastic mailers, and plastic overwrap packaging. The key to becoming a better recycler is to sort your waste correctly so you can recycle more. This helps reduce your waste in landfills and has a positive impact on the environment. Thank you for recycling.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you for joining us today. This morning, our invocation will be given by Reverend Claude Axel from Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church. Reverend?
Shall we at this time pray? Most gracious Father, how excellent is your name, and your name is so wonderful to be praised, to be glorified, and to be honored. And as we come this morning to this city council meeting, I would ask, oh God, for you to continue to give each council member the wisdom and the knowledge to be able to come together in the spirit of brotherhood and share and discuss the plans for our city. And as we look not only at our city, but throughout the state and nation, oh God, I'd ask for guidance. I'd ask that you would bless America, that America would become united and not divided. Bless the mayor and all of the council members. And before we close, Father, we would ask in remembrance of Pastor Adam D. Carrington that you would bless his family as well as his church family. These blessings we ask in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen, and we thank God.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. And the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Megan Taylor. She is an AB Honor Roll student at Miller High School.
Go Bucks. Go Bucks.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Megan, thank you. Okay. As mentioned a moment ago, I'd like to extend our condolences to Reverend Carrington's family and his friends. A great loss to our community. So now we'll go on to, City Secretary, will please call the roll.
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter. Here. Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley. Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Mr. Zanoni, if you'll go ahead with your city manager's comments and update on city operations.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, Mayor, members of the council and the community. We do have three things on the city manager's report, and the first two will be on public safety, our police and fire operations. And so I'm going to begin with the acknowledgement of the 81st Police Academy graduates that just graduated this past Friday. We had 25 cadets from the Corpus Christi Police Department's 81st Academy graduate, completing a pretty challenging but rewarding 8-month journey in our police academy. The event this time was at Texas A&M Corpus Christi's Performing Arts Center, a very nice venue. We want to thank Texas A&M Corpus Christi for allowing us to use that facility. The graduation was well attended by families of the graduating class and dignitaries. We want to thank the mayor and Councilwoman Sylvia Campos for being in attendance as well. The mission of the Corpus Christi Police Department is to work as an equal partner with the community to reduce crime, to reduce the fear of crime, and to enhance public safety. That's a good summary of our police department. The community often reminds me of how much they love our police department, and we can see how much our police officers really love our community and embrace the community. This is different than many parts of America today, so we're very fortunate here in Corpus Christi to have such a great relationship with our police department and police officers. So I want to, as the city manager, congratulate the 25 cadets that we got a chance to see this past Friday. They will now complete what is known as field training, and so they'll be riding along with a seasoned police officer for the next 6 months. They'll have that partner to help them incrementally become stronger and stronger as a police officer. We do have a video. There was a longer video that was showed at the ceremonies this past Friday, but we asked the team to reduce it down to about 3 minutes, and so we're going to show that now. And then after that, we're going to have Chief Markle come up just to say a few words. So let's take a look at this video.
They say I'm out of my mind. I say get out of my way. Deeper into my grind, more each day. I gotta live my life. I gotta chase my star. In a world where dreams are all we are. Can you feel the fear take hold? Well, tell me, are you here for gray or gold? Turn up the lights, show me the stage. Show me that mind, I'll go again. This is my time to shine. Down and on down, spark that fuse. Mark my words, front page news. This is my time to shine. You can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile.
You could be the hero, you could get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke.
Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try?
Do it for your country, do it for your name.
Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
Cause you burn with the burning flame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame.
Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion.
The walls of the Hall of Fame. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be...
Yeah, Mayor, the chief's going to say a few words, but you saw those were the 25 cadets at the end of the video, and I think the video demonstrates the complexity of this profession that our young men and women take on and stay with the career for many years, like our police chief here, who's been in the business for over 30 years, but very complex, very front and center leadership positions is what those police officers are. So, Chief Markley, you want to say a few additional words?
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate that very much. First of all, thank you all for your support and continued support for your public safety in general, fire and police, EMS. You watch the video, and it's an exciting video, and they put those components in there that are exciting to do for cadets, young men and women. But what you don't see in the video are the hours and hours of problem solving that is taught, the community outreach that the cadets do during the academy. As exciting as those things are, the ultimate goal in field training and interaction with senior officers is to never have to get there, right, to where we're having to use those kind of force options. But we have to train our officers because it's a violent world and it's getting more and more violent. But I assure you that in the field training, they're going to be learning how to apply skill sets with a myriad of our folks in this community, working as equal partners with our community. It's very, very important that we understand our mission to be one with the community, not to be the shepherds of the community or not to be warriors of the community, but to be one with this community. And our teaching philosophy represents that. You know, years ago, when the term community policing came out, many cities, to include ours, did it the exact wrong way. They made it a program, a community policing program, instead of a philosophical approach to how you will police within a city as a city community member. So that is our goal. That is what we're striving to create, are groups of professional young men and women who are problem solvers, problems that can have a myriad of options. And so I am excited that we are moving in that direction, that we are peace officers. Ms. Campos, thank you. All right. That is actually what we're called. And that is the direction that we've been going for several years with your support and our advanced training. Remember, those training hours are more than double of what the state requires. Right. And our training in the field is exceptional. We have exceptional officers training these young minds and putting on the right path to be good officers. So thank you for your support. We look forward to the next academy in May. Hope to see all of you there. That's a great venue. I think we all agree, right?
Yeah.
And we hope to replicate that also. So
Right.
we'll see you again
Chief
at that
Markley.
next academy.
Thank you. And I want to make sure I point out, out of those 25, by the way, it's a great-looking group of men and women, but I want to point out there were, is it 4 or 5 women?
I think it's 6, isn't it? 6? No,
5, 4?
Is it 4? It's 4? Okay.
4. Okay.
I think
yeah.
we started out with 6.
Right, and nonetheless, my point is it's stereotypical to have all men. It's a tough job. but we've got some tough ladies. I'm not one of them, but we've got some tough ladies that I'm very proud of. 4 women in that class, and one of them received the award. I don't know the name, but it was the award for basically she'll body drop you in half. So I was so proud of that. She was like the workout. What was the award?
The best physical fit.
Top fitness award.
Top fitness, and everything she did was what got her that award, because she was stellar in her regimen, I guess, right? But anyway, we're just very proud of watching those 25 young men and women. So proud of them to represent the city. Thank you.
On that note, we have over 80 women police officers on our department.
Oh, total. Okay.
We have, we went for, years ago, we had a low number, and we've gone to one of the highest ratios in the nation for women hiring, because we work real hard at it through seminars and such. So I appreciate you recognizing that, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for the licensed peace officers.
Great, thank you, Chief. And again, congratulations to those 25 cadets, now turned police officer. We do want to talk a little bit about fire as well, share some of the airwaves there with our firefighters as well. So as we know, and as the mayor just commented, Fire Chief Robert Rocha retired from the Corpus Christi Fire Department on January 20th. And we are conducting a local national search for a permanent fire chief. But in the interim, we've appointed Deputy Chief Richie Quintero as the acting chief. And he was here earlier. Is he here? There he is. Okay, he is here. So just a little background on Chief Richie. He has been a member of the Corpus Christi Fire Department for 29 years, since 1994. He served as a firefighter 2, a fire captain, and a battalion chief before he was appointed in 2010 as the deputy fire chief. So quite a history in our own fire department, almost 30 years. A career highlight for Chief Quintero is being a leader in creating a high school dual credit fire academy where students from area high schools can graduate with a diploma, and they also are eligible for state exam to become firefighters in the state of Texas. We know these dual credit programs, basically they graduate with 21 credit hours, college credit hours, and they're certified as a firefighter in the state of Texas. They still have to go through additional training, but that's something that Chief Quintero focused on and ultimately was able to implement. He's also a founding member of the fire department's critical incident stress management program, and you can imagine that profession, just like our police officers, can have a lot of stress associated with it. This program offers support and assistance to firefighters following emergency incidents to address their mental health and stress management levels as well. He continues to maintain his master fire certification. He's a licensed paramedic. He's maintained that as well. So it's good that you're here in our chambers in case something goes wrong, Chief. And 32 years in that. He is currently working as the Fire Chief Officer designation from the Center of Public Safety Excellence. He's working to get that designation. And then Chief has several degrees, including an Associate's of Fire Science from Del Mar College locally here. He has a Bachelor's of Business Administration and a Master's of Business Administration as well, all from the University of Incarnate Word. So Chief Richie, we're appreciative of you being a valuable team member for our fire department and serving in this role. Did you want to say a few words, Chief Quintero? No?
Well, thank you very much. I'll keep it short. I know we've got other business to attend to, but first thing I'd like to do is thank Peter and his staff for the opportunity and the confidence they've instilled in me. I appreciate that very much. And then the only other comment I'd care to make would be to this is the men and women that I represent that work alongside me, on a daily basis, they put their best foot forward. They give 100% on a daily basis, whether it's in the limelight or outside of the limelight. I can promise you that will continue. Other than that, I look forward to working a little closely to the executive team as well as yourselves. And again, appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Richie.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, Mayor, just one more item, and this deals with another important business here in our city, which is our water operations. So I'm going to speak a little bit, and then Drew Molly, or I think Drew Molly from our Corpus Christi Water is going to talk about this. So this is kind of some pre-information to the community. And it deals with one of the agents that we use to treat our water, which is known as permanganate. So it's an oxidant that we use here in our water treatment process to improve the taste and odor and color of our water. Given that our water is all surface water, whether it's from the west or from the east, it's surface water and it's not purified from an aquifer, as is in some of the places in Texas. So for many years we have used this agent called permanganate. At issue is there's only one producer in the entire country, or actually in the entire Western Hemisphere, known as Caris Chemical Company. And last week, Monday, that company or that manufacturing plant had a fire from an explosion that basically destroyed the whole plant. So that's the only producer in the Western Hemisphere. So we're not going to be able to buy any permanganate anytime soon from America. It is made overseas, and we're looking at what may be in stock in warehouses and today in America, but so is every other water company. We use another agent as well that's also an oxidant to help control taste, odor, and color. But without the two, there could be a noticeable difference in our water. So it's only been a week, a little over a week. Our team's still looking at where can we get permanganate. Is there a substitute agent? And the answer to that is no, but is there something else that we can do to mitigate issues? The permanganate is not a requirement from TCEQ. It's the water's safe without it. It's really an enhancer to the water. But the issue is our Corpus Christi residents are used to it. And so if it's not in the water, people may notice a difference in the appearance, taste, or smell of the water. It has a more earthy tone to it. So it's early on in the process. We do have about, I think, 12 days left of our supply. And so we're working on communication, messaging. We felt it'd be important today to share this information first here with the City Council. Again, one of our principles is transparency, openness for the community. And so right here in our public meeting, we're talking about the situation. But as we know, we have 500,000 people that drink our water every day or use our water. So we have a lot of work to do to get this information out, just to give people that advance notice that there may be a chance that the water has a different taste, odor, and smell. So is Drew's going to talk a little bit more about this. Drew Molly is our director over water production.
Good morning. Thank you, Peter. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Peter pretty much hit every nail on the head right there. I've got a few talking points that I've drafted here, and then if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer. So as Peter mentioned, we do have a supply chain issue with a chemical vendor called Caris. Anyone in the water industry that uses permanganate knows that Caris is the sole U.S. manufacturer of permanganate. As a result of this warehouse fire that Peter alluded to on January 11th, Caris has declared force majeure and has stated that they will not be able to provide the chemical for up to 90 days. The product is used by some public water systems like ours to address organic constituents in raw water. As you know, Corpus Christi utilizes 4 sources of raw water, which can sometimes be difficult to treat. To ensure that our customers have the best tasting water, we use 2 oxidants, just like Peter mentioned. Permanganate is one of them. The other one is chlorine dioxide. Both are effective. Both are effective at removing taste and odor causing constituents, which is why we use those 2 chemicals. We currently have a 13-day supply on hand. We're working hard to secure permanganate from other sources. As Peter mentioned, Caris is the only manufacturer of permanganate here in this country. It's not going to be very easy to secure other sources because other folks who are in the same predicament are also trying to use those other sources for permanganate. As soon as we understood the situation last week, we reached out to several organizations. One of them is American Water Works Association. They are the largest nonprofit water organization in the country to just ask for some assistance. They have put us in touch with other NSF, National Sanitation Foundation, approved vendors who may be able to assist us. And while we're not required to use this chemical, we have reached out to TCEQ just to let them know that we do have this supply chain issue that we're dealing with. In closing, I want to just reiterate to everybody here that our drinking water will continue to be safe throughout this supply chain event. And of course, we will monitor our water quality as we work through this challenge. And with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
Drew, thank you. Councilman Pusley?
What amount of supply do we have left on hand? I mean, how many days will we?
We've got, Councilman, we've got about 13 days of supply. We've reached out to a number of other vendors, as City Manager just mentioned. The sources are from foreign sources. They still have to go through the same quality assurance measures to sell here in this country. Those sources tend to be from India and China. So we've reached out to one particular vendor. They think they've got several totes. We use totes to feed this. So we're hopeful that they'll be able to deliver on that first delivery, and then hopefully we can find some more. We're going to keep working at it.
So at the end of the 13 days, so from there on out, what's going to change about our water?
Well, I hope nothing changes. There's a very good chance that
Is the
perhaps...
clarity going to change?
Is the clarity going to change? No, sir.
Okay.
No,
the
sir.
taste going to change?
Well, the taste could change.
Okay.
And, the public that people have different taste profiles. And everybody's a little bit different in terms of what they may taste. In the event that there is a taste, a lot of times what ends up happening is the water, sometimes the description of the water can be it tastes earthy, it tastes musty. Those are some common complaints that people will have. As City Manager just alluded to, we are a little bit unique in a good way in that we use two different chemicals that we use to treat the water at the very front end of the plant. So we use permanganate, and we also use chlorine dioxide. We don't have any supply chain issues with chlorine dioxide, so we'll continue to use that chemical.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Drew,
But Councilman, can I just allude, because we have to say things like 10 times before it sinks in, but what Drew is saying is some people may not notice the taste, others may. But it's described as earthy, musty. You can taste it and smell it. The color doesn't change necessarily. No. But a lot of it is out of our control, so it depends on the river water to begin with. There's a lot of turbidity, if there's a lot of rain, that can kick up a lot of particles in the water. But if the water is steady, no rain, then you may not notice it at all. So it's numerous factors that we can't control. People's taste buds, the water coming in, how turbid is it, and what particles are in there. So we'll have to play it by ear, but what we want to do is tell the community now that we have about 2 weeks, and there may be some noticeable changes out of our control. It's a big supply chain issue. It's surprising that the country only has one manufacturer, and then the rest are overseas. So we'll keep, this is step one. This is advisement number one, but we have a whole program that we're working on to let the water customers know in 7 different counties that there may be a situation.
Okay, so we are going to be very proactive in letting people know.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilman Suckley.
So your comment regarding the manufacturer stating potentially up to 90 days?
Correct.
What level of confidence do you think that it's going to be up to 90 days? And is this therefore going to be a stopgap to try and find other vendors to provide the permanganate? Or if it's 9 months, do we look at other alternatives to get away from permanganate?
Well, I think the vendor is probably making a worst case scenario statement. I do believe that these are sources that we're talking to that up to 90 days I think is an interesting target. So we're hopeful that they'll be able to come back online and provide us with that product prior to 90 days.
And Peter, if you'll just keep the council informed, a situation
Yes.
such as the councilman just described, we would want to know exactly, which way we're going. I know that's an understatement, but for the
Right.
public to understand, we will be informed, and therefore you will be informed.
Yes, we will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions. Thank you, Drew.
Okay, thank you, Drew.
Yes.
Okay, Mayor, that concludes the city manager's report for
Right.
this morning.
Thank you. So it's noon. We'll move on to section F, which is public comment. Mr. Risley, if you'll please review the council meeting rules of decorum.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comment. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I would just like to remind everyone that a recording is being made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address prior to speaking. There are two opportunities in which you can make public comment on an agenda item. One is at this point in time, and the other is at the time that we actually discuss the agenda item. If you'll please choose one, as you cannot speak on at both different times. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there's a timer underneath the base of the microphone, which will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once the timer goes off, if you will please conclude your comments, it would be greatly appreciated. If you have a petition or any other information regarding your subject matter, please hand it over to our city secretary prior to speaking, and she will distribute to us. So with that, we will start with Alyssa Mejia.
Hi. I have some slides. Can you see them?
Not yet. Yes, we do.
Okay. Hi, my name's Alyssa Mejia, 41 Camden Place. I'm speaking as the chair of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, PRAC, to introduce the most important step our committee has taken in years. We also have in the audience Robert McNabney. He's another PRAC member who worked on this. So in July, the city, see if this advances. Okay. The city adopted the 2022 Parks and Recreation 10-year master plan. That plan advised PRAC to develop our own strategic plan defining this committee's roles and priorities in plan implementation. So we began working last April, and in January, we just finalized PRAC's first ever strategic plan. This plan was truly a team effort led by a 5-member subcommittee that includes a professional planner. We passed this plan via resolution to City Council as a formal and intentional step. Over the last 7 years, PRAC has worked with 8 different parks and recreation directors or interims. Then advisory committees were shut down for months when COVID happened. A lot of continuity was lost. If we were a sports team, people would have called that last year a rebuilding year for us. We took the opportunity to rebuild stronger than before. Adopting a strategy is a sign that we are a working committee here to serve enthusiastically and also professionally. Parts of this plan involve maximizing our own abilities and our collaboration with staff. So I'm going to go through these quickly, but I've emailed these to all of you. The fourth and final step involves taking action in the park system, which is the most fun part of this to talk about. We're working to develop off-road trails using drainage canal land that's already been mapped for recreation by the Corpus Christi MPO. By increasing mowing schedules, adding directional signage and trailheads, and eventually adding surfaces like decomposed granite, this is a low-cost way to connect well over a dozen parks, several schools, and many homes to pedestrians and cyclists without vehicle traffic. Another part of this resolution is to improve park-related communication with the public through on-site signage, alerting to things like when equipment is being taken down, what the plans are for equipment replacement, how to adopt a park, and improved online communication. I'm thankful for the teamwork of PRAC and staff in the process. It's a pioneering step for the strength and organization of our Citizen Advisory Committee. And this is also only the beginning. Now comes the work to make it happen. And I also want to thank Cameron and IT. They're doing great things back there to make this meeting go smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mejia, and thank you for serving. I'm sorry. There's no applauding. I know. I'm sorry. We're going to keep decorum, please. We'll clap all day. Melissa Zamora, please. And then Jay Gardner would be after Ms. Zamora.
Hello, my name is Melissa Zamora. I live in District 2, 78411. My comments are in regards to agenda item number 5, the Drought Contingency Plan and Conservation Initiatives. and how we are focusing on water in general in this city. Is the water department looking into large-scale rainwater collection systems and incentives for schools, hospitals, and large surface area buildings? What about HVAC units, fresh water supplies that are all too often forgotten as an important alternative water source? HVAC being the AC condensation that you're probably familiar with at your homes. There's a lot of fresh water that comes off of there. So especially for large facilities, there's a substantial amount of water, like hundreds of gallons a day, being produced. What are we doing with that water? The Texas Water Development Board has a wealth of information about large-scale rainwater collection and storage. Has anyone reached out to them about that? I have sent several resources to Councilwoman Campos that I can also send to each of you regarding rainwater catchment and HVAC condensation collection programs across the state, especially in the San Antonio and Austin Hill Country areas of Texas. Has anyone reached out to them in figuring out plans that we can do in Corpus Christi? In other states that are riddled with drought, like Arizona, they have city mandates for all residents and businesses to include xeriscape lawns, as they understand water for irrigation is too precious to waste on grass. Also, introducing more native grasses instead of pushing or using turf could help reduce water needs. Regarding desalination, we all know this is something that still needs more planning and community input, and not the end-all be-all solution, as is more of a last resort when all other measures have been taken first. Not only is it a bad idea because of the proposed locations, as the current mayor has said prior to getting elected as mayor, this is located in a cul-de-sac, making water circulation an issue, especially if there are plans to have multiple plants. Environmentally, socially, economically, the hydrochemistry is a major factor that we need to consider, effects on different organisms within the Bay system. There's a current paper out that I could also share that was created last year. Socially, currently a class action lawsuit has been put in place, and still the public can't vote on something like desalination. Why? Economically, it's very expensive, and we can barely afford the cost of living nowadays. Lastly, more extreme droughts are a symptom of climate change, so tackling the problem from the sources would be more beneficial, like reducing or curtailing oil and gas industry and big agriculture, who use the majority of water and produce the most greenhouse gases. Why not focus on alternatives regarding economic development instead of only focusing on oil and gas? Why not more true renewables like solar and wave energy instead of the hydro stuff? There's always so much more to say, so I'll be back next time. Please listen to the people and meet with the folks that have been coming over the years to try to create better plans for our city regarding water.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. Jay Gardner. And Carrie Meyer is next, followed by Eli McKay.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, Council, staff. How you guys doing? I'm Jay Gardner, Chair of the Island Strategic Action Committee, residing at 3922 Sweet Bay Drive. And I'm here to talk about a second causeway or other means off the island. State Representative Todd Hunter started an ad hoc committee with a few of us a few months ago when we've been meeting. The main goal is to get a good groundswell of local political support to get him over the hump, to get the second causeway reprioritized with TxDOT. So that's kind of why we've been meeting. At ISAC, we've been talking about the need for a second causeway for as long as I've been on the committee, or another means. I got stuck in traffic for half an hour last night coming back from a talk at Port Aransas. So to that end, we've drafted and passed a resolution unanimously regarding a second causeway or other means, and I keep stretching that means on and off the island. The NEPA process will actually determine the alternatives for that, and we don't know what those are going to be. Elon Musk might dig us a couple of tunnels from Mustang Island into Shoreline. We don't know yet. So anyway, that's a resolution. I do see that you guys have that on your agenda for this afternoon as well. That's great. And then I also want to thank Kevin Johnson from Parks for getting the Riley P. Dog Park off High Center, his work on erosion and the plans for that. And you guys will have another resolution coming from a few of us other committees here. That's it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Carrie Meyer.
Carrie Meyer, 4401 Gulf Breeze Boulevard on North Beach. Welcome to all the new faces up here, the dais. So proud of y'all and so happy to have you on representing our city. Congratulations. I passed out something, the city secretary passed you a booklet that I brought today. I was glad to see the city on Facebook promoting the North Beach TERS appointments that are coming up. The thing that was a little surprising is the wording that they chose. They chose the word ambassador, North Beach ambassador. And so the real word is community representative. That's the position that's going to be filled. So hopefully that was just a creativity at work there and not an indication that you're considering with the TERS board will be, or the city will be considering getting rid of or changing that community representative on that board. There's a little background on the TERS there, just how it was formed, because there's a lot of new people up here representing us. It came from a grassroots effort spearheaded by North Beach Community Association back in 2015. We signed a formal petition, gave it to the city, and they then responded. And eventually, when Everett Roy got on board as council, he pushed that TERS through, and that was in 2019. So it was a 4-year process of inception to actually happening, and we thank him for that and are pleased to see his leadership here today. I served as the first TERS community representative on the board when the TERS first started. I am applying again this year. I hope you find my name in the stack of applications that you'll have. I've also included a short resume there. So my main thing today is just to say that I hope that you consider keeping the word resident in there as a requirement for the community position. I've lived here a long time, and I think that whoever you choose, that it would be really nice if you chose someone from North Beach Community Association, since that's the group that started the process, and it is about 1,000 people really on North Beach all together under one umbrella group that represent our neighborhood and our community. So thank you again for your time serving our city, and look forward to talking to you and working with you more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Eli McKay, and then we have Armand Alex, Maggie Peacock, and Taylor Thorpe after that.
Oh, cool. I thought this was going to be a lot taller than it is. So y'all are in luck. Actually, I left my glasses at home, so this may not come off the way I wanted it to, but that's okay. My name is Eli McKay, and like all of you, I live in the ancestral homelands of the Karankawa and Lipan Apache peoples, which is now Marguerite Street in uptown Corpus Christi. I came in today to take the opportunity to introduce myself to those of you who may not know me. I have lived in the Corpus Christi area for almost 12 years. I moved here from Western Colorado, where I grew up my whole life. But that being said, I may have only been here 12 years. I never knew before I moved here what it meant to be a part of a community. I never knew what it meant to be a part of a family even, and which some of my family is right here. So I'm grateful for Corpus Christi. I feel like I've grown up here, even though I was almost 30 when I moved here. So I volunteer actively with the Coastal Bend Group Sierra Club, the League of Women Voters Corpus Christi area, and the Free Store Corpus Christi. I'm a community organizer, currently working with Texas Rising, and I'm in the process also of starting my own business in the uptown area. So very excited. Pretty much I love Corpus Christi. Most of you that know me know that. I do want to say a little bit about I want to take a moment to thank the people that work so hard to sacrifice their time and their physical health to make our city great. combating decades of structural racism, nepotism, and greed brought on by elected leadership. Our city employees do the most to keep things going seamlessly, and yet non-uniformed employees don't even have collective bargaining rights in 2023. I think we could do more for our city employees. I think they deserve more. Y'all have the opportunity to be the council to break the cycle and to bring progress through change to this great city. I know and appreciate that you hold the employees to a very high standard of conduct, and I wish that we could say the same for city council members. It shouldn't be painful for local people to watch city council meetings and for it to be painful. What I mean by that is that there is a lack of self-awareness and disrespect to the nonpartisan office that you were elected to. Not only that, but on public media. Please remember that many of your constituents don't share your personal beliefs, your sense of humor, and we really don't care about those things. It would serve our city better if you could keep your opinions and jokes to yourself during city council meetings. We care about the effort, focus, and respect that you're giving this position that you were elected to. Thank you.
Thank you. Armand Alex.
Howdy, folks. My name is Armand Alex, 1610 La Jolla, District 3. During the last City Council meeting on January 24th, members of our community were nominated and respectively appointed to a few different city committees. And before me, nearly 10 other people were swiftly voted in for appointments without any questioning at all. After I was successfully voted onto the Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory Committee, an individual in the room took an opportunity to act in such a way that can be described as baseless and disrespectful behavior. This person went out of their way to publicly interweave microaggressions into their questioning of my credentials. Their comments and questions were delivered in such rhetoric of obvious disdain that their actions did not go unnoticed by city public. Nevertheless, as someone who highly values honesty and transparency myself, I wanted to take the time to emphasize my intentions of serving as a scientist on the Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory Committee, and to hopefully correct and refreshen this individual's mind of my credentials. In 2013, I attended the Westside Engineering and Geosciences Academy out of Houston, focusing on environmental engineering. In 2014, I served as the president of the C-STEM Youth Commission, focused on implementing practices of STEM throughout the districts of Houston. In 2018, I worked with the Texas State Aquarium as an interpretation guide, communicating scientific marine and coastal knowledge. My first semester at A&M Corpus Christi, I established the first ever student-led water quality research team that focused on natural water sources in the coastal bend. In 2019, I was invited to join the board of directors for Earth Echo International, where my area of focus was on youth engagement with science, communications, and environmental policy. In 2020, I was appointed to the Island Strategic Action Committee as a Mustang Island representative, using my knowledge of coastal marine systems. Also in 2020, I was recruited to help lead multiple lab demonstrations with the Gulf Reach Institute based on my background in scientific engagement. In 2021, I was invited to join the Mayor's Environmental Task Force for my background in coastal sciences. The same year, I delivered a TED Talk with my colleague Maggie Peacock on youth leading efforts in climate science and policy. And in 2022, our organization was invited by NOAA and the Schmidt Ocean Institute to work on developing the next 10 years of underwater exploration detailed in their ocean exploration blueprint. This same year, I traveled to Micronesia with the State Department and other NGOs to deliver research and presentations at the International Ocean Conference on Global Marine Protection Initiatives to drastically preserve global biodiversity. Also during that same year, I was asked to sit on a panel alongside former Vice President Al Gore to discuss environmental justice efforts in the Gulf South. In March of this year, I have been invited by the Department of International Development from the Republic of China, Taiwan, as an honorary speaker on science communications as part of their Ocean Affairs Council and American Institute Climate Conference. These are my closing statements, Mayor. City Council members, for the sake of time, I simply do not have enough of it to go through my entire extensive qualifications and experiences, but I hope that what I've lightly highlighted today demonstrates my intentional application for the Water Shore Committee. and my full belief in my capability and knowledge to fully serve and operate as the specified scientist. And in the future, I would recommend that individuals of this council please do their due diligence of researching applicants way before nominations and voting appointments, especially if the information about candidates is made available to them with due notice by the city secretary. And if an individual ever needs a science lesson, please reach out to me. I look forward to confidently serving on the Watershore and Beach Advisory Committee with honesty, experience, and transparency, and may we all have the courage to stand up to any form of discrimination. Thank you all for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask people to kindly not applause. That's, staying with the decorum of chambers. Thank you. Maggie Peacock?
We apologize.
Alrighty, hi, Maggie Peacock, 78412, District 4, and I'm currently missing my Eastside 1401 class just for this. So, I am the co-founder of the Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit, or GOMIX. We unite young folks from around the Gulf with scientists, stakeholders, public officials, and other frontline community members so that they can join this movement in addressing the critical intersectional issues facing the Gulf and take action in their own communities. What I'm asking you all today is to follow in the footsteps of these young people. Join this movement and take action in your own community. GOMIX, along with so many other local environmental organizations, have been urging city leadership, you all, to take real, lasting climate action for quite some time now. I want to sympathize with you all and state that I understand that demanding vague climate action can be tricky and daunting, especially since most of y'all are not climate experts. However, we are here presenting the science and the community impacts to you all. There is a citywide movement happening, being led by these organizations and other community members, and most of you are refusing to listen. Armand, my fellow climate activist and co-founder of GOMIX alongside myself, first introduced the idea of a sustainability committee or citywide climate action plan years ago, and y'all have refused to actually take action. Now, as you all have been given at last week's meeting, we have a draft that our team at GOMIX have put together for you. We still have meetings with other organizations and community members planned so that we can hear their input because we as an organization prioritize community input. But what you have been given last week is a lot of the meat on the bones, along with our main mission and what we plan to see come out of the Committee on City Resilience and Sustainability. Also included are examples of other cities, such as San Antonio, who already have things like this in place, and the incredible successes that have come out of it, which I really hope each of you have already read through. Climate action for a city truly means strengthening resilience and adaptive capacity to climate-related hazards and natural disasters, something we all know Corpus Christi is directly impacted by as a coastal city. Implementing what you have been given last week would be historic, and I hope you all have the intentions of being a historic city council that will actually make positive changes for our community and say enough with the status quo. As mentioned before, climate action for you all might be intimidating or daunting. However, we have put together the blueprint for you. This is an easy, actionable step you all can take, and we already did all the work by researching and putting it all together. However, we are seeing some roadblocks, and it's not from lack of community support. In fact, everyone we have talked to and reached out to in this community is very supportive and agree that this is something we have to implement. The roadblocks we are experiencing is that our city officials, who are supposed to work for us, the community members, are refusing to meet with us. We have sent countless emails, text messages, and have even reminded a few of y'all in person, and still nothing. Meet us in the moment, be a part of history, and invest in community members. We are asking you to implement this Committee on City Resilience and Sustainability.
Thank you, Ms. Peacock. Taylor Thorpe?
May I make a statement?
Mr. Risley?
This is the citizen communication time. So, I mean, it was
But I can't direct the city manager.
Yeah. I mean, it's up to the...
Are you... Okay, yeah, if you'll place your light on, and I thought you meant towards the person that was here.
Yeah,
Yeah, just use if you use your light, then I know that you're wanting to speak, and it's towards him.
Yeah, Councilwoman Campos, thank you for the floor. Mayor, I just want to point out that I have scheduled a meeting with Ms. Peacock and Mr. Armand, Alex, and Maggie with Councilwoman Campos this Friday at 10 o'clock at City Hall. to engage them. We know they've been here, so we're going to talk to them. I would caution the group and let council know that an organization like the City of Corpus Christi taking on an environmental awareness platform does entail staffing, even though they have a committee. Without somebody to take the information, it goes nowhere. So the city council, when we work on our budget priorities, this will be one of the policy issues that the council needs to discuss, which is, do we want to add resources to have staffing or consultants or something to work to get information from the community and then do something with it. So Ms. Peacock just mentioned San Antonio. They have their budget probably now is in excess of 500,000. I would submit probably closer to $1 million annually for a team of about 5 or plus staff members that deal with environmental policy and protocols and that type of thing. So it's really a policy question. That's why we're glad they're here today talking to the policy setters, which is the city council. My job on Friday will be to begin to have a conversation with them from an organizational CEO standpoint. And I appreciate Councilwoman Campos helping set that meeting up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Taylor Thorpe. And then we have Ted Mandel and John Weber.
Good afternoon. My name is Taylor Thorpe. I live in District 4, 78412. I'm a student at TAMU CC, and I'm studying environmental science and the historian for Islander Green Team. I love the Coastal Bend, and I'm so happy to call it my home, but with that love comes anxiety about the future and passion to protect the bay that we all love and depend on so much. After witnessing the oil spill that occurred just a few weeks ago and its repercussions, we want to make sure nothing like that happens again. We must prioritize the health of our community members, wildlife, and environment in order to prosper for generations to come. Therefore, I'm standing here today as a student and an Islander Green Team representative in support of the Advisory Committee on City Resilience and Sustainability presented by my friends at the Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit, supported by countless other organizations, nonprofits, and fellow Corpus Christi citizens. I'm also standing up here today with the hope that each of you will join us and stand by our side in this fight. Collaborate with the Green Team and the Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit in order to make meaningful, lasting change that we desperately need here in the sparkling city by the bay. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Ted Mandel.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ted Mandel, and I live at 15306 Key Largo Court on the island. I appear today to support Agenda Item 23, a resolution urging the Texas legislature to study, design, and construct a second vehicle causeway to facilitate traffic to and from North Padre Island, Mustang Island, in the city of Port Aransas. I was here on this subject in October after Hurricane Ian struck the Fort Myers area and took down the Sanibel Island Causeway, the only way on and off that barrier island. It gave me one of those there, but for the grace of God, go I moments. I asked that the use of the Sanibel Island Causeway collapse be used as a catalyst to get real action and that a resolution of support come from this council. Since that time, the Causeway Advisory Group, or the CAG, has been formed and has met several times. Paulette, Dan, Gil, and Mike have been personally involved, and for that, I thank you. There have been some media stories. We have resolutions of support from Nueces County, the Island Strategic Action Committee, as you heard, the Padre Island Business Association, and hopefully tonight, the Padre Island Property Owners Association. More are on the way. But more important, our island rep, Chairman Todd Hunter, has taken on the project and has been involved in all the CAG meetings. City staff has done an excellent job in preparing your packet, and it contains all the information you should need to approve this resolution. 3 minutes just doesn't allow me time to go over all the reasons in detail. Suffice it to say, those reasons include providing an alternate hurricane or other disaster, such as a barge taken out the causeway, evacuation route, and accommodating expected economic population growth on the islands. And as Jay alluded to, just last evening, a car hit the barrier on the bridge and shut it down for a while. We moved here over 5 years ago, and a second causeway was talked about then. You probably recall it being talked about many years before that. We have some momentum going. Please add the city of Corpus Christi to the going list of supporters. And please give Chairman Hunter the support needed to get this done now. Thanks for your time and appreciate your support.
Thank you, Ted. John Weber.
John Weber, 609 Naples. In this month's Texas Monthly, John Nielsen Gammon, the state climatologist, tells us what to expect if we don't stop burning fossil fuels soon. It will get hotter. The number of 100-degree days have doubled between the 70s and now, and it is projected to double again. We will see more frequent and more intense droughts and increased risk of the strongest hurricanes. Climate change is the cause. Droughts are the symptoms. We must address both simultaneously. When the water department talks about desal, it is a crisis. When they talk about conservation, it is almost a non-event, with only the goal of reducing use by 1% per year for 10 years, or 0.6 gallons a day per person. I want to know, is the city water in crisis or not? If it is in crisis, the city needs to stop burning fossil fuels as quickly as possible and encourage all citizens to do the same. Also stop permitting large water users. The city needs a real conservation plan. A 15% reduction in 1 year is achievable, following the best practices from other cities. On the 2021 water report, the city lost almost 1.4 billion gallons because of leaks and breaks, or 5.4% of total treated water. We must do better. Over the last year or so, new car washes are popping up like weeds. Who is issuing them permits? They encourage water use by offering unlimited washes per month starting at $21.99. Obviously, this must stop. On page 10 of the red line draft in section 10.3, it should include commercial car washes. If I can't wash my car in my driveway once a month, a car wash shouldn't be able to give people unlimited car washes every month. When residential water use faces mandatory reductions, commercial and industrial users must also be reduced at the same percentages to be fair. It was suggested the city spray herbicide on naturally occurring weeds in a water source. I contacted a municipal water expert, and he said this is a red flag, and a very expensive treatment process used with large vessels filled with granular activated carbon they will be needed to remove it. So please read the cost-benefit analysis study for the Coastal Bend water supply options by AutoCase, which you all should have. And note desal is the most expensive and has the greatest greenhouse gas emissions that are responsible for the droughts in the first place. Thank you, and a couple additional things. On Saturday, my water started tasting like pond water, so it's already happening. And the $1 million in the budget for marketing gas could be shifted to the climate committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Adam
Mayor,
Ray.
can I just point out that
Absolutely.
our permanganate is still being used today, so there has been no change in the
Right. We still have 13
cleansing of
days
our water. Right, that'll
of
be in
supply.
about 13 days if there is a noticeable difference.
Okay.
So as we said earlier, we still have a 13-day supply of permanganate.
So nothing has changed in the
Right.
way we're
Yes,
treating
ma'am.
water. It's no. Thank you. Okay. Thank you,
Mayor,
Mr.
Mayor.
Zanoni.
Mayor, over here.
Councilman, yes.
Peter, I was wondering if you could have Bill address the issues that this gentleman has brought up with the natural gas and gas stoves, and what that. I mean, I've never seen any information except one study out of Colorado, so maybe we can have some information on that.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Adam Rios.
I was still writing. I saw these people here, and I was like, oh, I got plenty of time. I was trying to write everything down that I was going to say. Adam Rios, 7301 Tangled Ridge Court. I wanted to start I'm going to get into some positive things, and I hope this is positive. But I wanted to read a quote, but before I do, again, I wanted to congratulate the new CC Corpus Christi Police Department, the 25 cadets that are now in the, I think, the 81st class. I do appreciate the reference to them being peace officers and learning the skill sets necessary to deal with a very diverse culture here in Corpus Christi, many people from different socioeconomic backgrounds in Corpus Christi. And in doing so, as an advocate for skateboarding, I just wanted to read something that could shine some light on when things don't go that way. This is a quote. It says, "My son was a beautiful soul. He loved skateboarding. He was just his own person. He didn't follow what everybody else was doing." That is from Roe Von Wells, the mother of Tyre Nichols, who was murdered in Memphis recently by the police department there. I just wanted to bring that to attention because obviously as an advocate for skateboarding here, I try and shine a positive light on skateboarding and BMXing and surfing. And I just felt like that just deserved a little of y'all's attention today. In regards to skate park, I just wanted to let the public know that we are currently and very soon be putting up, it's been a little while now, but we're gonna have lights now at the park for kids to skate past the dark hour, if you will. It'll especially be helpful because having talked with some of my peers already, they were wondering why it took so long, but I said, look, but we've been patient this long, so here we are, we've got lights. So now you can skate later in the day. So if you get out of school at 4:30 and you no longer just have an hour, you're gonna have until, the 10 o'clock curfew, I guess, to continue skateboarding. So I'm excited about that. And not to steer from a negative, some of us are actually referring to it as the Corpus Christi Skate Park. And the reason we're doing that is because of the name that exists on Cole Park and the controversy surrounding that. I've had other kids I know calling it the Solomon Coles Skate Park. I've had other kids saying, why is it not the Cesar Chavez Skate Park? Why is it not Magoosh Skate Park, who was the Lipan Apache leader from here from 1830 to 1900? And as a member of the American Indian movement, I was kind of excited about that. But in coming together as a community and coming up with solutions to all these problems, and I know there's a lot going on, this might not be a high priority, skate parks and BMX parks. Again, trying to shine light on it, I am excited that the city is moving forward. I am excited about the attention we're getting statewide and nationwide, including an event in June that I will be at in North Texas. And they were curious about the BMX park here, how we were doing, how progressive it was. I know that's my time. I would like to reach out to the city. I know we talked about social media site. I would maybe like to start a committee, a special committee within Parks and Rec that deals specifically with these parks, because it does take a very specific skill set, a specific knowledge to create soils, to come up with solutions, to build these parks. That way we don't have long-term problems of managing and fixing and refixing and shutting down. Anyway, that's my time. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. We appreciate it. Thank you. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock Avenue. Good afternoon, community employees. A couple of things that are pretty alarming right now. The tentative drought contingency plan, first of all, this shouldn't be considered a public forum. We need more time. The citizens need to be able to look at that more. There's a lot of things on there that are being added and or changed, and also things that are currently on there which you can also be fined and taken to jail at stage 2. I still don't understand why the first line of attack is the community when we're the minority users, and why we don't have a contingency plan for industry who doesn't get penalized until stage 4 out of the 5. We really need to start evaluating our true priorities here. And if we have oversold, and I said this morning at the Port of Corpus Christi, the water doesn't belong to the city, and the water doesn't belong to Nueces County, San Pat, or the Port of Corpus Christi. It belongs to the community. So the fight is lovely and all, but it is our water. And we decide if we are willing to give it away to whomever we choose. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Today, you guys have a big decision to make on Port Commission assignments, or one anyway. I just want to thank every single one of you for reaching out to me and asking me why I submitted my name. Just kidding, none of you did. And every single one of you but one has my personal cell phone number. So this is alarming for two reasons. One, I know you've already reached out to others who have their name in the stack. So we as community members should not beg you all to bring us on commission boards. You guys should be doing research on all of the 13 candidates that submitted their name. So it's extremely disappointing, as much as I come here and that every single one of you have my personal cell phone number, that you did no due diligence. So I'm very, very suspicious of who you guys choose today. I have an idea who it is. I already made that announcement yesterday, so we'll see where the loyalty lies here. Also, I'm hoping that Councilwoman Campos and Councilman Klein are making progress in moving these meetings to the evenings. And also, Peter, I wanted to touch on having to repeat 12 times. You have to repeat things 12 times because of the 12 times, you change it 10, therefore confusing the community. So consistency would be good there, so you wouldn't have to repeat yourself 12 times on different city issues. Thank you for your time and consideration for the port assignment. We're in trouble there, and appointing someone who is known to cater to the cabal is not the best idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. So that concludes our in-person public comment. Now we'll go to WebEx. We have Julie Rogers.
And Mayor, can I just thank you, Ms. Caballero, for your comments, just so everybody's aware, the drought contingency plan and the water conservation plan that are on the agenda for today are not scheduled for a vote. This is just a presentation to the council. We want the community to also give us input. So today is a presentation only, no vote today. And I appreciate those comments. We do welcome community input on these two documents. They're on our website today. Right.
Thank you. And do we have Ms. Rogers?
Ms. Rogers?
Hi, good afternoon. This is Julie Rogers, 710 Furman, District 1. I'm making public comment today regarding the proposed changes in the drought contingency plan. Thank you for giving us a little update. The community needs more education and opportunities to make comment on the proposed changes. It's a 35-page document that's included with the City Council agenda, and it mentions under public education on page 2, item 3, that this briefing and item on the agenda serves as a public meeting to receive comments on the drought contingency plan. And on page 26, item 16, that the public was invited to view and make comments on the plan during today's regular City Council meeting. I don't think enough people got the invitation. You've done very well in the past creating opportunities for community engagement and education, especially with the redistricting and the budgets. The information and date on the city's homepage about the drought is also helpful, but the proposed changes in the drought contingency plan wasn't posted as of this morning, so I'm glad it's getting posted. I had to seek out the draft, and it was relatively easy for me because I use the city's Legistar page frequently. For those who are unfamiliar with using that, it could have been a difficult task. Since these changes will affect so many residents, I suggest that you expand the efforts and opportunities for public education and comment, like you have done with other important matters that affect a majority of the community. Hold community education and input sessions, make them easily accessible for the community, including having some in the evening, add an interactive portal or specific email where community can give comments and ask questions and publish them. Make all the information available in Spanish. I don't see one Spanish document on the website. Update the city's homepage to include the draft, and make a one-pager with frequently asked questions about the changes like you already have about the water restrictions, which is a really good document, that one-pager. Thank you. Please continue to build a culture and practice of community education and engagement. It sure makes changes and difficult decisions easier for the community to understand and accept them. And it is how democracy works, after all. That's it. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
Madam Mayor.
No, you're fine. Thank you,
Madam
Ms.
Mayor.
Rogers. Oh,
Our city manager is not present, so I wanted to direct him to follow up on Julie Rogers' comments and recommendations.
okay. We can go ahead and do that. And we'll go ahead and get Ms. Parkinson.
Ms. Parkinson?
Yes, Blanca Parkinson, 1080. Hello?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Blanca Parkinson, 10801 Silverton Drive. I live in District 1. I'm calling today also about the drought contingency plan. Again, I didn't get the invitation. This is not public comment. This isn't an opportunity for the public to comment. There are a lot of ramifications to that drought contingency plan that are going to fall squarely on the shoulders of the people of this community, and we're always the last to know. There's so much in there that needs to be cleared up and that needs to be explained to the public and that needs to change, really, particularly the stage 2 restrictions where we're going to receive allocations, and it's at the city manager's discretion when he enacts this or when he, with no input from the council. I also, you know, again, it needs clarification. If I go over a gallon, my bill can be doubled. So if I go over 1,000 gallons over the allocation, is it the same? I mean, there's so many questions here. And again, it's the same thing. The industries pay their 25 cents per 1,000 gallons, and they can continue to, you know, where can I go pay 50 cents for a couple of 1,000 gallons to keep my trees alive? That's one thing I wanted to bring up. I agree that we need more time for the public to, you know, you take your desal cartoons on the road, so maybe you could bring this drought contingency plan on the road. The other thing I wanted to talk to you all today about is the pond at West Guth. You guys make a lot of effort to put out good news stories constantly in the news. You're putting $200,000 emblems on the water towers. And I think that sometimes you all get in an echo chamber and you kind of stay in your own little pond that can get stinky. And the truth is that those stories and those things don't really carry a whole lot of weight with the community. Things like the pond at West Guth, you can drive from downtown Corpus Christi until you leave Corpus Christi through 37 going to San Antonio, and you don't see a thing of beauty for the children that live in northwest Corpus Christi. I mean, you see the refineries, you see the stacks, the flares. There's plenty of liquor stores. They have that pond at West Guth. They have West Guth Park, and it is a nice park. It is a nice little place for kids to go and run, and there's a pond with ducks, but it needs water. It needs water. So I know you all have plans to spend millions at West Guth, and you don't need to do that. You just, a little bit of water goes a long way. The ducks are swimming around in the mud, and it's kids who grow up here, that's in their psyche. So things like that go a long way. And the other reason I'm calling is because last week, or really every week, you all do not follow your own rules.
Ms. Parkinson, thank you so much. Mayor, next on the list, we do have some non-residents who have signed up as well. The first person is Paul Jack. Mr. Jack, are you here just for item 16, correct? When the item comes up? You'd like to speak now? Okay.
Okay. And Mr. Zanoni, if you would take note on on Julie Rogers, her public comment, if Councilwoman Campos would like for us to address, or for you to address, her thoughts here on the drought contingency and conservation initiative.
Right. So the conservation plan and the drought contingency plan are making a public debut today, if you will. There's no vote on these items. So the city council will be presented actually first up after some board appointments with a presentation from Mike Murphy. I heard Ms. Rogers say this needs to be explained, and we need to understand this. That's the point of today's agenda item. So agenda item number 5, right after the board and committee appointments, Mike Murphy, our Chief Operating Officer over water, Systems will be giving a presentation on the plans. They are available online today, red line version. The community, just like all of our citizens who spoke today, are welcome to come in at Citizens to be Heard to give comment. They can send them to us via email. They can meet with us. These plans have a public comment period and a city council deliberation period of a couple of weeks for that purpose, so we can get some good input, and ultimately city council will approve a plan. Both of these plans are adopted today. City councils in the past have adopted them. Their guides that we use today, the drought that we're in today, were guided by the current drought contingency plan that city council approved. But we actually want to strengthen it a little bit more. That's the staff recommendation. We're going to present that today. Some additional changes to the water conservation plan also to talk about it. So today is the beginning of a conversation with the city council, the policy setters, and then the community as well via this format. It's done again, I talked about this earlier, where our business model is transparency, openness, inclusiveness, and that's demonstrated by the fact that we're not calling for any vote today.
Right.
We're rather going to explain it to the council and the community, and we have several weeks of public and city council input.
Great.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Paul Jack, 3600 Ocean Drive. I'm with Estrada Hinojosa. I'm here to speak to you on consent related to consent agenda number 16. Mayor and city council members, let me just start off by saying thank you. Thank you for allowing Estrada Hinojosa and myself to serve the city as its financial advisor for the last 5 years. It's been an honor and a privilege, and I've thoroughly enjoyed working with the council, the city manager, and his staff. Over the past 5 years, it is our belief that Estrada Hinojosa has provided exceptional value to the city through our service, advice, and counsel. Over this time, we've actively assisted the city management in its credit ratings, resulting in improvements in the city's credit rating. Coming up on agenda item 16, the council has the opportunity to make a decision on which firm will serve the city going forward. I've come today to respectfully and humbly request that if you believe, as we do, that Estrada Hinojosa has provided exceptional value to the city over the last 5 years, that we've committed all the time and resources that you've needed and desired, and that you've been fully satisfied with our service, that you take that into consideration when making your decision to allow us to continue to serve the city.
Thank you.
I'll just close, regardless of the decision you make today, thank you on behalf of Estrada Hinojosa, a minority-owned firm. We thank you again for the opportunity to have served at cities like Corpus Christi that our firm has been built on, for being given the opportunity to show what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jack.
Kathy Fulton.
Hi, my name is Kathy Fulton, and I live in Port Aransas, Texas, and I'm going to go fast because of this minute. I just want to start this out by saying I'm not against the Port of Corpus Christi. I think a lot of you should know that, or do know that. And we, meaning a lot of us, we are not in opposition of desal. We just want it done right, and the science says to take the discharge and then take offshore. That being said, on agenda item G4, I want to say, the Port of Corpus Christi, all their decisions affect everybody, lots of communities, not just the city of Corpus Christi. We're all affected. The current appointee, Mr. Ingalls, today voted again to support the port on initiating a water rights intake permit for Harbor Island without the port having yet attained a discharge permit. So you're going to intake water, but you have nowhere for it to go. The port is spending a huge amounts of public money on numerous applications. Oh my God, that's a minute. With no approval by the majority. The port is, they spend a huge amount of money on that party, people, and it's all public money, and nobody's saying anything, doing anything. I believe Mr. McComb is a good appointee who will get in there and correct a number of problems and make the port more accountable, not just to the city, but to everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton. Errol Summerlin? Oh, I'm sorry, Rebecca. Here. And then, yeah. After Mr. Summerlin, our last public commenter would be Joe Kruger. Yes, sir. Yeah, you get a whole minute, Mr. Summerlin.
Mayor, members of the council, Errol Summerlin, Portland, Texas. We need change at the port, okay? We need change. We need cooperation between the port and municipalities, and we desperately need a balance between progress and protecting the environment. Proclaiming to be a good steward is simply not enough. But my main reason for talking today is on the drought contingency plan that you're going to be talking about. I hope someone will bring up the fact that you're required to give large industries who have opted into that drought surcharge fee, you're required to give them 5 years' notice. 5 years' notice to change or terminate that agreement, or you have to give them 5 years' notice to repeal the ordinance. Think about that. Who in the world negotiated that? 5-year notice. Just think about that. And I hope you'll have some discussion on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Summerlin. And Joe Kruger.
Thank you for letting me have us speak here. My name is Joe Kruger, Port Aransas, Texas. I was at the Port Commission meeting this morning, and I was really a little taken back. They couldn't tell you what their budget was for desal or what they've spent or anything else, or would tell you. So anyway, I'm just here because whatever happens here in Port Aransas, happens here in Corpus, affects us in Port Aransas, and we don't have anybody on that commission to speak for us. So Corpus always has been a good neighbor to us, and I would like to see somebody different, that you appoint somebody different for this Port Commission seat. Somebody that will respect the Corpus city of Corpus and this council, and somebody that's been here a long time. They've lived here a long time. They were mayor here. I would like to see Joe McCombs get on there because I think he's a well-rounded person. And we really need somebody to look after us over there in Port Aransas.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so next that will take us over to section G. Oh, Councilman Klein.
Yeah, just very quickly. And I want to circle back to the transparency issue regarding the drought contingency plan. I'm willing to attend evening meetings next week, next Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday from 7 until 9 p.m. If the city council is willing to join me in that, that'd be great. The staff would be great as well. If you cannot find a place to meet, we can meet at Del Mar College. I know we can find classroom space there to meet with the public, to hear the public's concerns about this drought contingency plan before we take a vote on February 14th.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilman. And I think your colleagues can absolutely have a conversation with you to kind of coordinate that. We appreciate that. Okay, section G, which is board and committee appointments. Our first board and committee appointment is for the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. And Ms. Huerta,
Yes,
hand
ma'am.
it over to you.
So for that board, we do have one vacancy. And at this time, nominations would be in order.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate former Chief Robert Rocha, or retired Chief Robert Rocha.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Curtis Clark.
Okay,
I'll second that.
Rebecca, point of order.
Yes, sir.
Since no one is in this position for reappointment, these should be motions to nominate.
Yes,
This
sir.
is not a vote in a second.
No, it's just so, they're nominations. You can make a second if you like, but really, it's just a nomination. It's just kind of a show, I guess, of extra support. But
yeah.
you're correct. These are not motions to appoint. They are strictly nominations.
Sorry for the confusion.
Okay.
okay, so we have Robert Rocha and Curtis Clark.
Yes.
Are there any other nominations? Okay, so we'll go ahead and close nominations.
Okay, so since we have two nominees in one slot, if we can start the voting, is there a particular
We can
place?
start this.
Ms. Campos, okay. Ms. Campos?
Curtis Clark.
Clark.
Rocha.
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 Clark.
Clark.
Did you vote, Dan? Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
very good.
So Robert Rocha.
Yes, ma'am.
Has-
I'm sorry,
yeah.
Robert
I
Rocha.
was waiting for you to
I
declare.
apologize. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so next we have the Port of Corpus Christi. There is one vacancy. And also, for the record, Kenneth Berry did advise us this morning that he wanted his name removed from the applicant list, so I would like to make that announcement.
Rebecca,
Yes, sir.
or Mayor, I guess I kind of have a question, but I want to. I know there's times that people move to reappoint, but what I'd like to do to give credit to the individuals that to allow them to be nominated. Can I move that we open the floor for nominations?
You can make the motion. I don't know if there's anyone would object to that. I'm fine. It's just your.
Okay,
the
I'd
rest
like
of
to
the
move
council.
that we open the floor to nominations.
Very good.
But we have a reappointment to make.
So is there a
So we-
motion to reappoint?
Yes.
Second.
I'd like to make a motion to reappoint David Engel.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so does that, I want clarity here, though. He made a motion, but then Councilman, you came on and made a statement. You made a motion. So my question then is, if there is a motion, I realize there's no second, but there wasn't an opportunity to have that seconded. If there is a second, and the motion was made to nominate, does that supersede?
Yeah, shouldn't there be a second to my motion?
Well, there wasn't an opportunity, in my opinion, but.
Well, I was also going to say, typically what happens is that I say that there is a person seeking reappointment,
Yes.
and it was
That has
Mr.
always been the
Engel.
procedure.
It is Mr. Engel. So I was going to say that right after the announcement for Mr. Berry.
I understand that, but
I think we need to be asked,
If
is
I-
this a legal question or is this a parliamentary question?
Well, there was no second to either of the motions right now.
There was
Well-
a second. I seconded.
Oh, he seconded his.
Right,
yeah,
you're right.
but did I have an opportunity to get a second? There wasn't an opportunity for anyone to second my motion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it fails for lack of a second, I'm okay with that. Is there anyone that seconds my motion?
But,
I guess the mayor.
but Rebecca, we have never deviated from this procedure before. The
We-
procedure has always been that we make a vote on the person who's up for reappointment, and if that person doesn't receive a majority or a motion to reappoint, then we go into opening it up for
That
nomination.
is typically our procedure.
And Councilman, that's why I asked the question, and she said that that was.
As long as
that's
there
why-
wasn't an.
I mean, once again, if it fails, I don't have a problem with it. I just want to ensure that, obviously, there's a lot of division, and I just think that in my humble opinion, that although I believe if that's the case and it's voted, I just want there to be an opportunity for our friends down the road to recognize that there's other individuals that we have in mind. And I just think it's pertinent because of all the public comment today. And
Well, I think that's a foregone conclusion, Councilman.
well, I don't know.
I just, if we're going to deviate from the standard, then we need to deviate from the standard from here on out.
He was merely asking a question, Councilman, so, and that's
He
neither
made a
here.
motion. That's different than asking
He
a
did make a
question.
motion, and there was not an opportunity for someone to second it because you came in and made another motion. But we're not going to dispute neither one of those things. What we're going to do is ask the questions, which it was asked, it was answered, and so now we can move forward. If there's not a second, it dies. He made a motion. So is there a second to open up nominations for the Port Commission?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay.
Jim Klein.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
All right. Would you like a roll call vote on that, Mayor, or you're just going to do?
We're opening nominations, so.
yeah, well,
Well, there was a motion and a second, but we need to vote on
Oh,
that,
I'm sorry.
whether that's going to be the procedure.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Right?
Yes, no, just the vote.
Okay. So just the vote. So you want me to do a roll call vote?
I would.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Yes. No, we're just to open
No.
nominations.
So what we're
Or not.
discussing right now is whether we're going to go into nominations or do the motion to reappoint. So the mayor,
Roll
as
call.
the chair of the meeting, is saying she wants to entertain that motion to
Yeah, but
go
what do
right
we-
into
but
nominations.
What do we do after that? What do we do after that? If
Well, you
we-
can
if we-
nominate Mr. Engel, and then he would be included in that motion.
but-
As a
But this,
participant.
I'm still going to
That's
call a
it.
point of order. This is, Mayor, this is deviating from the standard way that we have always done nominations for any appointed position since I've been on this council. And to deviate from that means that we're going to deviate from it from now on. You're making a special case in this interest, and that is inappropriate.
No, I'm not making a special case.
Yes, you are.
But, no, I'm not. What I'm doing is going by procedure. You did not give him, if he made a motion, then there was a motion.
The procedure has always been for the city secretary
about
to
the-
call for a reappointment of the person who is up for reappointment. And if that fails, then we go into making nominations for other candidates.
Well, I think we need.
Clarification from our
We do,
secretary.
but
Councilman
Councilman
Barrera,
Hernandez.
you know that.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to, hold on. Councilman Hernandez has had his light on.
Point of order, since there is a motion and a second, we have to vote on that motion whether or not we want to accept nominations prior to reappointing. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, the mayor, that's the motion that we're,
So we
that's
have
on
to
the floor
vote,
right
you
now.
asked for a roll
Right.
call vote, right?
Correct. I was
So we're going to be
trying to
voting
proceed.
on whether or not we want to deviate from our normal
Correct.
process. So I asked to call the question.
Okay.
Right, so for clarity, that's right. It is a vote to say we open nominations or not, and then we go to reappointment if that so moves forward. Yes.
Excuse me, Miles wants to just give the council some advice. Miles?
Doing it the right way. You can do it either way. That's the city council's option.
Okay, so she's moving
In other
forward.
words,
with
yeah,
it.
but maybe just to elaborate on, in other words, the council can vote as a policy body to change the process that you normally do. That's what
Yes.
you
Well,
would do.
and since Councilman Barrera made that motion.
Right.
then if you want to continue to push that.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Okay.
I agree.
I mean, if the motion fails, then obviously we know where it's going to go anyway. I just want to give the opportunity. That's it. And I'm not trying to do any procedure. I just think it's important because obviously some of us have been frustrated with leadership, that the other individuals at least have the opportunity that we know that they're being included in the process. And then I'm not trying to do anything underhanded or whatever. That's it. Or undermining, I should use a term.
Well, let's
Okay.
go and take the roll call. If it
All right.
doesn't go
So
through,
for
then we'll go the
passage
other way.
of the motion to go into nominations, Councilmembers Hernandez,
No.
Hunter? This is
Motion-
just,
This is for the first motion?
yes, this is just to
No.
go straight into nominations. Okay. Klein?
Yes.
Husley?
No.
Roy? No. Suckley?
No.
Barrera?
Yes.
Campos?
No.
Mayor Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, so the motion fails.
Okay. So now we move forward.
With the motion,
We-
entertaining
He
other
had made
motions.
another, he had made a motion.
I
Yes.
made a motion to
Was there a
reappoint David
second?
Engel for the Port Commission.
Was there a second? You
Mr. Hunter
seconded.
did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to take a roll call on the motion to reappoint Mr. Engel. Councilmember Hernandez?
Aye.
Hunter?
Aye.
Klein?
No.
Husley?
Aye.
Roy? Aye. Suckley?
Aye.
Barrera?
No.
Campos?
No.
Mayor Guajardo?
No.
Okay, so that motion passes.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, that takes us to our consent agenda, items 6 through 25. And let's see, we've got some items I'm going to go ahead and pull for Councilman Klein. I'm going to read those out in case anyone else has any of those in line. Numbers 5 will be pulled, number 7, number 8, 23, 25, and 31. Are there any additional items that would like to be pulled? Anyone would like to be pulled?
Can you please pull 18? And I will
Number
be
18?
recusing from that vote.
You're recusing? Number 18, Councilman Suckley is recusing. Rebecca? Okay. Anything else?
16, and let's see, I have 16, 21, and 25. I didn't hear your other.
25 is in, so we'll put 16 and 21. And 25 is already pulled. Anyone else like to pull any other items? Okay. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exceptions of items number 5, 7, 8, 23, 25, 31, 18, 16, and 21.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So let's start with item number, okay, well, Councilman, item number 5.
Yeah.
Oh, did I skip over that?
You did, you
I'm
just,
so
you included
sorry.
it in the consent, but it is an individual briefing item.
Okay, would you like
Yes.
to do that?
Yeah, we're gonna have
do
Mike
that now.
Murphy come up
I'm
first while the
sorry.
council's nice
So
and
we'll
fresh.
do the briefing and then we'll pull the items. Thank you.
Murphy, let's go. 16.
Mayor, real quick, but a question. I know
I'm
we
sorry.
voted on the consent agenda, but I just wanted to ask a question that I asked to, did we voted on the consent?
We voted on consent.
There was an item on 21 that, on the lift fund, I just wanted, we'd provided them loans, and I just want to know if we got that paid back or not.
Yeah,
Oh,
we pulled 21.
I'm sorry. I was,
Yeah, we did.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy. Councilman, can you turn your light off, please?
Ready?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, Council. The item we're bringing forward to you today, and this is not for a vote, this is just a council briefing, and I've met with several of you so far regarding this particular document, but this is just the first step. Like the city manager was talking about, that we're going to move forward into a vote, a possible vote on the 14th. We're bringing it to a vote, and between now and then, we do want to entertain comments and suggestions, and obviously give the council a chance to look over the red line version of the document that we're presenting today. So this is a drought contingency and water conservation initiative that we're looking at right now. So we've got the brief overview. Oh, I guess I've got control of that. Okay. All right, so we're going to be looking at water sources, recharge zones, the drought contingency plan itself, proposed and recommended changes, and then the update on the water conservation 365 plan. So you saw this last week, or a little bit of this last week, about our with our dashboard showing combined storage, and it currently is at 42. It shows 42.8. That was as of yesterday. Today it's 42.6. So over the course of the last several days, we've been hovering around 42 point something. Like yesterday, it was 42.6. The day before, it was 42.8. Today, it's back down, or 42.8. Today, it's back down to 42.6. So you can kind of see we're hovering in that area, which is good for us. But the small amount of rainfall we've had over the course of the last few days really have made no contributable impact to our water sources. So just quickly go over our water sources, reminding everybody that this is where we get our water from. Last year we produced, or we averaged, about 80 million gallons a day of water that we treated and delivered. I think our peak flow last year was somewhere around 126 million gallons in one day. But typically the average will level out around between 80 and 90 million gallons a day. The surface water sources, Lake Texana, which is transported through the Mary Road pipeline, Phase 1, Colorado River, Mary Road Pipeline Phase 2, and then the Oasis River, which is Choke Canyon Reservoir and Lake Corpus Christi. Okay, so we put together a sort of presentation comparing apples to apples in our reservoirs. And in this visualization, we have the size of the supply. As in senior water right holder in the Oasis River, we have the entire apple in the Oasis River, and it kind of gives you. And we're talking in acre feet, and if you want a conversion of acre foot to gallons, that's about 325,000 gallons per acre foot is an easy conversion number there. We own and contract amount at Lake Texana through the Mary Road Pipeline, what is available, and we just received word from the Lavaca Navidad River Authority that they are going to make available to us an additional 4,500 acre feet from that water source. And so that's definitely going to help us as we work through the whole permanganate issue. We own a run of the river rights to the Colorado River through the Mary Road Pipeline Phase 2, also when it's available. And just quickly, just a little brief weather forecast. So obviously the need for rain is getting more critical as we get into the summer or spring and summer months. The National Weather Service and NOAA has predicted that it's going to be a hot, dry quarter as we go into those two seasons. So we're definitely taking a hard look at the effectiveness of our current drought contingency plan, and we would like to put more things in the plan that gives us a little bit better operating ability over that. So you can see from the map that I've got up here, you can see our major watersheds, which is the Oasis River, the Frio River, and then the Lavaca Navidad watershed. Now, these are our zones of replenishment, and this is where we really need the rainfall. And you can see from the next slide that if you look at the Corpus Christi area, we can all kind of pinpoint that. It looks like the city of Corpus Christi proper is not in a drought, which is accurate. But where we get our water from, our watershed and our water replenishment zones, these areas are in a drought. They're in 4 different stages. The one of no water, or no, that's not right. Was that for drought?
Yes, abnormally dry, and then you have moderate and severe.
I'm sorry.
And so, as you can see, the West is getting worse and worse. I mean, this is the practicality of the situation that we find ourselves in. We're near the desert, Wild Horse Desert. It's going to get, as we move to the spring, hopefully we'll get more and more rain. But currently, the situation as over San Antonio is growing. With this cold front, I am trying to be positive, but this is the situation that we find ourselves in, the truth.
Okay, so the categories I was trying to track down on my notes is the city of Corpus Christi is proper. You can see from this ongoing drought in Texas, it's considered no drought. But then you start going up into our replenishment zones and our watershed, abnormally dry, moderate, and extreme, like Esteban is saying. So our drought contingency plan. As we get into this, the city of Corpus Christi was the first in Texas to create a drought contingency plan in 1986. In 2018, the city council updated this particular document. The short-term water security planning document used during times of drought and water shortages is this drought contingency plan, triggered when combined reservoirs capacities fall below certain levels, or in the event emergency, ensuring the residents have enough water to make it through the drought. And so there's, the list of emergencies, we tried to cover those when we were updating this document. It could range from tornado, hurricane, it could range from water contamination, you can imagine. And only at those particular times in sort of a catastrophic event would we trigger emergency drought restrictions. Water restrictions are part of the drought contingency plan. It's updated every 5 years or as needed. And I think there was a comment of one of the citizens who were talking about the last date, that we've got it actually in the document that states that it was October of 2022. Well, that's just a placeholder. Obviously, that's not the date that we've had the public meeting or the public briefing. That was just when we started this document. We thought that that would be a good time to put in there. But the date will be changed as we go into the final document, and that will most likely have February 14th, I think, was our next scheduled meeting, when council votes on that, or hopefully will approve it. So revising the drought contingency plan. This is actually a living document, a dynamic document designed to change with our resources, supply and demand. It includes lessons learned from previous droughts as well as the current ongoing drought. It is designed to work in hand, in tandem, with our water conservation plan, and the plan that we're going to unveil today is how to enforce that plan in our Water Conservation 365. So as we get into the document itself, and you've all, this has been part of the attachment to this particular presentation, and what we're wanting to do first is to add a voluntary stage, a water called Water Watch. The Water Watch will be triggered when the combined capacity of Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon fall below 50%, or when Lake Texana falls below 40%. This allows for heightened communication around conservation. And this was something that we discussed amongst ourselves and with with the former council about what we could do in advance of a pending drought. You know, when it looks inevitable, and we're getting reports from the National Weather Service that this gives us the ability to enter into this water shortage watch, which would trigger voluntary action by our citizens and by our businesses throughout the 7-county region.
Mayor, can I ask a
And then
question?
surcharges, we're restructuring the
I'm sorry.
optional surcharges.
I'm sorry, so why would, I mean, what precludes us from having a heightened communication period instead of when we get to 50%?
That's our attempt to make sure it's documented. It is in the plan. We're following the plan. Once upon a time, it was there, and then through discussions and modifications, it was taken out. We're going to go back to that. We want a communication. We want to be able to start ahead of time, because a lot of the communication takes a while before people start doing something.
And
so we are just making it bold in the plan that there is that stage or watch. That's why we're not calling it a watch. We're calling it, or excuse me, a stage. We're calling it a watch.
I get you there. I just think it's going to take a generation to get individuals to understand. It's like, you know, I think one of the individuals that spoke earlier about us being more transparent, you know, I made a comment about Cindy's, my wife's granddaughter, just turning on the water and walking away to brush her teeth, and it was all over the place. And I said, "Hey, whoa, whoa!" And she accused me of shaming people for wanting to brush their teeth. And but my thing is that she picked up that habit from her parents, and so that's why I'm saying I don't think it needs to be exclusive. It's a generation of, we have best practices. This is what we're going to follow. We teach it in schools. We teach it in, you know, whatever the case is. We have it here with neighborhood services, whatever the case is. I think if you tie it to an event, then people think that, okay, oh my goodness, my hair's on fire all of a sudden. It's not that. It's that this is a worldwide problem. It's a worldwide problem for us to say. I mean, it's a pleasure of the council. I can just tell you that I know I conveyed that we should always, when I use that analogy, that we should always be conserving.
Right.
You know.
And you're exactly right, Councilman, and we will get into that when we talk about our our water conservation plan. But this past summer, one of the things that council asked us to do is not just when we're in a drought, is preparing as we know it's coming. Let's start getting that information out sooner, and that's what this is going to allow. And we could still do that, and it's going to show up in our drought conservation plan.
Go ahead. I'll get off your.
Thank you.
Get off.
And then we'll be talking about some of the changes in restructuring the optional surcharges. And when I say optional, the city manager has the ability to recommend surcharges regardless of who, it's across the board. It's residential, commercial, small business, all the way up into industrial, who are not participating in the current surcharge program.
And I'm sorry to interrupt again. And you know, the same thing. There were comments said today that with regard to, I'm sorry. There were comments made today, once again, during public comment, about how industry is not required. However, industry, I think there just needs to be some level that, you know, industry is improving their technology all the time. They're probably the strongest water conservator, whatever, you get my point.
Conservation.
Conservators, yes, sir. They're probably one of the best water conservators that we have in the community because they understand the importance and they're our partners in this. And I don't think that the public understands enough, at least to that group in particular. And then we just need to convey it to those individuals so that way they understand that they're being partners. And if they're not, then that's when we call them out for it.
Yeah, right. This was done, I'm not sure how many years ago that the drought surcharge went into effect. Maybe Esteban knows, but.
October of 18.
Of when?
18.
18. So, yeah, so it is actually, they pay that penalty. They pay it in advance.
I know that. I know
it's
that.
voluntary.
I agree. That's not what I'm talking about. I understand. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the thing is that, you know, the public needs to know. Number one, what happens is it all gets lumped in. It gets politicized.
Yeah.
All right. And you know, what is it? It gets politicized, and then it gets embellished.
Right.
And it goes both ways, right or left, whichever side you stand on. It's just, I'm going to argue this point to my narrative so that way I can prove my point. Well, that's not the way it should run. We need you guys is to be transparent, to say,
Right.
This is what industry does, this is what they're doing to conserve, and right now the public doesn't know that.
Right.
I understand. I've been a big champion of the 25-cent church surcharge, the voluntary surcharge. I've been trying to communicate that out because I say they're paying the money already. So all I'm asking is that, and I'm going to try and not interrupt again, but all I'm asking is that we need to do a good enough job to ensure that it's communicated what they're doing to conserve water. And if they aren't, then those are the ones that we need to go after. All right, I'm going to try and shut up.
Appreciate it. Those good comments. And we're trying to be, I mean, it's in our website, everything that I'm going over here is our drought contingency plan is all in our website, and it has backup information to show how surcharges could be implemented. Like I was saying, the city manager can make recommendations, but only the city council can approve us to move forward with surcharges. And historically speaking, it's never happened. And we were trying to find out in the state of Texas, when was the last time somebody actually implemented a drought surcharge other than the voluntary ones that we're currently administering. And we found something, maybe San Antonio, like or Austin in 1980s, but it's been that long. Corpus Christi has never implemented surcharges as a result of a drought. So, but we couldn't do that. We can make recommendations, but it's the council who would have final say and what that would look like, how much it is. We laid out a sort of a matrix of what it could look like if we chose to do so, like the allocation of water before you would actually implement a surcharge. But I know there was a lot of comments about surcharge. We would not do that. We have never done that without council authority or approval first.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. Speaking of surcharges, in your drought contingency plan, there's an optional surcharge that starts in stage 2 that is up to 100% of their water bill, but it only applies to residents.
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't this be something that applied to all water users?
Well, like we said, there are certain large volume users are already paying that. If you're not part of that
there's a difference between 100% and 25 cents. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I understand it's up to 100%, mm-hmm. and it doesn't have to be because it's optional, mm-hmm. but that's a very big difference between, you know, if you're paying, where the residential charge is what, $5.78 or 86 cents, and then you double that If it's approved by council, it's an optional item.
Right.
But it's only to residents. So if you're only talking about a 25-cent surcharge, that is not, trust me, that's not up to 100%. Why wouldn't you include something like that?
Well, right
for
now,
everybody?
it's all the time. It's not during a drought.
No, I get it.
I'm trying to,
I
if
get
I
it.
can just kind of get to your point there. What they're paying right now is outside of what anybody else is paying right now. Like I said, we have not enacted surcharge penalties on anybody. And like I said, that wouldn't come from us, that would come from you. And what that structure looks like would also come from you. All we would do is make recommendations. And if it is your recommendation to change that as part of this drought contingency plan, you have it. But right now, industry is paying that
Right.
100% of the time, every day.
So at some point in the past, I recall there was like a 5-cent drought surcharge for residents, right? Did we have that? It was never in place?
5 cents?
They're
You're,
in there
you're
as
talking
possible.
about the water supply development fund. That's the nickel. If that's what you're referring to.
Right, so that's not on the
That
bill.
every customer, large, small, industry.
That's not on the bill, though.
That's on your bill.
Is that part of the raw water?
Yes.
So that's like 90-some cents.
But that nickel, what
But
you're
it's a part of it.
describing, is a part
Okay,
of
it's
that.
not
But that-
highlighted in there.
No, but that's something totally different. That's to help with development of a raw water supply. So I can use that to develop groundwater, surface water supplies, desal. That is a fund that has been there since, I started in 17. That was there a long time before that.
Okay, so,
that's
we
totally
are
different
paying a
than this.
surcharge. The raw water aspect of it, it's not
So
included.
they pay 25 cents plus that. If you want to talk about just the industrial, they pay a nickel and they pay 25 cents. So
So what you-
reality, they probably pay 30 cents.
So basically, we'd have to do a calculation of what their actual surcharge is when we implement a surcharge.
Surcharge is the 25 cents. You're mixing both together to try to get to it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So if you're charging 25 cents all the time for every year, for every bill, you would have to kind of do a calculation of what that looks like for when you're in a drought and you want to do a surcharge, the optional surcharge, right? So you can kind of give
if you're starting the surcharge when you get to a certain level.
Right.
Yes, but that's not what we do. They pay a voluntary surcharge right now.
I got you.
Drought exemption surcharge. That's the thing. It's a drought exemption surcharge. So they're
Okay,
paying
that was
for it.
never how it was sold.
It's in here.
I get it, but it was a
from the very
drought
beginning.
a drought resistant surcharge or what is it? An alternative water supply surcharge is how it was told to everybody for industry.
We're talking about industry.
Right.
And
But what you're saying is something different.
No, you're
saying
here
a
with
drought
Dan
exemption
McDewitt.
surcharge.
Councilman, you've got to let him finish. Finish your statement, and then you can come back with another one, Gil. Let's work on it. We got to hear what he has to say.
That drought exemption surcharge was discussed with the councils back in 2018. Through that entire year, we developed it, we presented it. It was a drought.
Started
Well, the discussions and yes. So I got here at the beginning of 17. It was already in discussion. It worked through the entire process, worked through councils in the past. It became reality in 2018 with new development of industrial growth. It added approximately, right now, on average, we're making probably about $5 million a year on it to a pool of $150 million that can be drawn down to be used on any supply. So if I want a raw water supply or a development of a new water supply, and so I got to be careful when I say it, but it's in there. It's part of the DCP. It's written. It's explained. We went with working with Miles and the entire group. We had multiple meetings. It started in those years.
Okay. So I guess there's a misunderstanding on my part. Shame on me. I always thought it was an alternative water supply surcharge, not a drought exemption surcharge. So that, shame on me for not reading that directly. So I would ask that you utilize your terminology in the future, saying it's a drought exemption surcharge for alternative water supply, not just an alternative water supply surcharge.
I'll get the word out. Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll add that to changes. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Then-
and I'll reserve my other questions for after you continue.
Okay. Councilwoman Campos, did you have a question?
Well, I wanted to comment about what Councilman Barrera was saying about the industry. We know for sure, I think you said that they have the utmost high standards for solving or having conservation. We don't know that. That's what we're here. We don't know what industry does for conservation. And that's what we want to introduce as part of the edits, and I think as part of public comment. That's what we don't have. So I just wanted to make sure that the public knows that we don't know what the conservation plans are from industry, and that's what we want.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so that, plus administrative changes and cleanups, housekeeping items that we're putting in this document, you'll see those red line, like the one about the public briefing showing October of '22. That date actually is going to change to current date on that one. So we'll get in there. And then also, just some minor changes as far as titles and things like that. So proposed changes to stage one. I guess the biggest one in stage one is what we're going to eliminate any type of watering. Our recommendation is to eliminate any type of watering of your lawn between the hours of 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. Right now, we're allowing you to use a hose or something with kind of a shut-off valve on the end of your water hose or something like that. And, you know, it is our recommendation that we just eliminate that. A lot of cities have gone to that in Texas, that it really is just a waste of water because it's so hot. The water evaporates quicker than it could actually provide benefit to whatever it is you're watering, whether it's trees, plants, or whatever. You can still do that, but just outside of those areas. So we're going to make that recommendation in stage one. Stage two is currently triggered when the capacity of Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon fall to 30% or less. What we're proposing, and we enacted that this past summer, we just never did get to it, but we raised that level to 35%. We got to 35.2 or 35.3, but we never did get below 35, but we were prepared to go into a press briefing and say that, and we got approval from council to do that. So we want to make it permanent in this document that gives the city manager the ability, once the water levels hit 35%, that we enter stage two.
And let me just add that it would be in consultation with the city council, and that's what the document says. So the city manager's not just going to declare something. Rather, I would have to get support amongst the council, amongst the body, some type of majority to declare that stage two.
Thank you, Peter. And the other one is irrigation of landscaped areas, whether in an irrigation system or a handheld method or a drip irrigation system, shall be limited to once every other week.
Okay. Councilman Presley, did you want to make comment now? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I want to go back a little bit because we skipped over it, but I want to go back to the comments that Councilman Barrera was making about, you know, education of the public. And you all know, Peter, I've been screaming about this and stomping my feet about this forever. And if I hear one more person say that's on our website, I'm going to stand up in this room and physically scream. Just because it's on our website doesn't mean people go to the website and read it. We have to educate the public by the means at which public receives information now. And they receive it through the media, they receive it through social media. Hardly anybody goes and looks at a website unless they're looking for some specific piece of information. So we have to do a better job of that and getting out the information. I also want to say that in our first go around of this, where we were punishing people for running their sprinkler systems on days where they shouldn't, I now fully admit that was a mistake, that we were punishing people with $500 fines right off the bat. Everyone deserves a warning. Even the police department gives a warning. And so I've had more people angry about that than anything. And we should have taken the time to, if we would have better educated people and let them know what was going to happen with respect to sprinkler systems, and maybe people would have stood up and noticed that their sprinkler system has the ability to run multiple times on different types of days and zones. So I'm going to be looking at this plan very closely to see if how we're going to, and I don't know any other word to use, but punish people, and how that's going to be handled, because I don't think we ought to be using this as a punishment tool. This has to be an education tool. And
I appreciate that, Councilman.
And I'm support you guys 100%. You know that.
Yes, sir.
And
Sir,
so
I do know that.
I work very hard to help you guys get to where you want to try to be. But, and I'm like Councilman Hernandez. I just now, with what y'all just said, learned that the extra amount that industry pays is a drought exemption and not for necessarily, I always understood it was for alternative water sources.
That's what the water
That's what
is
you can
used
use
for.
it for.
Yeah.
So the funds can be used on what you're
Well,
describing.
that's what you're going to use the money for, but
Yes.
but on a go-forward basis, what the public wants to know is, okay, we're going to do our share, and what's industry going to do? And I will tell you, industry has done a lot. Industry over the years has done
sir.
many things. And Councilman, if you quit interrupting me, I would appreciate it. I don't interrupt you when you're talking. Okay. Sorry, Mayor, I had some notes here I wanted to.
Okay, I was gonna say.
The industry implemented major retrofitting of their equipment years ago to help with water conservation. Each refinery has a drought contingency plan. Have we visited with industry to see what those plans are?
Right, we are. We're in the process of doing that as part of this document. I think we've met with 3 of them, but our plan is to meet with every single one of them individually as we
Okay.
go forward
Then
with
that
this.
should be in any document that we put out on our website or social media or anything else. We should let the public know what industry is doing, not just what they're doing.
Right.
Because we get all this false information, all these false accusations all the time about what industry does or doesn't do. And so it's time we cleared that up. You know, I've heard forever since I've been here, industry uses 80% of our water. Well, that's not true.
Not true. No, you're right.
But if you stop anybody on the street and ask them, that's what they'll tell you, because we haven't told them anything different.
Right.
And just to your first point about we did have a 5-week warning period where we were writing warning citations, and we did an extensive public outreach to let people know that this was the last week, this is the last day before we start writing citations. So I appreciate your comment, but we'll codify in this document that that's part of the public outreach. And as far as what Councilman Barrera was saying, we do have a plan. We're going to go over that. That's why we've got this Water Conservation 365. It's not just our website, and that's why I invited our strategic business manager, Adriana Escamilla, here, and she's going to go through that, and she and I will go that together. And then we also handed a document about our public outreach for this coming year, which includes hiring 2 additional, and I'm getting ahead of myself, but let me get there, and then we'll address your issues there.
Thank
Okay?
you. Esteban, you were going to comment.
Because I want to comment on the plan with starting at a stage 1 watch does exactly what you're wanting us to do in the DCP, the drought contingency plan. Get that communication out, get that warnings out, get the people moving, get the people looking at what's going on. I'm going to come to y'all and say, I need y'all support to get out there because we're in a situation where we could get worse, but we don't know. So starting the stage 1, what we're recommending as a watch will help. So it'll get to your points that you made earlier. So I support that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Campos?
Thank you, Mayor. And just to get back again, you know, I thought we were just right now listening to your presentation, and I guess I thought we were going to do the recommendations, but it seems like we're inputting our recommendations now. One of the things that I wanted to make sure, and you did mention that you've met with 3 of the plant managers, or have you met with the plant managers?
The plant manager is one of the people, but they usually bring a staff of individuals with them, from the person who manages the plant to the chief operations officers or the public relations.
Okay, so my question is, I would like for the city council to be able to meet with those plant managers and see exactly what those drought contingency or conservation plans are. We have how many plants that are customers, that are industrial customers?
Are you talking about those that take over 100,000 gallons per day?
Yes.
Is that the
Yes.
group that you're talking about?
Yes,
I
how
think
many?
what they're-
About 7 to 8 of the large volumes that pay into the surcharge.
Okay, so
Companies.
we need to meet with those, and we also don't, we also sell our water, of course. Is that including the San Patricio?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't know, do we know what their conservation plan is?
Their conservation plan, SANFAD, needs to follow our conservation plan and drought contingency plans, because that's what's based into their wholesale contract.
Okay.
So
So it is in there,
they follow-
it is in our contract, it is in our
Yes, they
contingent,
follow-
because it's not presented here.
No, it wouldn't be.
It's
So
it's
they
in the
follow our
document
plan.
under wholesale users. San Patricio is considered a wholesale user.
Uh-huh.
And the wholesale user, which is San Patricio and all the cities that they provide water to, must fall underneath our drought contingency and water conservation.
But can I just clarify, but it's not, we can't mandate it, because we can't enforce their local laws and ordinances. That's what I understood from you all. Like, we can't, it's recommended.
Conservation, but drought, yes.
The drought contingency?
Yes. The
Okay.
drought, yes, we can enforce, because that's in the contract.
Okay.
But like we heard, I think what you're referring to is when we met all of those agencies, some of them don't have the resources that we have. Remember that conversation in Portland that we had, because we brought them all into one room this past summer because the drought was looking very dire. Some of these smaller cities did not have the resources to make sure that people are adhering to the policy, and they're having to rely on, on them volunteering to do enforce the restrictions.
Okay.
So that is a challenge, but it is part of the document.
But
It's part
again,
of-
I just want to reiterate that I think it's important that we do meet with those plant managers, because it's just starting out. As a matter of fact, the conversation just started, just a few months ago. Is that correct? About meeting with the plant managers and what their conservation plans are?
Yeah. So our meetings with the freeze that we had, what was it, 6 weeks ago now, 4 weeks ago now, it showed a weakness in our system because of the way that the message got out about certain things on how to address the freeze. And so that initiated us going back and looking at what was their water conservation plan, not just during a freeze event, but for the entire year. So that's where we're at with those folks.
So we will be meeting with them.
Absolutely.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
Let's make sure we're clear on that. So we'll meet with them first. So the council has to decide, do you want them to come here? We can request that they come here to a council meeting. Is that what we're saying?
That's what I'm requesting.
Okay, we have to see if the body wants to do that, though, so we'll have to get some direction from the full council. We're going to meet with them. We meet with them.
Why wouldn't it be, and I'm not opposed to that, but why not just share
Well, to hear directly from.
Oh, Councilwoman, let me finish. If they should have one of these, I would imagine.
They do.
So let's just distribute one to everybody, and then let's look at it. And if we want to have questions, or we want to discuss it further, because I'd like to read something. I'd like to see, okay, what is each one of, but it's not just about me, but I'd like to see what is their plan, just like ours. And then I think at that point, if you're amenable to it, if we need more discussion on it, we can move forward on that path. But I'd really like to have something. I'm certain they
They've
would
got
have
it.
this,
We've
correct?
met with Bob Paulson. Everybody in the room knows Bob. He's distributed that. He's actually looking at the same document. I talked to him, when was I here last? Wednesday last week.
But I mean,
Bob
what,
There's
There he
Bob
is.
back there in the back.
Hey, Bob.
So I think I don't mean to volunteer Bob to do this, but let us work with him because he represents this whole consortium of large volume users and come back to you with that one voice and maybe that would be acceptable.
Well, I think the councilwoman is asking specifically, what are the conservation plans for each
Yes,
of the large volume users?
Yes, ma'am.
So I would
I
imagine
understand
they
that.
each have one, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think what I'm saying is let him gather that information.
Right. Okay, so we're clear on that.
Right, I just want to be clear, because Murphy's saying, yes, we'll bring him in, but so let's do that if the council's okay with it, the body, which is, we'll get physical copies of the plans, give them to the council for your review along with us. Then if you want to bring people
Right.
in, that could be step 2. But I just don't want to say yes, and then we don't bring him in, then you're like, hey, we asked to bring him in, where are they?
No, that's what I
yeah.
just said, was
Right.
let's go get the plans first.
That's what we're gonna do.
I will accept that.
Okay, great. So we're clear.
Okay, good. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's move
Absolutely.
on. Councilman, are you done? You have any other questions, comments? No. Councilman Hunter?
Thank you. So I agree with a lot of the stuff that's been said. I'm not going to bring any of that up, but I just paint you a picture, and this has happened probably 5 or 6 times this week. I've had sweet old young lady who has come up, and she had a $500 fine on her water bill. It was her neighbor's sprinkler that was going off, and it looks like they share the same yard.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of weird scenarios that happen like that. And these people, they can't afford $500. If I was jumped with $500 on one of these things, I don't know, I'd probably be selling some boats to,
Well, yes, sir. I understand that, and it's covered the gamut since we started the citation program. They have the ability to go before the municipal court judge and plead their
yeah,
case.
and I'm on the municipal court committee. I'm sorry. This is probably our fault, but we need to make a step to fixing it because it is very bad. It is very bad, and families are really hurting from this. It's not a small thing. Councilman Pussy brought it up earlier. It is really, really tough on these people. So whatever we can do, and it is probably our job on the municipal court committee, which I haven't been as helpful with, but I will talk to them.
You're very helpful, sir.
Thank you.
I
But
appreciate
we need to
that.
fix that. So if y'all are willing to work with us in the near future on that, I think that we could really help some of the families that are
Okay,
hurting.
I think we'll probably have to get with legal to find out what the extent of our ability, from our staff. I don't have the ability to control the fines assessed, though that would have to come probably from this body. I don't.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out the $500 is I believe that's the maximum fine. That doesn't mean that's the fine.
Yeah, but not one of them have received anything under than the $500 fine.
No,
That was-
but once they go to court, and I've heard the opposite, that the judges are very much willing and working, because I've had a few where it was like, oh, it wasn't my fault, or I didn't know, or whatever the story. And they worked with them, and it was nowhere near 500. 500 is up to, but that doesn't mean 500 hasn't been, slapped on people. I mean, I don't know, but I'm saying maybe, to your point, we look to see how have those court proceedings or hearings been handled? How many 500s have really been
Yeah,
issued? How
right.
many are really worked with? I think I don't know, because I've not
I
received a
don't
ticket
know that.
myself, but I don't.
We can, right.
My understanding is they were being very accommodating to, working with people. But I have no idea. We need to see data on that.
We can
And
do that.
just
We'll develop for the council a warning system of sorts, so I
That'd
don't
be
know if
great.
it's like 2 warnings, 1 warning, because we can track everything in a
Yeah,
database,
wrist
right?
slap
So
first.
you give the same address, 1 warning or 2, and then the fine. But I would say that today, there's fewer people surveilling from the city staff, water users that may be violating the ordinance. Code compliance is no longer issuing tickets unless there's an egregious case. They were doing some
Great.
proactive work, but they're focused on other code compliance issues. So really, it's just a team of how many people, Esteban? 2?
About 3 to 4.
So 4 people for, 500,000 customers.
And I
It's
understand
really
that
not a
y'all-
big force out there looking
Sure.
to cite tickets. Yeah.
And I know that y'all understand this and y'all are trying, and y'all mentioned that you were going to. I'm just
Yeah, we
trying
hear
to
the
propose
council.
urgency, but
Right.
one of them has a $1,050 ticket.
Really?
Because they were out of town when they got the ticket, and because they didn't show up at court, it's $500 extra.
Yeah, well, that can
And it's
happen.
immediate.
Yeah,
But if they're out of the country, what are you supposed to do? So, I mean,
right.
that's
Okay.
kind of the rare obstacles that we've run into.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, thank you. I just want to, you know, I know, and I was the one that brought it up, about getting the information from industry. You know, we have a contractual arrangement with them. I don't, obviously, you know, having Bob come up here before us just to kind of give us an update and for you to talk about it. I just don't want the council to feel like we're going to have, you know, all the high-volume water users up here, obviously, you know. So we just want to ensure that you guys do the work. You guys put the deal together, you work with Bob and all the high-volume water users. I just want to make that to be clear that we're not going to have industry come up and be upfront, that's all. I mean, obviously, that we want some accountability, and the public wants some accountability, and therefore, we want some as well. So that's all. I don't, when I hear we want them all to be here, it's having one representative and you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
We'll work on that. I think I understand what the councilwoman is asking and what the rest of the council is asking for. And we do meet regularly. We meet on a quarterly basis with all of the large volume users. And that's a very productive meeting. And as long as we don't have a quorum there, you're welcome to
Yeah,
attend those.
well, I'm well aware of your meetings. I have confidence, and obviously, I talk to industry. You know, perhaps you can visit with the council members that would like, you know, I've obviously been engaged, so obviously you can visit with the council members that have questions or have concerns, so that way you could ease their minds and they could understand the process.
Okay.
And I would reach out to them, so that way they, I mean, just not trailhead.
No, I appreciate that, and we're in that process, so.
Okay, we're not done.
Okay, we're ready to move on?
Councilman Hernandez.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to agree with something that Councilman Hunter had mentioned about a step in the process, because there were many occasions where a resident was cited incorrectly, right? In my district, I had people that had septic tanks that their sprinklers were going off and they put their sprinklers in the front yard, and they were fined or they were cited for having it. There should be a step to say they were fined incorrectly, as opposed to having them go to municipal court, waste an entire day going through the process of the court, because, you know, we can't, you know, fix a mistake that one of our code enforcement people made, or your utility code enforcement people made, right?
So we're working on that, and that happened, we learned that lesson early on in the process, where it was a neighborhood that was mostly septic systems, where they were using
They're all septic systems.
reusing water. And so we did make that change to our code enforcement officers, that this particular neighborhood, these houses are all exempt. But in the drought contingency plan and deeper into the document, it does say that if you have a septic system, you're supposed to call and request a variance, and we'll give you a placard to post on your fence or your door or something like that, so we don't go and ticket you. But we did learn that lesson early on, and we tried to adjust that as best we could.
So in the scenario he gave, where they were cited for neighbors, one, how do you address that?
Well, so this really has to be addressed through the court system, because our officers will go out and they don't know. I mean, all they can do is what they see, and then they issue a citation, and you have the ability to, and I know it's a pain to do this, unless you catch it quick enough and call us and say, this is what happened, we really can't do anything about it. Once it enters the municipal court system, it's in the system. We can't go pull it.
Well, the reason I say that is because you have a certain amount of time before you shut off the water, right? Or is it 2 months?
Shut off the water?
We're not shutting off your
If
water.
you go for non-payment, if somebody doesn't pay their water
No,
bill or can't, because generally people's water bills are less than $100, maybe.
Again, this is not shutting off your water.
I don't believe we shut anybody
part of-
Okay, but if
you're-
the fine
you're
is on
trying
the
to
utility bill,
connect that together.
is the fine go on the utility bill?
No.
No.
This is
So
a
what is he
municipal
referring to?
court. This is a municipal fine. It goes to the general fund. I mean,
Right,
Miles can talk
that's why
about.
we
So
gotta
it
make-
doesn't go on the utility bill?
It does not go on the utility bill. We got to make sure people get information. The fines
Okay,
don't go
so
on.
I asked that question because Councilman Hunter brought that up.
No,
If it
well, he
was
can
going
ask
on
him
the
when he comes
utility
back
bill-
in, but they don't go on, it's a municipal court fine. You don't assign them to
Okay.
your water utility bill.
Okay.
Okay, but we do have a step. If that's the case, I mean, there's no step for, if there's a mistake made. You have
No,
to go to
there
municipal
is
court.
a complete step. There is an investigation. There is a look at the situation. Me and my team, Mike has said, we've identified these places at the beginning where we didn't know, and some of them even get really crazy where the front yard is connected to a septic, the backyard is connected to septic, but the front yard is connected to irrigation system. We don't know that. That's why there's an investigation. There's
There
an
should be,
opportunity
the color of the head, of the sprinkler head should be different for a septic system.
Again, that's perfect. You as the homeowner can show us that because we're trying to take those pictures. We're trying to do. Our investigators are doing their best to identify what the situation. Over time, we have identified these areas, and we're doing a better job on it.
Okay. And one other question. In the drought contingency plan, you have a large volume industrial customer, but there's a difference between that and someone like the San Patricio Municipal Water District. They're a large water user, large volume water user, right? Do they pay the 25-cent surcharge?
Yes, the customers that Sandpat that are large volume users, Sandpat gives us those funds. Yes.
Okay, so
Sandpat is
Sandpat
paying
themselves does not.
Well, it comes from Sandpat, but if you're trickling the pennies down, those people pay Sandpat, then Sandpat pays
Let's
us.
kind of back into that a little bit.
Right, but the
So-
agency, what the councilman's asking is the water agency doesn't pay us a surcharge, right? The agency itself?
San Patricio.
San Patricio pays us, if that's the question.
The water agency or the customer that the water agency serves?
Let me see.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
let me try to
question.
clarify this because there's a couple of different things. The large volume users that are inside that are paying that surcharge directly to us are our customers. They're our customers.
Right.
San Patricio is a wholesale user. San Patricio is our customer. Like GCGV, Exxon, they're San Patricio's customer. So what's happening is GCGV is paying a surcharge fee to San Patricio, and that is funneled directly back to us.
So we're not charging San Patricio Municipal Water District. They're charging their large industrial users.
We're charging San Patricio, and they're collecting the money as a pass-through back to us.
I
You
get
follow
that,
that?
but the entity as a whole is not paying the 25-cent surcharge.
So does San Patricio have any other users besides large volume users?
They
Do they have
absolutely do.
residential
They have
users?
residential, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so do they pay that
No.
penalty?
No.
Okay, I think that's what he's
That's
asking.
what I'm asking,
Okay.
right? So I was going to
I'm
say.
sorry, I thought I was trying to answer your question, but, so the residential,
no,
no,
they
it's
don't pay.
just like residential here. It's just like residential here.
Okay,
But they're
that-
large volume customers
The
funnel
only
that
thing
money
you're
back.
passing through from San Patricio.
It's just a pass-through cost,
Is for
exactly.
the large industrial users who are paying this.
Who have volunteered,
drought.
volunteered to pay it.
Okay, so the question I asked there on that one is because we had that question of which are the large industrial users, because we don't service them all. San Patricio services several of them, right? So what are the actual percentage of the water consumption for entire area as large industrial users between us and San Patricio? We don't break that out for them, right? They have that. Right?
In determining how much large volume users are using versus everybody else, we did break that out, so we'll just go back, we'll revisit that number with Brian Williams, the manager at San Patricio. We'll get, if that's something you'd
Okay, well,
like to
that's,
see.
man, I've asked for that before
Yeah.
at a previous briefing.
Okay, we'll get that.
Okay, let's make sure we get that.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Let's make sure we get it, since
Yeah,
he's
okay.
asked for it before.
I don't know, we'll go back
Thank
to
you.
the office this afternoon and see if he's got it available.
Okay.
Okay,
It
thank you.
it should be fairly easy to break out, I would think, I'd say that. We'll talk to Brian and see.
Well,
how
I
easy it
I
is.
don't want to have the confusion between large users and large industrial users. Let's make sure, because there's a lot of percentages out there. Councilman Pusley said industry is using 80%. Well, I don't know that because I don't know what San Patricio's breakout is.
Well, in our model that we created, the 50, so it's sort of a 50-50 split. between large volume users and everybody else. We
Large volume users or large volume industrial users?
well, large volume users. So I'm not sure.
Yeah,
how to
because
break
San
out that.
Francisco Municipal Water District would be a
It's
large
large volume industrial
Right.
users.
But they
Large
have,
volume user is the same thing as when we say industrial user.
Right.
So you're confusing
no,
this.
no.
Okay.
Isn't San Patricio Municipal Water District a large volume water user?
Yeah,
They
but-
are, but they have industrial, wholesale, large volume
Correct.
users. So you're
But I don't know
using
what that
the word-
breakout is.
Right, no, we
That's what I'm
understand.
And
asking.
that's what
You're gonna
I
get the
think
we're going to
breakout.
say we're going to give you.
You're gonna
we
get
have
the
the
breakout.
Break all that
Understand
down.
what you're-
But
You understand what I'm
Yes,
asking?
sir, I
Okay.
understand exactly what you're
Yeah.
asking for. We'll get that to you.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Councilman Suckley.
First of all, I agree completely with Councilman Pusley and Councilman Hunter and some of their comments about the fines. My first week in council, I shared it with y'all. Island resident, never had any kind of problem and got 2 citations, one for watering outside the times, and secondly, I guess, for watering. Part of it was squirting on the driveway or something. But anyways, almost $1,000 back to $500. So, so where are those municipal fines, after they go down there and go through the process, those fines, where are those funds going? Are they, hopefully they're going into some sort of water conservation fund in the city?
So, no, I don't think they are. I think what happens is those fines pay for municipal court
No, excuse me,
charges.
they go to the general fund
go
to
to
pay
general
for general fund services. That's
Can
where
we
they go.
redirect those to a water conservation fund? It seems
We could-
appropriate.
Right, we could look into that.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, there's obviously, we've been doing this for an hour and 10 minutes now. There's a lot of facets here. We could probably talk about it for another 5 hours. But when we get a little further down the road and y'all come back with more information, would it be appropriate to set up some sort of council subcommittee that works with water staff to talk more about surcharges and figuring out what those proposals might look like going forward? I don't know. I can just see us talking about this for a lot of hours here rather than doing a lot of the
Right.
legwork behind the scenes with staff.
Right. I think it's something to take under consideration. However, I think every person on this dais would say, I want to be a part of that, which is the point to staff doing it, you having your time with staff at your convenience and when you can do that, and then all of us having a discussion. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm saying I would think everyone up here is going to say, I want to be on that, and then that's what the council, that's what we do. So something we can consider.
I would step aside.
Okay, so you're out. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll consider it, Councilman. Thank you. Yes, Councilman Klein.
Yeah, I think I've got just kind of a strange question, but I think it's pretty easily answered. Back in stage 1, you were talking about watering during the hours, what is it, 10 in the morning till 6 p.m. by any means. I think is the language, by any means. So I've got, let's say I've got 5 rain barrels in my backyard, and I dump buckets of water into the rain barrels and use that to water trees or whatever else on my property. Am I in violation of that ordinance then?
It specifically refers to that in the drought contingency plan. If reusing water, it's not part of this plan. What we're talking about is the potable water system that comes directly from Owen Stevens. But if you're reusing water, not to worry. You can use it all day long, every day if you want to.
So I wouldn't do this, but let's say I have the rain barrels and I hook up a hose to the bottom of the rain barrel and run the hose out onto the front yard to water the front yard. Doesn't it appear as if I'm in violation of the ordinance then?
Well, hopefully we would see that.
Right.
And because we have an extensive rain barrel, like we had talked about last week. We have an extensive rain barrel program. So we would know what that looks like, and that would not be considered a penalty.
All right, great, thanks. That's all I needed.
Need to move the rain barrel up front, or a sign, I have a rain barrel. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, so I think one of the things we need to do on this whole issue, Councilman Barrera, because I brought this up at our municipal court hearing last time. I was under the impression that all of these people who received these citations had to go to municipal court. But our chief judge told us the other day, no, that they can do this online. So I think we as members of that committee need to verify that that's true and that it applies in this case. So
I'm
that
not
people
aware.
don't have to take off a day of work to go do that. And Miles is looking like I'm going to get to correct him.
Miles?
You can always pay your fine online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know that. Well,
Yeah,
well,
But
it's actually something
we were
less. It's
receiving mixed
there is
signals
a-
on that, Miles. We really were. Because
Yeah,
I
it-
had asked people if we could do that, and I was being told, no, they got to show up.
No,
So-
if there's anything stopping people from paying online, that's something that we need to resolve.
Okay.
It's my interpretation that paying is something people can always do online, because you can always plead and pay, and you can do it via mail as well. Municipal court is not going to make you go through a bunch of procedures that are, come in
Well, we
just to
would
pay.
hope not. So I'm just making a point that we
Yeah,
need to
and I agree,
reassure
that would seem
and
irrational,
clarify
and
that.
why would we do
At our
that?
next municipal court committee, we'll make sure Judge Chapa briefs the committee.
yeah.
But if you're going to contest the fine, you have a couple of options. If you're going to contest the charge or contest the fine, one option is you'll get a chance to talk to a prosecutor, and they will work out a deal. Or if there's a determine if the prosecutor can see the information that a person isn't guilty, then we have the ability to dismiss those charges. And then the next stage is you have to be found guilty if you don't beyond a reasonable doubt. So you have the opportunity to go and have a trial before the judge or have a trial before the jury, since it's a criminal charge.
Okay. Okay, Councilman Barrera. Or were you done, Councilman?
Yeah, I just wanted to make two motions. One, we're going to have to get Councilman Hernandez a bigger workspace. And number two, it's past 2:00, and Mayor, you're going to have to feed me here.
Yeah, I know. I'm very well aware. I'm trying to get through these. Councilman Barrera, you had a...
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. That's the thing, and I'm just learning this, and we had orientation for the municipal court committee. I hate to be going around. Obviously, people are frustrated because the public does not know our process. An individual could call a prosecutor, but they get that information. They could call a prosecutor and try and settle or something. I don't want to go into belabor it, because we're here to talk about conservation, not the process of it's gone off. But anyway,
Councilman, you'll be happy to know that we initiated just yesterday a municipal court review.
Yes,
of
sir.
all
I'm very
processes.
familiar with that. I'm very
Right,
familiar
so,
with
and
that. Good work.
that's part of it, is how can we make the municipal court system more customer-friendly, better use of technology, all the above. So that process began.
Yes, sir. I met with Judge Bull yesterday.
Great, and we're looking forward to it because we know there's a lot of improvement that can be made there.
Great. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And thank you so much for bringing it back to conservation. Okay, so I just wanted to make a comment about the rain barrel. Okay, I don't have rain barrels, but I do have washer machines. And why is it that we can't reuse our gray water? Is that something that we can look into as a policy? Because as far as I know, we're not allowed to, right? Is that right? We can't use.
To my
Are you talking about personally?
Personally.
I think we can.
I don't know.
Is that?
We wouldn't.
Is that a legal thing, or?
If you want to use your washing
I'm-
machine water for other purposes, go ahead.
Well, yeah, to, to
Excuse me.
water our.
Yeah, Councilwoman and Murphy, there is, we have to look at our health codes. I think there's a ordinance or a code where there's some health regulations on dumping gray water from a washing
Right.
machine on your front lawn or something.
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware.
So-
Let us review it and we'll come back. with
But
it.
so I think we mentioned this in one of our latter presentation, or our earlier presentations, is we are looking at water reuse for irrigation purposes outside of our golf course. We talked a little bit about that last week, about doing a prototype of a purple pipe program.
Okay.
So we are moving forward with that hopefully we'll be able to bring that forward in this year's budget as a pilot program to use purple pipe to maybe landscape irrigation or other types of irrigation that are not residential.
Right, but I am specifically asking about residential because we all wash our clothes, we all, we
Right.
could reuse that water.
Yeah. What we would recommend in our recommendations on washing clothes is that you try to get as full as the I guess the directions on your particular piece of equipment will allow you to fill it. Try to make sure you have a full load, you know, those kind of things. I think we even did a PSA on that not too long ago.
Right, but we know what you're asking about. Can you dump the water or reuse it? We'll find out. I think there is a health code on that,
Okay.
but we'll bring it to you.
We'll look into that.
Exactly. Thank you, Peter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. We're ready to go. So we'll quickly go through what is part of our water conservation plan and the mechanism that we're going to use to enforce or encourage water conservation is what we're unveiling is Water Conservation 365. And so this program will enhance the water conservation efforts that are already in place in our water conservation document. You should all have a copy of that. The program overview is to reduce consumption by 1%. And it sounds like a small amount, but it's actually, when you look at the 500,000 customers that we serve, that could be a lot of water, and that would be in gallons per day. So it adds up. Every little bit adds up. So that is one of the plans. So we have our conservation ordinance. Oops, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself there. Strengthen conservation measures as city-owned facilities, and then I think what everybody's asking about today is public education. And then also, one of the things the city manager has asked us all to do is to look at our rate model and to review it to encourage conservation. So we're going to be looking at that over the course of this year as we get into budget.
And I spoke to one of the council members yesterday, but we're going to look at the rate model for all classifications, including the industrial user, real close. We want to make sure everybody has an equitable assessment. So it's not just the residential customer, but all users for the rate model.
Okay, thank you, Peter. So I'm going to introduce Adriana Escamilla. She is our strategic business manager. She oversees our public outreach program, our public information group, and she works hand in hand with Esteban and his group on conservation measures, and we'll go into that. So I'm going to turn it over quickly to Adriana to go through what we're looking at over the course of this year.
Oh, yeah, next slide.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mike, Mayor and Council. It's great to be here with you this afternoon. We'll talk a little bit about implementation. We have some goals, and you should have received our community engagement schedule. This is helpful in planning the 2022 to 2023 fiscal year outreach that we'll be doing. Every single event here will touch on conservation, so expect to see us at several events around the community. In the first 3 months, we've developed the Conservation 365 program and launched the Water Data Dashboard. I'd like to thank Mayor on this next bullet for her opening comments to our Xeriscape Symposium. We did give away rain barrels at that event, as well as several plants that are drought friendly. We're in the last round of interviews of hiring additional staff, and we'll move on to the 6-month goal, which will be providing curriculum to independent school districts with a partnership with NRA or Nueces River Authority, and a 12-month goal of educating 15% of residents using our Texas AgriLife Extension partnership. We'll expand the use of reclaimed wastewater for irrigation of city properties as well. We have a really good communication plan regarding that you'll see over the coming months. And the last thing on here, as as Mike touched on, is the rate model review to encourage conservation.
Okay, thank you, Adriana. And so what we're proposing, so this next slide just shows the org chart. It didn't look anything like this back in the summer when we started talking about this and when we were awarded by council to add additional staff to our water resource team. And so this is now, we've got one more position to fill, but this is the structure of our public outreach, water conservation, drought contingency plan, water resource group. This is the group right here. So we appreciate that, and we're diligently working to hire that. So what does this mean? I mean, finally, so we're working with all these resources on water conservation, and you can read them all here. They're active members in our effort to conserve water in the coastal bend. And like Councilman Pusley is saying, we just can't direct people to go to our website, and that's not at all what the Water Conservation 365 does. What we heard loud and clear from council this past summer is it's not, we don't just do or promote water conservation while we're in a drought or about to be in a drought, that this is a 365-day per year effort, and that is the plan that we have laid out before you now, and it goes through the entire year of how we're going to do these things. And you can see on this spreadsheet here that we passed out all the different events that we're going to attend, and you're welcome to attend any of these events with us, whether it's how to wash your dog day at the Humane Center or going to a Hooks game or whatever. And you're welcome to go with us when we start setting up our visits through our school district. And the group that we're targeting in school is going to be our middle school students. That's where we're going to start. And we're going to try to get out into every Corpus Christi Independent School District that we can. And we may even go further out to the other smaller towns outside the city. So we're looking at, in our outreach program, we're going to concentrate on radio, TV, and technical media. And that's currently happening right now. We did an interview on coastal living last week where we're talking about water conservation and how to insulate your house during a freeze and things like that in lieu of or instead of dripping your faucets. So the website and social media, those are still active, very active. And then in-person events, you've got a list of what we're proposing to do here with the Big Bloom, Earth Day, Bay Day, also Bay Wetlands Preserve, and then presentations to schools and civic organizations. And then we're inviting all council members to participate in doing a 15-second PSA and promoting water conservation. So we'll be reaching out. The mayor's already done one. We appreciate that. It was excellent. And so we'll be reaching out to all of you if you would like to do that, to promote that. And then we'll be working with city staff that also are going to do this, and maybe some individuals in the private sector and commercial to do that. So that's our plan for this coming year. It's very robust, but we're excited about it. And I would say if you have any questions, I'm ready, but I think you've been asking questions all along.
Councilman Pusley, do you have a comment?
A couple of quick questions. So Peter, I was going through the internet last night and I saw a news blast from one of the local news stations that says that the LCRA had to cut us off. Is that true or not?
Was that from like a year ago? Because no, it's not
No.
true. Yeah.
It was like yesterday.
Well, I mean, that's the
That they were not selling us water anymore.
That was from a year ago, this summer. They're not
So
that's not the case.
and you know, we used to get that really nice condensed report every so often from you
water?
about what the lake levels were, and then it stopped.
Yeah, we'll start sending it to you again. We did have the when we went to the website, it's there, but we'll continue to send it. We'll start sending it to you.
There's that term again, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'd also talked to you, and Mike, I'm glad you mentioned this, Peter, about the fact that we may want to look at not including the month of December 2022 as part of the winter averaging because of all the people who had to run water to keep their pipes from freezing. So have we made a decision on that?
Yeah, yes, sir. We have. We addressed that weeks ago. What we're proposing to do is have you call the UBO, and they will do it on an individual basis. The UBO is set up to do that instead of doing it broad scale, because that was almost impossible to do with our setup, that we would go and just carve out a day.
So you're going to force everybody in this town to call City Hall and wait on hold for 45 minutes to be able to talk to somebody or more, where we could just do it across the board. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, that was our plan, and so far, and we did the calculus on it, and it's pennies. It's not large volumes of money, onto your water bill. We did the averaging of those 3 days, and for a particular household, it just increased your water by about 300 gallons or something. I can't remember that number, Esteban, but it was a very small number that would have no impact on your winter quarter averaging.
Okay.
But if it does, and so you look at your bill and go, oh my God, why is that? So call us in. But I doubt, we believe that that's not going to happen. But even in case it does, we're ready to address it.
It's just the reason why the city continues to get a black eye, because we don't take the initiative to take care of that on a wholesale basis instead of making the customers have to call in here and deal with the fact that, I mean, I get complaints all the time from people who call in here for the utilities departments and have to sit on hold for hours. So, anyway.
Okay.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick 2 questions here. I had a quick conversation with Al Raymond about our HVAC systems. One of the public commenters talked about HVAC, and I don't think we have it in our code, in our UDC, to where you can utilize the condensation coming off your HVAC system or your air conditioning system to put into a rain barrel. Maybe that's something we can address in our code to where that can be done by new home developers to be able to do that instead of us treating it, because I went up into my attic and it's going right into the drain, into the wastewater system. So we're treating condensated water from HVAC systems throughout the city. So that could be something, or maybe incentives to remodel that to where you can put it out into a rain barrel. The second thing I want to mention is in the conservation plan, it says from 2019 we have a 7.38% water loss in our system. Is that still consistent? Is that still what we're having?
Unfortunately, it probably, yes. The quick answer, because of the water line breaks and like the few breaks we've had, you're talking large volume pipes, and a lot of water escapes the pipe during a water break. That's just any water system in the country, unless it's a brand new city. But we've got pipes that are 70, 80, 90 years old, and this happens, and there's really no way to control that. The best control of that is to address the leak as soon as we can. And I would like to just commend our Corpus Christi water team for how quick they get on these, because we had one Sunday morning on Karankawa, which was what was that, a 12-inch line, Wesley? So it's a 12-inch line, so you can imagine the thousands of gallons going through that 12-inch line. We had it, the water, the hole dug, cleaned out. We had it, we eliminated all the water, and we repaired that pipe within about 5 hours. So amazing job, but it is, you have to account that as lost water. And so in this past summer, and you know this because I think we've had this conversation, that there was one day during the summer we had 30 water line breaks that we had to address in one day, and that's the problem. And so we're addressing that through our IDIQ program. I think there's a contract on today's agenda to address that. And we're doing about 45,000, 50,000 feet per year on water line replacement. So that's critical, and that's a lot more than what we've done in the past. I think this year's budget for water line replacement is $70 million, which that's pretty much the highest it's ever been. So thank you all for that. But that's what it is. It's just the age of our system. And it's not always, let me rephrase it, it's not always the age, but sometimes it's the condition of the ground around it or the material that was used back in the 60s and 70s that we're having issues with.
Okay, and I wanted to highlight that because, if we have it published, not everybody understands that information. So it's like you got to make sure you take care of your own house before you start going on somebody else's. So I appreciate the explanation. The last thing I wanted to mention, you had mentioned the purple pipe system.
Yes, sir.
But we have, the situation with the Veterans Cemetery where they can't use that reclaimed water anymore.
Right.
Because of the salinity intrusion into that system. What are we doing to address that so we can actually use that water?
Well, first of all, we have to identify why the salinity is so high. And right now, we're delivering water. So the Veterans was coming out of Allison. We've got OSO that is treating water for 2 of our golf courses in the and then Greenwood is treating for another one. And like I said last week, we're looking at all those and trying to figure out why we're having that.
So Greenwood should be addressing Lozano, and OSO should be fed out of the OSO.
Exactly.
'Cause it's right there.
That's correct.
Right,
That's
that's
correct.
what happens today, Councilman.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
but those
Right.
are fine, but those aren't near the ship channel, which I think Allison is, and anytime you have a high tide, there's some intrusion somehow.
You
And
know
then
what-
we have that problem at Broadway, where we had to replace the clarifier arms because it was deteriorating because of the saltwater intrusion.
That's correct.
Okay,
And
so-
Allison there's a massive reconstruction, renovation going on at Allison. And so hopefully we'll be able to address that. But we're working on that because we want them to be our customer. We want the Veterans Cemetery to be our customer. They're a good customer, and that's a good use of reuse of water.
Well, if they
And so we're
can't
trying
use
to
our
find out
water,
results.
They use potable water. That's the problem.
Yeah,
right?
Councilman, we'll follow up on that. I know you brought it up a couple of times. One thing, Murphy said it here, that Allison has, is it 20 million? It's tens of millions in rebuilding that entire plant. In fact, I'm trying to think what staff member, maybe it was, I guess it was Murphy, when he went to the plant for the first time, he was appalled or shocked at the sight of the plant. So that
That's
one
an
has a
understatement.
massive redo and a lot of the, and the whole system. So let us get some
Here,
facts.
I
We'll bring
get it.
back.
I mean, we
Yeah.
wouldn't have a consent agreement with EPA if everything was
Right,
great.
so we'll bring it back. So I think that will fix a lot of what the issues are, but we'll find out and we'll bring it back. So I know you guys are
but
You might want to check your
Thank
lift
you,
stations
Peter.
too.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. One other thing I wanted to make sure that it went on record is the solar water panels that some people, some of the commenters have made in the past. There is a company and it's called Solaris Float. And I just Googled it right before I came into the meeting. This would be a proposition for the Choke Canyon to seriously look into water panels. And I don't know, I know you guys are busy, but still, what does it take for our city staff to look into that?
Okay. So, all right, we can look into it. Is it to generate the power or is it to accomplish something else?
Okay, it is to prevent the evaporation from the
Okay.
Choke Canyon, which is, I think we lose about 50%, and to also produce power. So it's a win-win, but we have to investigate and we have to look into it.
Okay, we'll look at it.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. And can we get an update on our Texas Superior Water Rating and what strides we're making to the exemplary water rating?
Yes, sir. We can
Thank
do
you.
that. No, that's fine. We're very proud of the quality of water that we're turning out. And just to reinforce the early conversation about permanganate, this absolutely has no impact on the quality of water. And we'll be able to maintain that. This is an aesthetic treatment process. So, but as far as safety of the water and the superior rating, it should not impact. I'm not sure if that's why you're asking, but we'll get you that. We'll let you know where we're at with that.
I think we were on our way to the exemplary rating, right? That's the very, very, very top
Yeah.
one. And we were just short of it, but I think that was because of the
Okay.
time.
I see what you're asking.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do we get to that next level?
That's
Yes, sir.
basically
I got
it.
you.
But
Yes, sir.
thank y'all. Tough
Appreciate
job.
that.
Y'all are doing great. Keep it up.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Did we get our permits to sell effluent to the public?
That's a legal question. Not yet. Everything is in place, structurally it's in place, but we need to bring that back to council, so we'll make sure we get that on board. Only you can do that. We can make the recommendation for council to vote on it, we can put it on the agenda.
Gosh, we
So-
should have already done that. I mean, people could be
Yeah,
buying
so
that to water
that was, we
whatever.
thought we could, so there was we found a,
Glitch.
I don't know what you want to call it, it's sort of a loophole that we could not get around, that we can't sell it directly into a truck. It has to come out of a purple pipe, and we said, well, let's hook a purple pipe up to the truck. Can't do that, so now we have to come back to council. And so, I don't know, Wes, do you have anything you want to add to that? I'm sorry to put you on the spot there, but.
Wesley Nebgen, Director of Water System Infrastructure. So, Councilman Pusley, to answer, right now we are looking at the costs. That's one of the ordinance revisions we have to make. The other one is that the current ordinance, like Mr. Murphy was talking about, does not allow us to sell to commercial trucks from a facility.
Is it
other
our
than
own
purple
ordinance?
pipe. Yes. So there are those two we have to bring back. But the last one is the TCEQ and the way that we're approved to sell reuse water, we can't sell to just the public. It would only be commercial customers.
Well, I just remember back years ago during one of the droughts, there were tons of commercial trucks running around here, or trailers with big 1,000-gallon water tanks on them, and they were buying the effluent from the city and then selling it to customers to keep their yard and vegetation alive. And I mean, we ought to be taking advantage of that, and if we've got some silly ordinance on our own books that we created, and I say we very lightly because I didn't vote on that.
Right.
Would never have voted on that. We ought to be able to sell that to whoever we want to.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Yes, sir. Councilman Suckley.
Has there ever been, with respect to conservation, has the city ever researched trying to do some sort of partnering with maybe development services to have some incentives to build houses with water collection systems and cisterns? I know some of the regions, Peter may be familiar with it up in San Antonio. I know some of the regions of the state, such as Wimberley and others, have had entire subdivisions that have been built with water collection systems. So if we could come up with a way to incentivize people to build those type of houses.
I'm personally not aware of that. Councilman Esteban, are you aware of the program? We can reach out to Mr. Raymond and see if that's something that our development community would be interested in. We are promoting, like Adriana was talking about, we do have the Xeriscape Symposium, which is going to be one in a series that we're going to do. But the symposium we're not selling seats, but all the seats were sold out, if you would, within the first few hours that we put it online, so.
Within 2 weeks of us advertising the Xeriscape Symposium, we were completely out on registration.
I think that's what you're asking. Maybe I've got it wrong, but try to encourage that kind of landscaping around the new houses, and so that's definitely something we can look at.
Yeah, I'm focused more on the house itself and having a water collection system that supplies your water to use in your house, to having a cistern system set up. So, like I said, there were, I'm pretty sure, entire subdivisions in Wimberley that were being built 6-8 years ago entirely with water collection systems.
I think, so let us do this, because the last two cities I worked in, you got stormwater credits if you did something similar to that. So I can get with Public Works and see if there are any stormwater credits or things like that for doing that type of work. So there might be. As far as water utilities, that really wouldn't fall under our purview, but maybe we could add that to our conservation plan. But I'll talk with Al and Ernest and Public Works and see if there is anything that we can do there.
Would you let us all know on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilman Roy.
Well, first of all, thank you for covering the broad array of topics that you covered. One of the things I want to, it's interesting because one of the things I heard in public comment is that people want information. Right. It's unfortunate that the same people that want information didn't take the opportunity to sit here and listen to what it is that you had to say. But I hope that somehow that when we do get ready to continue to roll this out to the community, that, that we make sure that we've covered the different districts and that maybe we can do something for those people that haven't had an opportunity to just kind of listen to the program overall. Because as Councilman Pusley said, I just don't think people go on to the website anymore. I think going out into the community and having, a slideshow or whatever you're doing, I think they just appreciate that. And then the other thing is if they attend, they attend. If they don't, then they don't. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate that.
Okay. I think that's all the questions.
Okay.
Yeah. So, next steps. You're going to...
Okay, so we're available.
Right.
This is not scheduled to be back until February the 14th, at
Okay.
which time we had it scheduled for a vote on the changes that you all are recommending and then but with the comments I'm hearing, maybe we might want to move that date. I don't know.
Probably move it back. We probably might develop a more public outreach opportunities. Yeah, and then bring it
right.
back.
And what I'd like to do is I would like to encourage, let's not forget, all of these things are great, what's listed right now, the outreach. But at the end of the day, and this is from the get-go, two things that I requested was, let's really put a real conservation plan together that operates or that is a part of everyday life, not just when we're in a drought. I know you understand that now, but that's what we want. Number two is that means nothing if we don't get it out. Correct. But it is also our responsibility up here You represent an area of town. You are who the people elected. And so use that. So my strong suggestion, and really it's if you don't do this, it's really not fair, to be honest. Every single one of you should go and do your own, it doesn't matter if 5 people show up. You should you should carry this message because many of you spoke very strongly about the importance of this. So use your position, go put on a, little town hall at a city facility in your district and talk about it. And talk about what we're doing and talk about why we're doing it and all the things that are important about this plan. But use it. If you all don't go do that, we are truly missing the greatest opportunity. We can do all the radio, TV, all of this. People want to see you. You were elected, so use that voice. Use your position. I encourage it, and I am happy to join you. If you guys want to do 5 different district little get-togethers in your district, let's go. Say the mayor's going to be there, you're going to be there, which is most important because you're the representative, and we will bring a staff member and talk about all of this and achieve it together.
Will do.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here, and great symposium. I think we need to build on that for sure, because there's no reason that you should have young homeowners and everything in between, young and, retired people at that symposium. I think it was wonderful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a social media campaign with those presentations coming.
Wonderful. Okay, good. Thank you. Yes, sir. Did you have something, Miles? No. Okay. So what we're going to do now is break for a very late lunch. So the council will now go into executive session on items 32 and 33 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Upon return, we will go over the items pulled from our consent agenda and then continue on. We'll be back. Thank you.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints or requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. What if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
A major issue at recycling facilities today is when plastic shopping bags are incorrectly added to the recycling bin. Plastic bags are accepted at many retail or grocery store recycling drop-off bins, but these items are not accepted in your local recycling program. When recycling plastic bags and overwrap at these retail drop-off locations, it is important to remove any receipts or stickers from the plastic and make sure it is clean and dry. The types of soft plastic accepted at these drop-off locations include thin plastic shopping bags, zip-top storage bags, bubble wrap, plastic mailers, and plastic overwrap packaging. The key to becoming a better recycler is to sort your waste correctly so you can recycle more. This helps reduce your waste in landfills and has a positive impact on the environment. Thank you for recycling.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will give you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call. The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will give you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. What if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
A major issue at recycling facilities today is when plastic shopping bags are incorrectly added to the recycling bin. Plastic bags are accepted at many retail or grocery store recycling drop-off bins, but these items are not accepted in your local recycling program. When recycling plastic bags and overwrap at these retail drop-off locations, it is important to remove any receipts or stickers from the plastic and make sure it is clean and dry. The types of soft plastic accepted at these drop-off locations include thin plastic shopping bags, zip-top storage bags, bubble wrap, plastic mailers, and plastic overwrap packaging. The key to becoming a better recycler is to sort your waste correctly so you can recycle more. This helps reduce your waste in landfills and has a positive impact on the environment. Thank you for recycling.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call. The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will give you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. What if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
A major issue at recycling facilities today is when plastic shopping bags are incorrectly added to the recycling bin. Plastic bags are accepted at many retail or grocery store recycling drop-off bins, but these items are not accepted in your local recycling program. When recycling plastic bags and overwrap at these retail drop-off locations, it is important to remove any receipts or stickers from the plastic and make sure it is clean and dry. The types of soft plastic accepted at these drop-off locations include thin plastic shopping bags, zip-top storage bags, bubble wrap, plastic mailers, and plastic overwrap packaging. The key to becoming a better recycler is to sort your waste correctly so you can recycle more. This helps reduce your waste in landfills and has a positive impact on the environment. Thank you for recycling.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will give you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. Gentlemen, do we have any motions to make after our executive session? Gentlemen?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that to authorize the execution of amendments, agreements, and encumbrance of funds for legal and other professional consulting and expert witness services and associated court reporter, copy, travel, data, and other costs for the lawsuit of Annette Rodriguez versus City of Corpus Christi in a total added amount of up to $161,385 with the law firm of Royston, Razor, Vickery, and Williams, LLP, and other providers of services relevant to said lawsuits.
Okay. We have a second. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would like to entertain a motion to authorize the city manager or his designees to execute an amendment to the professional services agreement with Chavez, Obregon, and Perales LLP to provide for up to $15,000 additional funds for representation in the lawsuit of the City of Ingleside versus the City of Corpus Christi.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, so we will go back to our consent agenda, and we're going to start pulling some of the items that council members pulled. We'll start with item number 7, which is case number 1022-05 Cypress Point Capital LLC. This is a rezoning a property at or near the southeast corner of County Road 43 and Farm to Market Road 2444. Mr. Raymond, or no, let's, Councilman Klein, did you have a question on that?
Yeah, I mean, not so much a question. I want to be respectful of everyone's time, and maybe it doesn't pertain specifically to this zoning zoning case here. But I brought this to Development Services last week. I think these numbers are correct. I got them off the web, so I'm trusting that. And that is the square mileage of Corpus Christi versus the square mileage of San Antonio. That so far as square mileage is concerned, Corpus Christi is bigger than San Antonio proper, this city proper, even though the population there is 4 times our population. And so I think that generally speaking, when we're looking at future annexation cases, zoning cases in that situation as well, we need to kind of keep that in mind. I have a lot of concern about the expansion of the city and the strain that puts on our infrastructure because it costs a certain amount of money to push fresh water or wastewater or stormwater every foot. Every foot that we go further out into Nueces County. And so I think we need to look much more so at infill. That's the only comment I wanted to make. Okay. I'm happy to make a motion to approve this.
Okay, great. Thank you. Notated. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. The next item that was pulled was item number 8. Mr. Klein, that's an ordinance amending Chapter 14 of the Corpus Christi Code to adopt the local amendments of the building code.
Yeah, and again, just kind of a comment here as well. I'm going to be brief. I'm quite happy that they included rainwater capture in these ordinances, model ordinances. It's my understanding that Corpus Christi, I think I got the answer from staff as well, that City of Corpus Christi does in fact incentivize installation of natural gas appliances in new construction. I think that we need to revisit that. I'm not sure why we need to subsidize the natural gas industry unless we're going to subsidize other types of appliances in the same fashion, which basically would level the playing field. That's the only comment I wanted to make. I'm happy to go ahead and make a motion to approve this.
Okay, and will you maybe, yes, sir.
I was going to say, in addition, we had the amendment from last week that we had to pass out for everybody. We're amended the plumbing code, the section on the unisex bathrooms. That's in front of you.
Right. Okay, so
Just to make sure that that's
right.
in the record.
Right, that's included. Okay, well, Peter, you're taking note of his request, basically.
Yeah, we'll get you that information, Councilman.
Okay, thank you. So you've made the motion. Is there a second?
Mayor, point of order. On that motion where it has the amendment, do we have to approve the amendment? Okay,
Yeah,
so.
they're requesting an amendment.
Okay, I'm sorry. To make a motion, then I'll make the motion for the amendment.
Okay. Do they need to read it exactly as it is here? Yeah. Did you guys get this passed out?
Yeah, so.
It needs to read as this is stated. I apologize. It's the top where it says motion to be read.
Oh, okay, that needs to be read to include that.
Yes, ma'am. Here,
Okay.
I'll give you my.
So, Councilman Klein, do you want to go ahead since he was making the motion? Do you mind?
Well, he made the motion in the second. I got to make the amendment on top of the emotion, on top of the motion.
So you're just going to make a motion to approve, right?
Right. Give me. Okay. So I'd like to make an amendment to amend the motion of the plumbing code of the city of Corpus Christi to delete the subsection 2 of section 403.1.1 and subsection 6 of section 403.2 of the International Plumbing Code to eliminate multiple user facility exceptions. Correct.
Okay, do we have a second? Yes. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
And just pass it as amended, Mayor.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion as amended.
Make a motion to approve as amended.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you all.
And that'll, yes, sir, take us to your next item, Councilman, was item number 23. That is a resolution urging the 88th Texas Legislature to support and prioritize the study, design, and construction of a second vehicular causeway to North Padre Island. And what was your question there?
I have a lot of concern about this. I understand the need for a second causeway, but traffic fills the space available. If you build a second causeway out to the island, you're going to increase the traffic out to the island. You're going to increase the development out on the island. I have some concerns about it, a lot of concerns about that. The dunes are shrinking out on Padre Island and Mustang Island. They have been now for more than a decade. The beaches have been narrowing now for more than a decade as well. I have a lot of concerns about the development on those barrier islands. They're called barrier islands, I think, for a reason. I have a lot of concern about adding to that or encouraging still further development by adding an additional causeway. And that's all I wanted to say. I'm happy to go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Well, but to your point, I think we can talk about how this has been an item that we have talked about for quite some time. I don't know what you want to add to that in terms of what this would entail. I mean, it is in support, Councilman. It's in support of another. It's a causeway, I guess, in this case. However, we're not building it tomorrow. So I think this is really just to get, not just, but because it's extremely important, but what you're talking about is also very important. And I guess that's what I'd like for you to comment on is this isn't something that is to be done. First of all, it's a state issue. But in terms of locally, all of those things that he mentions are very important in terms of being a part of the conversation, moving something like this forward. This is a huge, huge endeavor. So I don't know what you would like to add to that, Dan, in terms of planning.
Yeah, as far as the item, yes, it's just a resolution of support that will provide some documentation information to the delegation at this legislative session to move this project forward. And you're right, it certainly would not be a city project. It would have to be some kind of state-funded project to get this done. As far as development, on the island, we're seeing it already. And I think, in a lot of ways, we have a lot of great things in place that do protect the dune system. We have higher standards as far as dune development and controls versus Port Aransas. We have a much further setback in some other places. We've adopted, freeboard in the floodplain, so that is another beneficial thing that we're doing on the island to help, resiliency to flooding and storm. It's hard to say if a second bridge would encourage more development. I think we're already seeing that in the spot within North Padre Island. We're looking at kind of almost build out in some ways with some of the projects that are occurring now. Of course, Mustang Island still has a lot of vacant land, but yeah, this is just this project would just be another relief, another kind of exit in the event of evacuation. Provide, just last night I know there was an issue on the bridge with a traffic accident. But this just provides more options, provides a better network, get people off. But I mean, the bigger issue with the causeway and the whole system is to help also congestion on SPID. So I don't want to say this is not just an island evacuation thing. This whole idea of a looping project would create some relief for the entire city on SPID, and with the the south side growing, it would provide another alternative way to get out of the south side and over to Crosstown and then north and then west. So, I mean.
Councilman Suckley?
Yeah, supporting what Dan said, you know, we need a redundant way to get off the island safely. And I get Councilman Klein's comments about development, but I think to some extent that ship sailed. I mean, a lot of the property is already owned by private parties that bought it with the expectation of developing it at some point. I don't know how you would restrict that significantly going forward. But certainly the key is, and what I'm hearing mostly from the community members, is having a second safe way to get off the island. And even Flower Bluff, not just the island, but the people in Flower Bluff are cognizant of the fact that that one road is the same way they're going to get off. And so if it's backed up with people coming from Port Aransas and Mustang Island and Potter Island, they won't be able to get on that road either. So there needs to be a redundant, a second option to get off the island safely. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, and I'm a little disappointed that there's no reference to the regional parkway in this resolution. Yeah, because, I mean, that's basically how we're looking at it, right? I think you reference it in your comments, but it's not referenced in the resolution. Is there a reason for that?
You know, as far as the language that was selected, no, I don't think there's any reasoning behind it. Of course, you can't really do the second causeway without the segment that would get you to at least crosstown.
Yeah.
And so.
Okay, well, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice because by mentioning it, that's something that's already, the MPO has already kind of facilitated and actually referred to it as a regional parkway. Now, I'm in support of this resolution because it also, I mean, what I want to avoid is us being like Austin, where the population comes and then you don't have the infrastructure to move people away. So this is something that we want to plan for mobility for, not only for the island, but also the south side of Corpus Christi, including Flower Bluff and District 5, because this will give us, and it was my whole reasoning for pushing for the extension of Rodfield in order to prepare for that. So, but I don't know if it'd be amenable to an amendment to where it says construction of a second vehicular road, i.e. causeway, and then insert via the regional parkway to facilitate travel to and from North Padre Island, Mustang Island, and the city of Port Aransas.
Just threw this map up here to kind of, I think, make your point, and you really can't do, this is kind of the crossing here, but this
we don't have we don't have it up. There it is.
And so this is, I mean, the regional parkway, and I did have presentations, but it is a 52-mile corridor, and it has 7 segments.
Can you go back to the other picture?
So do you want to be more specific, like section A and B?
There you go.
What is shown on this screen is segments A and B.
Right.
And yeah, I don't see any issue with changing any language in the resolution. That was just.
So I'll make a motion to amend this to reflect that information right after causeway. Right after causeway to insert via the regional parkway sections A and B.
Okay, is there a second? I know you have discussion.
Somebody help me out here.
And you really cannot do the crossing to the island without both segments.
Right, yeah, I was looking at the briefing memo, Councilmember, there's several references to the regional parkway mobility court. But you're right, it doesn't say it in the, I would support, I'm not voting, but I would support what you're saying, because that was the intent, it's a regional parkway, not just the bridge. You
Right,
need the whole system.
I just think we need to mention it.
I was supportive of that.
Councilman Pusley.
I'll second that, but I just want to make a comment with my second, if I could, Mayor. When we had the initial discussions with Todd Herner's group out on the island about this, I think they, and I may be wrong, I wish Ted were still here, but I thought they talked in this being almost kind of 2 separate issues, and that they wanted to attack the first part of it first, but I'm okay with the wording. I mean, it's not going to change the outcome that much. We just need them to get started.
Right.
Somebody needs to get started.
And honestly, the second causeway could happen way faster than all of this on its own. So I don't know, like you mentioned, Peter, it's mentioned in there. We do have a motion and a second. It's not going to hurt anything to include the verbiage. So is there any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye to add the verbiage Regional Parkway to the ordinance. Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
So I make a motion to approve as amended.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay. The motion carries. Okay, Councilman Pusley, you pulled item, no, I'm sorry, Councilman Klein. Item number 25 is a one reading ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023 capital budget to include bond 2022 propositions for streets, park, public safety, and library.
Yeah, I just had a question, I guess, about that. I don't know if this is the proper time to bring this up, but I want to return to something, again, that Councilman Pusley mentioned back in December, I think, for the first time. And that is, emphasizing, focusing, concentrating really on residential streets as opposed to arterials. And I wonder if we could, if the bonds directed in this can be designated toward or directed toward residential street construction instead of arterial streets instead.
Not in this bond program, Councilman, because the voters approved. There's a contract with the voters for the projects identified in the ballot language. But in the 2024 bond, we can look at a residential street package.
Okay.
The residential streets are addressed annually in our maintenance program. So in this year's budget, $136 million was for residential streets. But we began to look at that option in the 2022 bond, but didn't pursue it. But we can look for 2024.
Okay, great.
Yes, sir.
I move approval.
Okay. Do we have a second? Yes, I'm sorry, Councilman Pusley. Yes, you do.
Peter, in going through this, and I support what you're doing, I did notice, and I'm trying to find the particular CIP page, the CIP page for Labonte Park listed the monument for the entrance of the city of Corpus Christi, and if memory serves me correctly, we took that out.
Yeah, we did.
Let's see, a gateway.
And so it's listed in the CIP pages under the, I'm trying to.
Okay, well, yeah, that's probably, this page probably
It
wasn't
could be a
updated.
typo kind of
No,
thing.
it's not a typo. We probably didn't delete that since the conversation.
Because
so
there's
we'll
$1
make
million,
sure.
here it is, there's,
Yeah, I see it. It says, and gateway entry sign into the city. of
gateway
Corpus
entry
Christi."
sign,
Yeah.
and that was like $1 million.
Yeah, we'll delete that out. That wasn't in the bond language, so that was, we'll delete that.
Okay,
Yeah.
Great.
that's all I had.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
And Councilman Klein, I just wanted to make some mention on this, what you had asked for. In the past, where we had bond projects that were completed, but there was some leftover funding, we scrubbed those and we put them into residential streets. I think it was about $4 million, right, Peter?
Right, yeah, over like 4.3, I think.
Right, and we did that because we had a bunch of those accounts sitting out there. So I don't know if there'll be any leftover funds, but in the future, any bonds that they're not utilized, it has to still be utilized for streets if it's a street bond, or it has to be relevant to what the bond is for.
Right.
But we have done that, and I think
Right.
we can do that in the future.
That's
Great,
a good,
thank you.
that's a good
Thank you for
point,
that info.
Councilman.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 18 was pulled by Councilman Pusley, and this item is an award to award a construction contract to Clark Pipeline Services.
No, ma'am.
For IDIQ.
I didn't pull, I pulled 16 and 21.
That was me, Mayor.
Oh, that was yours. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
And I'm going to
Councilman
recuse
Sutton.
myself from the vote.
You're recusing. Yes, you're abstaining. Okay. So I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Just an abstention.
Okay, any further discussion? And Councilman Suckley is abstaining. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay. Item number 16, Councilman Pusley pulled this one, I believe. And this
ma'am.
is a motion authorizing a 3-year service agreement with 2 one-year options with Specialized Public Finance of San Antonio for financial advisor services. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to share my concern, and I've already told the gentleman out here, this is nothing personal, but I don't understand why we're changing horses in the middle of the race. And Estrada Hinojosa has been a great representative for this city. I had a 9-year background with them at the county. In fact, the city actually came over to us and asked who we were using, and we told them, and that's why you started using Estrada. And I just think this was something that deserved more discussion by the council so that we understand what's going on. I have met with Heather and Constance individually about this, but this should not have been a consent agenda item. This should have been something that we had full discussion on, because, you know, and you look through these matrices and it just, you know, you score one company 48.6 and the other one 47.2. I mean, it's totally arbitrary. And so to me, looking at this matrix, it just looks like we want to change companies. And once again, and Mayor, Councilman Hernandez has only been sitting next to me for a few days, but the influence is already wearing off. It's yet another company from San Antonio, as he has stated more than once. I don't understand why we're making the change, Heather, and it just seems to me like this is a personal issue and it's not one that's based on a financial decision.
Sure. So Heather Hurlbert, Director of Finance. So the contract that we had with Estrada Hinojosa was a 5-year contract. So the contract we had to go out for a procurement process, so a solicitation.
Understood.
So we went out for the solicitation. The proposals were graded. We got a total of 5 proposals. The proposals were graded. We went through the interview process, and while the top 3 were very close, the Specialized Public Finance did receive the most points awarded by the panel who did the procurement analysis. And there's several different. There are some different attributes between Specialized Public Finance and Estrada Hinojosa. And while we've had a great experience with Estrada Hinojosa, and there's no, there's no personal reasoning, no personal, influence there, we feel that, one, it's always good to have a new set of eyes, and that's one of the reasons why we go out for these procurements to look to see who we feel.
Have we been unhappy with Estrada's performance?
No.
Then why do we feel like we need a new set of eyes?
It's just always good to have a new set of eyes to look at things. And if in 5 years we feel like we'll go back out for a procurement again, solicitation on this, and it may be another firm that wins it after the 5 years. The other thing that really that the committee was the committee liked about Specialized Public Finance that graded them a little bit higher is the fact that they are solely focused on financial advisory services. They are not a broker-dealer. They do not have underwriting services. And so they are solely focused on financial advising in the state of Texas with governmental entities. And so we felt like...
But it seems like the cross-section of those is extremely vital when we're looking, especially when we go out or deciding to go out for bonded and looking at both sides of that issue. So now what you're going to do is we're going to have to hire somebody else to come in and advise us on what we do with respect to our bonds.
No, I don't understand your question.
We do that today, Councilman. They have to be separate. Estrada can't be a bond counsel.
No, but they give us sound advice on.
They do. Let Heather talk about how the firm, Specialized Public Finance, can go to numerous brokerage firms where Estrada really couldn't.
Exactly.
As a competition.
And can you state your question again? Because I'm not sure exactly. Estrada would have been doing the same advising that Specialized Public Finance does. I don't know if your reference in terms of like investing our funds, we actually have a separate group that does that for us.
He's talking about the brokerage that we talked about. So Estrada does both businesses.
Yes.
Exactly. So they handle. They do not underwrite for us, but they do underwrite for other entities.
Which I see as a great advantage, because that gives us that information or that expertise, if you will,
sure,
without necessarily having to pay for it.
Exactly. Well, what was appealing to us on the specialized public finance side is that they are not tied to one desk, whereas if you do the advising and the underwriting, that your viewpoint may be focused, so, you're depending on one underwriter, whereas an independent financial advisor can go to anyone's desk to get that market condition.
Yeah, but they've never done that. They've never pointed us in one specific direction, have they?
That's part of what the financial advising is they do point, they give us advice based off of what their opinions are on the market. And so they provide that expertise.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to support this because I think it's wrong, and I think it's taking away an advantage we have for taxpayers that we don't have to pay for. And also, this should have been something that should have been discussed more thoroughly with the council. But, I have brought to this council many times, at least twice, the fact that we don't have a member of this council that sits on the investment committee here in this institution, I think is just wrong. I've never served with an elected institution before where we didn't have an elected official as a member of the investment committee. It'd be like having if you owned a bank and the bank didn't have a board of directors watching what their responsibilities were with respect to investment committees. So anyway, I've made my point, but I'm not going to support this.
Thank you, Councilman. And it must be said, you met with council members,
Yes,
everybody.
except one, yes.
Okay. So it did, Councilman, there was time.
That's different than us having a discussion here at this table.
That's what we're doing.
Well, I just made that point.
Yeah, but you cannot say that they did not sit
Said
with
that-
everyone
no,
and
that is not
explain.
correct, Mayor. I said that they did not bring this to us as an item for discussion. It was put on the consent agenda item, which I've heard you complain about before too, and was not offered up to us in discussion as a full council. That was my point.
Okay. And my point is, you met with every single council member
Yes.
to discuss,
for one,
except for
yeah.
one.
Right,
Yes.
we can
Counsel-
walk through, we don't have a prepared presentation, but we can certainly walk through with the full council this item. Heather can talk about
Well,
the
we've got
process.
some questions, and I
Yeah.
respect the councilman, but your points, but I also, if you had not spoken to any council members
no, we briefed-
prior to
yeah,
someone
we
pulling
thoroughly
this,
briefed
I would
council.
have a problem. There were briefings, so that just needs to be put out there.
That's a
I
good point.
understand.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is it's a $1.7 million estimated annual amount. So of course, that's a big contract. So we
Absolutely.
briefed every council member.
Right.
Can I just point out too, so there were 5 firms that proposed. 4 of the 5 are from San Antonio. 4 of the 5 are from San Antonio.
Right.
1 is from Dallas, so there's none local. So our current provider, Estrada Hinojosa, is from Dallas, Texas, and then the other 4 that put proposals in were from San Antonio.
And actually, I'll add, Specialized Public Finance is actually based out of Austin. It just was, what we put on there is it was their San Antonio office that submitted the proposal, so.
And as I said, this is not personal. I think they're a fine organization. This young man that's here today has been working with Teloso Midway for a long time, and he introduced himself this morning, and I think that's great. I just wanted to express my opinion about
sure.
how this went, Mayor. And I
Understood.
appreciate that.
Understood. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilman. How many, I'm familiar with the firm. I mean, we're both in Beeville. I mean, we're obviously separate. We've sat at council meetings and waiting like he's doing right now. Sometimes I'd sit next to him, but this is in Beeville, a much smaller room, about the size of the well. But anyway, so I'm acquainted with him, and I know he's done a good job there because I know those folks really well, and we've talked. So how many? I just want to bring up, because we brought up local, and I'm a huge supporter of local, as we know. But can you tell the council how much local work he does here?
Sure. The local entities that are being supported through are represented by specialized public finance include the City of Portland, Beeville, B County, Coastal Bend College, Beeville ISD, London ISD, Port Aransas ISD, Ingleside ISD, Tolosa Midway ISD, Bishop ISD, Flower Bluff ISD, Corpus Christi ISD, and the Corpus Christi Regional Transit Authority.
Okay, so obviously a lot of credibility here, locally, public sector, obviously all public sector. So,
Yes.
I guess that's a thing, and I think from a standpoint, the amount that, I guess the amount of work that they do is my, and candidly, they're not that huge of a firm. They just handle a lot of volume because of the specialized work they do. Is that correct?
That is correct. It actually, in the state of Texas, when you looked at the number of deal, they were number 3 in the state of Texas, with about 300 deals, 600 deals, versus Estrada Hinojosa had about 300 deals in the state of Texas.
Yeah, so, this is not to discredit either one of them, or rather the incumbent. It's just that, here we are. And then, like I said, I have affinity because I know the individual, and I've had nice chats with him, and and so, but once again, I consider them to be highly reputable. Highly reputable among the state. And then I guess the same thing is I have an affinity for, because I'm a small firm, and we're probably one of the largest in the local area that's still independent. And so when my hat's off to them that they're able to do that and still have that kind of market share. So I feel very good about this. I appreciate all the fine work that you did, and I can appreciate Councilman Pusley's concern. It probably should have been, so that way we had a lot of comfort, because I've been critical of procurement, and but this is one in particular that I'll be definitely supporting.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. You said 5 years. I thought this contract was for 3 years.
It's
with
3
two
years with
one-year
2 one-year
options.
extensions, exactly.
Okay, so this can come up again in 3 years.
It could, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want to clarify that.
Yes.
I didn't have an issue with it until Councilman Betta was naming support, and I had to rethink it.
Now you're not.
But you guys don't do this very often. We switched to Estrada Hinojosa, 5 years ago?
Exactly, yes.
It's. I guess I don't have a dog in this fight, in the sense that, I'm going to go with staff recommendation on this one. But we'll see how this goes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. No. The motion carries. Okay. Now we will go to our last consent agenda item that was pulled. Councilman Pusley, that is item number 21. That is a motion authorizing a small business incentive agreement between the Corpus Christi B Corporation and Lift Fund in the amount not to exceed $100,000 for the loan buy-down program from October 1 of 22 through September 30th of 23.
Yeah, Mayor, and the only reason I pull this is this was the first time I had, that I remember since I've been here, that we've had any discussion about the Lift Fund. I didn't know exactly what it was about. We've had some discussion about it on a sidebar here, and so I just thought it would be a good opportunity to refresh myself and some of the new council members about what the Lift Fund is exactly.
Yes, sir. It's a good news item. Mike Culbertson from your Corpus Christi EDC. I'm still interim, and I'm still here. Don't worry. This is really good news. We just started this in 2004, so that's okay. It is a way, a micro lender, and I have Laura Estrada here with me from Lift Fund. It's a way that we can get small businesses loans that are getting turned down by banks because of lack of collateral, lack of history, and this way we can infuse small businesses. One of the things for Type A and now Type B has taken up is helping in small business assistance. Now, we did a package about a month ago, but we were still working on some details of the agreement, and so this is why it comes here by itself. It's passed by the Type B in November, and then Actually, it's passed in the budget in June. This was in November, and then this one particular was in January, and here we are here. You know, we kind of pigeonholed it last year for budget purposes to 49,000, but they usually get 100,000. This is now the grant money, the money that you're approving, pays down the interest. They use their own money. In fact, on some of the 380s that we had during COVID, thank you for that, they use part of that for the DREAM Fund that can only be used here in Corpus Christi city limits. So it's a great program. They're referred to by local banks. They sit over at the Del Mar Small Business Development Center across from Ray. And once a year, Laura and I get in a car and we go visit all the ones who have gotten loans and see what they've done. And it's impressive. It's very impressive. So.
Okay, Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, Councilman Pusley, thanks for bringing this up. I mean, I'm a huge supporter of the LIFT Fund, and you know, also when I decided to go back into business for myself in 2013, you know, after a couple of months, I thought this might not have been a great idea, and so anyway, in lieu of putting money on a credit card at the time, you know, I hadn't been in business for myself. I had good credit, however. I had no track record, and I could have borrowed some money at a higher rate, you know, since I didn't really have a track record, and I used that to buy some office equipment. You know, we retained we were supposed to have 1.5 employees or 1.5 employees, which we were. Yeah, exactly, and so we were able to do that. Obviously, we've grown to a staff of 6. So I was a recipient of that, and that was when Laura had first. Had got with them. When did you get with them? I'm sorry.
I'm loud, but I'll push the button. I joined LIFT Fund in 2013,
Yes.
so I've been with them almost 10 years now. And I'm a former banker since the early 70s, so I've seen the transition as to how business is conducted with startup business owners and existing business owners who don't meet our underwriting guidelines at the traditional level. So it's a very unique product. It's a very unique program because we're set up to take risk. We're going to take a risk that a bank traditionally would not take.
So you're the poor man's version of the SBA, is that correct?
Sort of, yes. They no longer offer the funding through the SBA unless it's through, you know, emergency like COVID, Hurricane Harvey. So we take the risk that the traditional lender will not take for multiple reasons. Capacity, debt-to-income ratios are high, which is a part of capacity. And then the banks have changed some of their lending policies, and they're changing how much money they're willing to lend at a minimum level. It costs them the same amount of money, and Councilman Roy should know this, yes, and he does, that it costs me the same amount of time and money to look at a $10,000 loan and time and personnel to look at a $100,000 loan, to look at a larger loan. So it's not cost effective to possibly do a $5,000 loan, which is the minimum through the buy-down program here. Our minimum with that program is at $5,000 up to $75,000. I can also lend $500 up to $5.5 million, but that's through an SBA 504 program in partnership with banks. So we are partnering with banks. We're not in competition with the bank. It allows the bank to retain their customer. It allows the bank to have that customer have faith that the bank is trying to help them retain a relationship, grow their asset base. We send them right back to the bank. We groom them to get back into the level of what the expectation is that they should be operating under the underwriting guidelines of their bank.
So how does an entrepreneur contact you? Do you have a storefront, or do you work through the EDC, or how does that done?
I actually office at the Del Mar Center for Economic Development. I'm hosted by the Small Business Development Center under the directorship of Ann Farova.
Okay.
So they can find me there. We have our website, liftfund.com. We have our 800 number. I have a cell phone that I carry around. I actually go and partner with multiple banks and let them know of our services. And I'm getting ready, and I was, tomorrow to go block walking to kind of go and tell people about the program once we know what's available through the Corpus Christi buy-down program.
Could you tell our water department how that works out for them? I'm kidding.
I'm really excited.
I'm not supposed to use any humor anymore, I understand.
Well, yes, sir.
So, anyway, thank you very much. I think this is a great program, and like you said, it's a good news story, and that's the reason I wanted to pull it, is to, basically get a little more information.
Thank
So
you.
thank you very much.
And I wasn't finished, but but I was going to give him more accolades. I was going to give him more. I appreciate any of the thing. My point is that at that time I had three children in college, $100,000 in debt. A bank was like, yeah, right, sure. How about 18%? And then
Yes.
I was able to get it 5.5%. And I'm one of your biggest cheerleaders, and I just can't say enough about the work that you do. So that way we could get there at 5.5% versus us spending almost 3 times that to be able to start our business. So, thank you. And with that, if there's no objection, Councilman, Pusley, I'll make a motion to approve.
You have light, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, but Councilman Hernandez has no, I'm sorry. No, Councilman Roy, your light's on first. Sorry. Yes, sir.
Yeah, really, everybody's covered everything, and I have recommended people to the LIFT Fund. I have, I don't know how many years it's been that we've been able to work together. I wanted to ask, as far as your geographic area, how far are you covering now?
So we are in 15 states.
Okay, so you've
We're the
grown.
largest nonprofit in the United States. And so my territory, although it's Corpus Christi proper and the coastal bend, I can cover any of the states that I receive a request to assist.
Oh.
Awesome. Any plans in the future of doing anything different?
Well, I think it's important for you to know that our founder, Janie Barrera, she was our CEO president. She has stepped down into a founder role. So I think what's important to know is that we are being very, very conservative in our practices, and our reach is for us to be able to serve more customers. And our marketing department is new, and so we requested that there's more marketing that's being processed so that we can kind of get, almost like what you are talking about earlier, how do we reach the people who are not going to Facebook, who are not going here and there? How are we going to reach more people to let them know of our services? I partner with the SBDC, I partner with SBA, I partner with SCORE. I'm a part-time SCORE mentor. So getting that message out to these folks is an important step. They don't use, a lot of my customers are not using, all these, okay, I'm gonna say I don't use it either because it's my age, but they don't use those things. So they want you to go to them. So I do a lot of face-to-face, and I go and I talk to people. I ask for an invitation to go visit with people. So we're trying different methodologies to get our reach out to other people. I get on television stations. I go to, who is it, Javier Colmenero? I try to go talk Spanglish there, and then I also go to KEDT to reach out to those constituents. We're just doing a lot of things to try to reach those people to know about our services here in the coastal bend.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thank you, and come by and see us once in a while and let us know what you're
I'm
doing.
going to go find you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. During the pandemic, we had some, some loans that we provided to LIFT Fund, and I was kind of trying to figure out where we are with that in the repayment.
So we did, thank you, Heather. We did provide information to the accounting division, and Heather has that information for you.
So to date, we've been repaid $852,000. Because if you remember on those tranches, not all of them were going to be repaid to the city. The first tranche of money was the one that went in back, the repayment went back into the Dreammaker Fund. And so it was the second and third tranche of money. And so we've recouped our $853,000 has been paid back to the city. And we still
out of
have.
how much?
It is out of, I know we have 1.2 million, and so we have $383,000 that is still outstanding, those payments, and so, they will forward it to us whenever it is paid by the loan holders on a quarterly basis.
Okay, and on the question of buying down the interest, how much interest are we actually buying down?
We're buying down 7% by the agreement. It can go down to 5.5.
Okay,
Section
so the
3.
loan is 5%, or the loan is 7%, or are we buying down 7%?
Buying down 7% to 5.5%.
So we're buying down
So
interest.
if they got a loan for 10%, they could only go down to 5.5.
Okay. That's floor. So when we're saying 7%, we're actually like at 12 point. What is it?
Yes.
At 12
Yeah,
points.
That would be where you get the entire value of it. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So-
Take the most advantage of it.
So it would be a maximum of the 7%. So if it was 20%, they would only buy down to 13, correct?
Okay, so
that's
is that
correct.
interest a reflection of risk from Lift Fund, or is that a reflection of just the interest rates?
Risk from Lift Fund.
So we're kind of buying down their risk so they can offer lower loan rate?
Correct, for our small businesses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Councilman Suckley.
I think Councilman Hernandez was kind of heading the direction I was, and I had emailed you, Mike. I
Yes.
appreciate you responding to me. It was just a question about the rate. Back when we funded this last time, prime rate was 3.25%, and the rate being offered, the buy-down rate was 5.5%,
Right.
which was 2.25% above prime, and now prime's 7.5%. So I was just curious the impact of that. Councilman Hernandez was just touching on that.
We haven't seen it because it hasn't passed, but what you're going to see and what you saw at the end of this one was that the interest rate starts going up, and so yes, they won't get a subprime when they'll probably start loaning at 14 to 15%, and then it'll buy down to 8 or whatever.
Okay, so in most cases, they're still going to be around where
Yes, sir.
commercial borrowing prime
Right.
rate is now, not
And
5.5%.
It's a point that we made and that the Type B board made that, we're not competing against banks.
Yeah. And so the 100,000 versus, was it 49 last time?
Yeah, 49 because we had a budget because we were moving from Type B to Type A, and so we
Okay.
kind of made it fit. However, there were a lot of government programs that she could tap.
Okay. So you're not necessarily going to be able to use it for taking care of twice as many clients. It's just other sources have potentially gone away.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
But they had been at 100,000 for a long time, and they've used most of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you. Laura, thank you. Thank you for being a partner, especially during COVID. You were a big, big part of saving many businesses. So thank you. And to the councilman, because he was very much a proponent, as we well know. So I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to, entertain a motion to approve, item number 21. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Thank you,
Thank
Mayor.
you. Thank you, Laura and Heather. Okay, so that'll take us out of consent and over to item, section L, public hearings, items number 26 through 28. Item number 26 is case number 1022-01, Sun George Contracting and Development Company. Mr. Raymond.
Mayor and Council, Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. All three zoning cases have no opposition. And in the interest of time, your time, you could take them all, or I could go through them all. It's
We
totally
will
up to you.
take them all unless someone has
Mayor,
opposition.
I would like to make a motion to approve items 26, 27, and 28.
Second.
You have to open the public hearing.
Have to have a
Yeah,
public
we are.
hearing, yes.
Subject to
Okay,
open.
which one? Okay, he's going to recuse on which item? Item number 26, Councilman Roy will recuse. So we have a motion, we have a second, but I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make any comment on items number 26, 27, and 28? For the record, item number 27 is case number 1222-01 ADR Investments. That is in District 4. Item number 28 is case number 1222-02 ADR Investments in District 4. And there's no one, so we'll go ahead and close public hearing. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
And then Roy abstains on.
And Councilman Roy
26.
abstains. The motion carries. Right, or just the one, exactly. Section N is briefings, items numbers 29 through 31. Item number 29 is developing our future, Corpus Christi Master Planning and Impact Fee Study Update Briefing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, or good evening. This is a briefing for the Master Planning and Impact Fee Study. Many of you know how we've got here. I know we've got some new members, so I'll briefly inform you. The trust fund is the mechanism with how we extend, how the city of Corpus Christi extends water and wastewater infrastructure to new development. It was established in 1982, and from 1982 to 2022, 40 years, the trust funds have paid out approximately $39 million over those 40 years, which is a little under $1 million a year. In August of 2019, Council directed Development Services to re-examine the trust funds again and consider alternative funding mechanisms to extend new infrastructure. From December 19 to February 2020, Development Services had determined that there was, back in 2008, a utility alternative financing study, and we just re-engaged that consultant to update his study for 2020, which he did. Both times, the study recommended transitioning from trust funds to impact fees for all of our infrastructure, not just water and wastewater, but roads and stormwater as well. In May of 2020, we issued an RFQ for Master Planning and Impact Fee Study RFQ out to the world, I guess. And in June 2020, Pape Dawson was selected through the evaluation committee to do our master planning, of course, to do comprehensive master plans, evaluate our land use assumptions, and of course, provide us an impact fee study. The Master Planning and Impact Fee Contract. In February 9th, 2021, City Council contracted with Pape Dawson Engineers. That was approved by City Council. On March 4th, 2021, the contract was executed. The contract total was, as you see there, $2.3 million. On October 15th of 2021, City Council approved an additional service request of $1.2 million because the information we had for our stormwater for our stormwater infrastructure was not as we thought, so we had to, Pape Dawson would have to start from scratch with hydraulics and hydrology studies. So that brought our total contract to roughly 3.5. Pape Dawson has since asked us for an additional service request of $255,000, and that is, in simplest terms, that is because the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee, when impact fees are done, are usually not reviewing all four infrastructures, right? In this case, we are: water, wastewater, stormwater, and roads. And early on, the committee said, you know, this is just a lot of information. It's like drinking from a fire hose. And so they asked us to meet monthly. We only had a few meetings, and I should say Pape had a few meetings in the original contract. And the committee wanted to meet regularly, like monthly, which we don't do. We meet every other month, per se. But we review the infrastructure master plans independently, not collectively, right? So that everyone can get an understanding, everyone kind of can absorb what's being done, what's being proposed, before we go out to the world, so to speak.
And
I'm
Al,
sorry.
you're going to talk about the change order?
Right,
Yeah.
and we'll be bringing this back to council shortly, right? So that change order is, like I said, $255,000, and we'll be bringing that to council real soon.
And that's to pay for the additional. like,
Meetings, right.
Yeah, the more than, what, quadruple the number that they normally would have done?
Exactly.
Okay.
They had 6, and we're out now at 11, and we've got 13 more, which is fine, right? We just want everyone to understand what we're trying to do and why it's important, so they can tell their constituents as well. This is the schedule for the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee that we've started back in August of '21. As you see here in the second column, February 23rd of next month will be our next meeting. We have our March meeting scheduled, our April meeting scheduled, our May meeting scheduled, our June and July meetings. So it's a full schedule. And in addition to this, PAPE and us, we will go around to the districts. We did this last summer, and our team went around last summer talking about these things, and there wasn't a lot of attendance. And like we have said today, a lot of people don't engage through the website, like Councilman Pusley was saying. So we're going to seek other ways to engage people who don't necessarily engage with us, so we can discuss the importance of this. But if you also have recommendations of how different parties that we engage, we consistently talk with the AIA, the Coastal Bend Group, and AGC. But if there's others that you think we should engage with, please let us know. We'll be happy to do that, because the public outreach for this is very important. And many times people will look at it and say, well, it's infrastructure, why should I care about it? But it really benefits everyone here. So please engage us if you have places that you think, hey, you should attend this. By the way, Flower Bluff was always full, so congratulations. This shows we meet with PAPE Dawson, not just Development Services, but we meet with Public Works and CCW to review the master plans, right? Look at the data that those departments have. Ultimately, it's their infrastructure, right? The streets and stormwater is Public Works infrastructure. The water and wastewater is CCW's infrastructure. So they're part of the discussion, so that it's transparent across the board, right? What we're doing is for the best for the community going forward. This is ultimately the project schedule from when we started and kind of where we are now. I should say, PAPE Dawson started their impact fee study at the beginning of this year, right, basically while the master plans are being developed. We have ongoing public outreach, right? Like I said, we did it last summer. We've been doing it throughout this entire thing. I've come to council, this is my third time maybe briefing you on this project. Thank God, in a few months, we'll be making recommendations to you. From April to July, like I said, we'll have public hearings, community meetings, city boards and committees, planning commission, and ultimately city council. And from July 23 to August 23, hopefully, the SEAC committee themselves will make recommendations to you for adoption of the master plans and adoption of impact fees. Why is this project needed? Many of you talked about it today, and you, Councilman Councilman Klein, mentioned about developments happening and the city getting to those developments with infrastructure, right? The city lacks comprehensive master plans to extend water, wastewater, and stormwater. And this problem, this master plan directly points to that challenge the city has. Corpus Christi our growth has occurred in trending areas only, and not in planned areas in efficient ways that benefit the entire community. Utility infrastructure master plans are a systematic approach toward determining the appropriate means for extending utilities. And the current funding mechanisms, as I said earlier, only do not cover stormwater infrastructure, street infrastructure, treatment facility infrastructure that needs to increase because of new developments, and hopefully impact fees would take care of that.
Please.
Sure.
And so, Al, that's exactly one of my issues with the whole impact fee, is that to me this seems to put the government in charge of where we're going to develop Corpus Christi, and not where developers and the people who want to invest in developments want to put the money. And I just think that's not the correct way to do it.
That's, Councilman Poster, that's exactly what many of the developers say, right? But this is our response to that, right? The master plans are not developed in-house. It's developed by the city, right? That CI committee was selected by this body.
Right.
And the city manager. And even they don't make the decisions. They'll make recommendations, but then we go out to the public, which we'll start here in February, and we'll go to all districts, probably multiple times, just so that we can touch everyone we can about how the city grows, right? The master plans are going to dictate how the city grows. And it's not us, it's not Pape Dawson, it's the individuals you selected and the community at large that says, this is how we want to get to from where we are now to where we want to be 10 years from now. So it's not,
So this
it's not
committee
the
will,
government, it's not the
this
city
committee will
leading that effort.
continue in force from now on.
Yeah, the master plans are for a 10-year period, from 23 to 33.
Okay? And so
Yes.
after 33, what happens?
That CI committee, you decide they'll meet every 3 to 5 years. In this case, if they choose 5 years, look to see where we're going. And then at that 10th year, they'll look to see, hey, is everything okay? Not just looking at the master plans, but looking at the impact fees that we charge in certain service areas to see, is this too high? Is this too low? Does it meet the needs of what the area, of the CIP projects that were planned for the area? So it's a living document. It goes on, but the city's not driving that ship. The members we select and the community will always have input and say, hey, we want to bring an amendment to do this or do that. But it's not the city driving the master plans. It's really the community, basically. And that board, that CI committee, is made up of, by state law, 40% of the development community. Now, you know many of them,
No, I
Bart,
understand.
Moses, Trey, Ram, I think, Alex Harris. A lot of developers are on that board, so.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Councilman Barrera. Okay. Sure.
Thank you, sir. How does this solve the funding issue, right? And you see that, as I said, the trust fund model has many challenges. One, sustainable funding. As you know, the trust fund is in the negative right now, and it doesn't provide funding for all of the needed infrastructure for existing infrastructure to reach new development, right? The impact fees are a one-time assessment to developers that cover their fair share of extended infrastructure to their developments, residential or commercial developments. The impact fee does not reimburse the developer. Impact fees, with impact fees, the developer is not reimbursed by the city as the trust funds. However, the impact fees are a more predictable funding source. It provides more certainty because when a lot of out-of-town developers come in, the very first thing they ask is, what are your impact fees? They understand that. When we say, we don't have impact fees, we have trust funds, no one really understands what that is, and we have to kind
Do
of.
they jump for joy? Because there's no
We have to
impact
go
fee.
through an explanation for them. So what are the benefits of Corpus Christi? Obviously, it's cost fairness, right? Costs for connecting existing infrastructure to new infrastructure is shifted away from existing residents to developers. Reliability, developers have a more reliable, consistent process for development. Equity, the city develops in a way that maintains an equitable, high level of service, for everyone in the community. And everything is connected, basically. The next few slides are the master plans. I'm showing you the service areas, right? And so when I show you these service areas, this is the wastewater layout, right? There are 6 service areas because we have 6 wastewater treatment facilities. In each of these service areas, there'll be CIP projects that are developed that says, hey, we predict through our land use assumptions that this group has done with the community, we predict there'll be so much growth in this area, so much growth in that area. So because of that, there'll be CIP projects throughout all of these service areas. And because of that, there'll be impact fees in each of these service areas that council will ultimately have to make decisions on. This is kind of dark and it's kind of big, but I wanted it on one slide. This is the traffic service areas. There are 21 traffic service areas with possible future service areas for the London area if that ever annexes in. In this case, the traffic service areas do not go outside the city limits. water, wastewater, stormwater go to our ETJ limits, but the traffic service area state law only allows them to stay within the city limits. We have 21 service areas in the traffic master plan, and every one of those service areas will have CIP projects for improving roads, expanding roads, reducing road sizes, bridge crossings, all those kinds of things. This is the stormwater, this is the layout for the stormwater master plan that will have 16 service areas because we have basically 16 watersheds in our city and in our ETJ. The consultant is working with the county so that we don't duplicate effort, right? And surprisingly, that's a great relationship and everyone's in tune, right? But again, there will be CIP projects throughout all of these service areas, and ultimately those CIP projects will have will have impact fees to support those CIP projects that are needed for the future growth that is anticipated over the next 10 years. And I stand by for questions.
Okay. Councilman Pereira.
Okay, thank you. So I tell you what, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Al. Obviously, this item has been somewhat contentious, even then still after all the meetings that you've had. So, something that would help me, like on a Reader's Digest level, is that if somehow or another, only if, the majority of the council wishes this, if you had the drawbacks of the trust fund, just a one-page thing, because, we just went through this nice presentation that you had of maybe, 15 slides? And so then, if you just had maybe 2 pages, the drawbacks of the trust fund, I'm sorry, you know what, I'm gonna move up here, I'm too short. Maybe the new chairs will be easy to raise, yeah. I know, I can hide from Peter too, I need a booster seat. Anyway, the drawbacks, the challenges, obviously the biggest challenge that we have is the fact that, it's not sustainable. And, I brought a developer to you, just last week, and, to all of you, that the challenges that we're facing, and sometimes those things tend to get politicized. And so one of the things that I see is that obviously people resist change, but the impact fees hopefully do not politicize recommendations.
Understood.
And so I'm just asking you so that way we can, because once again, we get pulled in, we as a governing body have to vote it up or down, and then we have to justify your actions.
Understood.
And so if you give us that, so that way it's easily explainable, because I'm a layman, I have to go and get you to explain. I hear the information from the developer, and then I have to go and talk to you, and then I find out who's more credible, and I know what I get sometimes. Sometimes it's a salesman in Moses that's in there telling me that the best route to go, and so I just need that help from you.
I have no problem providing it. I think that'll be helpful. And I want to say this. Moses has been on the committee since its inception, and one of the reasons that I'm glad Moses is on it, Trey is on it, Alex Harris is on it, and now Bart is there. We're going to convince them that this is the best model for the city. Trust me, you're laughing, and we'll convince them.
I think that's great.
Because it'll be Moses or whoever the chair is standing here making you recommendations to adopt these plans and adopt these fees. So I have no, I'll provide that for you, but you mentioned about it's still contentious. It's only contentious because there's a lot of people that still don't know, and I need your help to help me reach people, right? Because the average guy or lady doesn't understand how this impacts them, right?
Oh yeah. Well, the developer I brought to you, he kind of didn't understand all of a sudden, and he's used to trying to be as frugal as possible because that's the way he runs his business.
And the information I gave you, which I thought was very helpful.
It was.
But he'll be challenged because the nature of the trust fund puts the onus on you guys to make the decision. Mm-hmm. Impact fees are just impact fees. You want to develop, you pay a fee, and you're off and rolling.
Yeah, so. It has a set policy. The other thing is that, and also in support of what Councilman Klein said, was alluding to earlier with regard to, this sprawl. Additional road and, a sprawl. I think, once again, I've said that we obviously always want to incent infill. And I don't know how we do that. Is that a component of this to that way?
Absolutely, because that group, the SEAC group, could say, hey, to incentivize downtown development, we'll set impact fees at 0 because all the infrastructure is there. But when I go across the Oso to the London area, you got to bring infrastructure there, so maybe it won't be 0. So yes, that group can look at this, and I'm sure they will, to say, hey, we want development on, say, North Beach or downtown or District 2 where I live, right? So, so yeah, that's a component of this as well.
Okay, yeah, and that's the thing, I'm a firm believer in, obviously, capitalism, and I understand, the market drives where a builder is going to, or a developer is going to
Understood.
make some, invest. And obviously, if we get competitive with that, then that makes a huge difference because, anyway, yeah, I'm preaching to the choir there. Okay, that's just what I want to ensure. And once again, if you could break it down into, just like I said, 2 slides of something,
Understood.
pluses and minuses, drawbacks, advantages, however it is that you want it. You guys are the experts, I like to think. And so, what is it?
I appreciate
I know I'm not.
you
That's what I
always
can
share
acknowledge. I'm
compliments
not.
with me. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And I just want to, if you can, for the new council members, explain the differences between the plans so they can understand, the city plan, the area development plans, and master plans, and how that works and then how it's different, how impact fees are guided by the master plan.
Great question. A great comment, right? So I'll try to do that and considering everyone's time, because like I think Councilman Klein said, or maybe Councilman Suckley, we could talk for hours on this, but the master plans are led by land use assumptions, right? So when we formed the SEAC group, for the first 5 months, we took the old area development, the current area development plans, and we looked at the land use assumptions. What's going to be here? What's going to be there? Is it residential? Is it industrial? Is it commercial? Is it agriculture, right? So we took those area development plans and we created this one large, kind of City of Corpus Christi land use assumption map. From that map, it told us several things. It says, hey, and we did a demographic study about growth. We went back several years and we went forward, right, to the 10th year of the master plan, and we looked at our growth. As you all know, and you saw the census, I can't remember, in 2020, it says, hey, Corpus Christi is not going anywhere in terms of growth. A little under 1%, but the London area was a little around 7%, right? But that doesn't mean that you don't have to do any infrastructure in, say, Cal Allen, because it's not growing, right? Because there's still reach into Sinton for that new development there. But they took all of that into consideration, right? And we started, and I should say they started, PAPE started doing master plans based on those land use assumptions, based on the projected growth and the infrastructure needed, right? Keeping in mind, right, that the master plans are not necessarily impact fee related. It's just, hey, this is the best way Corpus Christi should grow. So if there are streets that need to be widened, streets that need to be, reduced, bridge crossings, intersections that need to be corrected, signalized, whatever, it's looking at all of that, right? Because some of that will be CIP projects that the city does through bonds or whatever, but when new development is involved, then that'll be impact fees, right? So to I guess, make it short, we are now at a point where we are, well, I showed you kind of the draft master plans, right? I didn't show you water because water is only 2 service areas, the mainland and the island, right? But we are now going to be taking those master plans, right, to the community, right, to begin to have conversations about, hey, do you agree with this? Because looking at the land use assumptions is one thing. Looking at the master plans that support the land use assumptions, totally different, right? And so everyone needs to look at it and say, oh, yeah. Well, and everyone will say, well, look at my street. It's too small, it's too narrow, or whatever it is, right? And so we're going to start that conversation, right? And that conversation will ultimately end up with us with PAPE Dawson developing master plans that have community input, that SEAC, or the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee, says, yeah, this is what we think we are, and this is what I think we will be 10 years from now, and that's what will be brought to this body for consideration. I know that's kind of fast, it's kind of the Reader's Digest version, but that's kind of the bookends of how this whole process will work.
Okay, thank you. And
He shared with me, yes, the CIP will ultimately deliver a list of projects, right? Whether those projects are city projects that we do through bonds, we know that there's expansion because development will require that, right? That'll be a list, and that list will be not necessarily paid for, but impact fees will support that list, right? So if you're the developer and you're building, and like Councilman Puzzle says, well, like many of the developers says, you don't know where I want to build. I know where I want to build. Well, if it's on the master plan, right, the impact fees will support bringing infrastructure to that development. All four: roads, stormwater, which we don't have, as you know, roads, which we don't have, as you know, water and wastewater.
Okay, with impact fees, we're just talking about the master plans in terms, but does this also include street construction?
Yes.
Okay, so in some cases, like for example, you have a group out in the London area that would be required to build an expansion of the collector there. That impact fee would take care of that, or would be used, would that be us?
If it's associated with new development, if that expansion you're referring to is associated with new development, yes, it'll take care of a share. The share that the developer share for expansion of that road.
Okay, so then we won't be requiring developers to build infrastructure like collectors, or will they still be on the hook for building it?
They can build it if the city's time frame is not in their time frame. They can build it and get credits for the impact fees. And they could sell those impact fees or use them in another job if they wanted to.
Okay, so the impact fee is based on the impact to the infrastructure that's there in the where the development is.
And that's a great point. I should have said this. Service areas will have impact fees, and when an impact fee is generated in a certain service area, I can't use it, and let's say it's in District 2, I can't use it in Cal Allen or on the island. It's got to be spent in the service area of where it was generated from.
Okay, and then you have defined service areas?
That's what I was showing you on the map, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Then, secondly, we were at a discussion, myself, is that you may have infill work where the development impacts the existing infrastructure, or maybe it's not, the existing infrastructure is not large enough. Would you
Sufficient.
have a higher impact fee associated with that than maybe in another service area?
Yeah, but in the same example that you started with, if the development is going to impact existing infrastructure that's not sufficient, impact fees will pay for the increase of that infrastructure, right? Their portion of the increase of that infrastructure.
So the impact
new development, however it impacts us, road-wise, stormwater-wise, water-wise, wastewater-wise, there will be an impact fee associated with that expansion or growth, whatever it may be.
Okay, so the impact fee is tied to the service area?
Yes.
And only the service area?
Yes.
So each individual service area will have its own impact fee
Yes.
based on what the development does?
Right, and the CI committee could assume, like one of you said, hey, what if I want to generate growth in the inner city, or one of you used the term infill development. That committee will look at that and say, yeah, well, the impact fee could be for the first 3 years or 5 years, 0 to draw people in, right? That means that we would have to.
So it would have to be subsidized?
Yes. But it's a way but we have a lot of vacant lots internally, so it's a great plan. Many cities use it, but all that's on the table, so to speak.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Okay, Al, I'm sorry. I'm trying to ride with you here, but I have this built-in affliction about government takeover, and this to me just smells of government takeover. I'm sorry. You said a minute ago, I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget, and if you want to go back to your PowerPoint, because for some reason mine isn't coming up now. It went away on my iPad here. Go back one more.
Sorry.
Okay, when you had this up a minute ago, you said the impact fees that are decided upon for each one of these areas the council will have to make the decisions on where those will get spent.
No.
You said impact fees the council will have to make decisions on.
Well, if I said that, which I don't.
Because I wrote it down.
But let me.
We can go back and play the tape.
So let me say the
Yeah.
Good one. The
Get the red
Allison
flag
or,
out.
like the one on
Oh,
your
I'm sorry, I
screen here.
can't make
Is this on
jokes
your
anymore. I
screen?
forgot.
Do you see? So Allison or Greenwood or wherever, there'll be impact fees associated with these service areas, right?
Okay.
And impact fees in Allison can only be spent in the Allison service area. Impact fees in Greenwood can only be spent in Greenwood. I can't go to the island and spend impact fees that I collected in Greenwood to
Okay.
Whitecap.
All
or
right, so
whatever.
let's just say for a moment that a big developer, let's say this latest big developer that came in here a couple of years ago, and they're developing only in this Oso area here. And they don't have any developments out around the Allison area.
Okay.
But because they're developing heavily in that area, am I to assume that the majority of the impact fees that are going to be paid into the system are going to get paid in to that area?
Yes.
Okay? And if I'm a small developer and I come to the city and say, I'd like to do a little 20-house subdivision out here in the Allison area, how do I obtain those impact fees and monies if this Allison area has been zeroed out?
If I understand what you're asking, the impact fee will be for Walmart or a small developer in Corpus Christi, right?
But what you're saying is those fees will be generated by the development in the specific areas.
Service areas, right.
The specific service areas.
Right.
So if there's no development taking place for a couple of years out in the Allison area, how much impact fee is being collected for the Allison area?
If there's no development there, there'll be very little.
Okay?
Or
So if
very
I'm a
little to
developer
none.
and I want to go move into the Allison area, then
We
where
will
do the
charge you
impact
impact
fees
fees.
come from to help with my development?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Keep in mind, right, and this is a conversation that we have with Peter often, the impact fees only pay, the impact fees charged to a developer, whether it's Walmart or you as a developer, is only your share of bringing that infrastructure to you. The lion's share of that is still on the city, right?
Okay.
So it's just their share. So it's not like if there's a 20-mile, like we were talking about, from
If you-
12-inch to 16-inch line.
Right.
That you only pay your share of getting that to your property. The bigger, it's the city's infrastructure. So it's our job to lay that infrastructure and get it out there. So you pay your portion of it and everyone else pays their little portion of it. But the lion's share of it is still on the city of Corpus Christi.
But what will be the city's impetus for wanting to do that if I'm the only guy out in that area doing it?
Well, it'll be on the CIP, it'll be on the master plan, it'll be one of the list on the project list. So I'm sure Jeff Edmonds and those guys will say, hey, it'll be structured just like your standard CIP list, that projects that we go through every year, every 2 years, every 5 years. Do you understand? So,
Yeah.
so if the developer
No.
wants to get out there quicker than the city, like I said, he can build it and he can be, he'll be credited for his impact fees.
Okay. And your statement in this PowerPoint where it says that the developer will no longer
Be reimbursed by
be
the city.
reimbursed by the city, they'll just pay a fee for whatever it costs to run the utilities to them, whether it's water, sewer, waste, whatever.
The fee is their portion of
portion.
that infrastructure, right?
Okay.
Their impact.
Have we
on that
determined what those portions are going to be yet?
That's what we're working on now.
That's what
That
you're
started in January.
Okay.
It should be complete in several months.
Okay. All right.
You can trust me.
I trust you emphatically, Al.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Roy.
So I want you to clarify a couple things. So in actuality, using your example, let's just say that I'm a developer and I want to rehab or renew. I've got a renewal project that I want to do in the Solomon Coles area, right? So I've got land. I decide that I'm going to develop in that area. I've got a plan. As far as lowering those impact fees or setting those, right? Because you've got a master plan for that area. Who sets those?
You will ultimately vote on it, but the SEAC group will make recommendations on
This-
every service area.
Okay, and then it has to be approved by
By this
council.
body, yes.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that was understood. The other thing I wanted to ask is, hypothetically, and I'll use a smaller model, like a custom home. Somebody wants to build a custom home in the same area. What's to stop the builder from just, whatever those impact fees, whether they're paying, passing it on to the consumer?
That's exactly what they do, but they still build houses in New Braunfels, in San Antonio, in Houston, and Austin.
But with that, I can't remember if it was Gil, somebody asked for a comparison of just laying out the trust fund.
Right, it was the councilman.
Oh, sorry about that, he's right next to me, I forgot. Long day.
Which we'll do.
Can you also, on a side-by-side comparison, show or estimate what it would have cost if you would have done a trust fund? The same project using the trust fund?
Absolutely, but keep in mind, the trust fund will show 0 for roads and stormwater, so it won't be a real comparison. It won't be apples to apples, if you know what I mean. So the impact fees will be all 4 utilities. Trust funds will only be water and wastewater.
Okay. You see where I was headed with that, though, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
And the other thing to remember about trust funds is that the rate in which people pay into the buckets, obviously, in 2003, when the trust funds added in lift stations and force mains, that's major infrastructure. And it's been reeling ever since then, right? It came to a stop like we are right now in 2008. At the time, council said, hey, we got to have a moratorium, and they stopped for a while. I think it was 8 or maybe it was 6. But at the end of the year, they started up again. But every time we have a lift station and a force main, that's at least $3 million, right? The last one we did on County Road 52 in your area was like $3 million. It's a little over $3 million. This is huge infrastructure. And the rates didn't account for that, right? So it's always straining for money, right? So one of you mentioned, the councilman brought me the Pozo Flores developer, and I said to the developer, you have to understand, because it's the trust fund, influence rules on how decisions are made. And I wanted the guy to know, people, because everyone was asking development services, well, what are they building? What are they going to do? All these questions that we don't require to know that, right? We just bring this to, hey, this developer wants so many millions of dollars from the trust funds to bring water to his site. What is he doing? I don't know. He hasn't shared it with us. Well, don't you need to know? No, the UDC doesn't require that, right? But the development community wants to know because that's going to sink the trust funds even further, right? So I just wanted to know what he's up against, and that's what we're all up against by still using this model. It's in my opinion, it's an opinionated model. It's not certainty, right? So that's really what I think we need to pivot to, certainty.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, great job, Al, and
Yeah.
we do want to recognize Moses. He's the chair, and he's been really open-minded in all the meetings that he's chaired. He snuck in behind you, Al, but yeah,
Yeah.
Moses, thank you for your professionalism on the SEAC.
I came for any questions
Yeah.
that I can answer
Yeah.
as well. That's why I came.
Great, yeah, thank you for being here.
Thank you, yeah, for taking the time. And gentlemen, thank you all for waiting all day. Yeah, this is very important, though, obviously. So thank you, Mr. Raymond.
Good.
Okay, we're going to move on. And our last item of the day is item number 31. No.
We
No,
have 30.
I'm sorry, item
Sorry.
number 30.
A quick-
Almost the last, yes.
Right.
A quick quarterly briefing update to City Council on operations at the American Bank Center. And thank you in advance for waiting all day as well, sir.
My pleasure. I learned
Yes.
a lot today.
Yeah.
Isn't there a big concert tonight over there?
There is a big concert, yes. We were actually in the middle, open doors already, so we're moving forward. Good evening, council and mayor. Just giving you a brief update. Hopefully I can go through this fairly quickly to get everybody out as quick as possible. Just a little background on the company that was brought in July, OVG 360. We are a full-service facility management company that prides itself on being a positive disruption to the business, as usual, in sport and live entertainment industry, as well as hospitality. Our local team of OVG 360 and OVG Hospitality makes us a one-stop shop for all the clients that come through American Bank Center. With over 200 200 accounts worldwide between our food service and our operations. We have a global reach when it comes to what our resources are. But not only that, we have a very good community just in the state of Texas on a lot of different places that we can reach out for resources, not just in the state of Texas, but also in the coastal bend as well, where we have 3 facilities that we all reach out to each other for to kind of build that base and have a good local feel and a local resources for us as a group. A little bit of background. We transitioned starting July of 2022. We assumed the last few months, and our official contract date started October 1st. We have a 5-year contract with an optional 5-year renewal. Just a couple headshots of some of the key staff members that we have. Some you may know, some are some new faces for you. Some of the new events and announcements, obviously we've got Globetrotters, which was announced later on this week. Theo Vaughn is actually in our theater on March 24th. As well as, like I said, mentioned Incubus tonight. We have WWE SmackDown, which is going to be a huge live event, nationally televised, as well as Parker McCollum coming in on June 8th. Incubus, as we mentioned, 95% of the tickets as of yesterday were sold. I believe we had about 15 tickets available for tonight's show. So if you're interested, still a couple available, but not many. Also, some other ones that we didn't put on the list. We have Shin Yun in February, as well as Rodney Carrington on March 2nd.
I'm curious, what is SmackDown, what do they sell? Do they sell out?
So it's going to be a big show. We just went on sale not too long ago.
Okay.
We're probably like I said, I would assume that we will probably be pretty close to sold out, and it's going to be, obviously with it being a televised event.
Right.
It's gonna be packed.
Right.
Just this past December, we did our 4th annual Coastal Christmas. Second year that we offered the sensory ice skating, which was a big deal for us, for the community, to give some people the opportunity to come in without all the lights, the sounds, and some of the things that we do for the normal general skates. We partner with local DJs for the DJ skate nights, as well as, obviously, we did our s'mores outside this year, which was pretty nice. A little chilly for most of the people, but it worked out pretty well. And we did digital online ticketing for the 2nd year in a row. Some of our past events, we just had Joe Coy this past weekend. Show did amazing. We probably had about 95% sold for that show. It was a great night. They left happy, which is always a good thing for us. We had Gabriel Iglesias in this past last October, which did over 4,800 sold, as well as selling out the Reba concert this past October, which was obviously a big deal for us. Some of the other events in the Salina were Burt Kreischer, Dwight Yoakam. One that didn't get mentioned in Tocable we did that one did over 2,000 with 89% tickets were out for that. New Wave Expo, first year for them to do that in our exhibit hall, is sort of like a trade show, sort of like a Comic-Con, over 600 in for that event for the first year they did it, which was really strong. They were very happy with that. Some of our marketing enhancements, as some of you may have known, we enhanced our VIP doors. We added a bank of doors right facing the bay for our VIP suite holders, for them to have a private entrance to come through. We've done multiple TV segments. I said I've been on TV more here than in the 15 years that I've actually been in this industry. I've been on TV more here, so you guys have probably seen this face more than my mom has over the last couple of months. We are still working really closely on the new imagery and the updated website. Hopefully have an implementation on that very, very soon. And then obviously we work with a lot of our local community partners, Coastal Bend Blood Center, Concrete Street. We do some advertising with them, among others. For our community outreach, during Coastal Christmas, we worked with Malkin Interactive to do a contribution for one of their DJs. They came in for one of the DJ skate nights. Instead of them just coming in and getting paid a fee, what we did was we worked with them on a donation for their charity for Bikes for Kids, where we raised over $1,100 during that DJ skate night for that charity. Obviously, we mentioned also with Coastal Christmas, we utilized our Reindeer Run sponsorship, where we were able to help push our Coastal Christmas event by setting up a table at their run for our sponsorship. In addition to the things listed here with Visit Corpus Christi, we've been working with them on a lot of different things over the last few months, especially since I've been here. We've had many initiatives, including in August, we did a FAM tour for the Jason Aldean concert. FAM tour is where we bring potential clients from outside, bring them to Corpus Christi to experience what the city has to offer firsthand. We're currently looking at doing another FAM tour for Parker McCollum, which is going to be June 8th, in which case we'll do the very similar thing. We'll bring in sport organizers and event planners to come in, see Corpus Christi, visit the city, and then they'll be in the building for the Parker McCollum show that night. In November, our sales team met with VCC in Austin for a Meters Planning International event, and we also worked very closely with VCC on a very big event that we're excited about. We're going to be hosting in April the Professional Cornhole League Championships in our exhibit hall that will be streamed on ESPN. We're looking forward to it. We've had some preliminary conversations, and I think that's going to be one of the bigger events that we do here is going to be that Cornhole League. I think it's going to be a good time. Current projects, we have a meeting Thursday for our landscaping design for our 60% drawings. In lieu of that bigger project, we operationally have taken care of some of the smaller parts of that project to where we've done a little bit of the bed work, touched that up, but we did that with the vendor that we're working with on the project, so that way anything that we've already done is going to be part of that bigger project, so that way we're not doing those type of things twice. I know I've talked with multiple council members about our parking strategy. It is all over the country, and it allows for remote access for parking. Our Park Mobile will be specifically for the building. It will allow for people to prepay for parking in designated lots. It will allow them to see where those lots are and potentially get directions on their phone, so that way they know exactly which lots they're going to. There is the ability for us to expand on that, but that's going to be our initial implementation. As well as working with Park Mobile on that, we are also working with Park Hub, which is going to give us newer equipment for us to be able to handle the day of sales, to hopefully get our ingress, which is the cars coming in for the events, get them in a little bit quicker. The Sweet Terrace project, which is running through the city, we've already had our 30% drawings. We had that presentation January 6th of this year. This is just a list of some of the local vendors that we've been working on with our food and beverage, our OVG hospitality. As you can see from the graph, there was a significant spike in our food and beverage sales in the month of November. We had a couple of high-profile events that fed into that number. One was the Military Corps Ball, NAFSA, which is Association of International Educators. If you're wondering, NAFSA doesn't really mean anything anymore. It was something that they had when they first started. And TAPPERT, which is the Texas Association for Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance. They all had their meetings at our facility in November, and those are a lot of what contributed to that spike in food and beverage. In addition to the uptick in food and beverage, we're also very excited about our Global Partnerships Division. It allows us to partner with local organizations to not only help promote their business and initiatives, but also create a new revenue stream for American Bank Center. It's something that wasn't necessarily hit on a lot. The only partnership we had when we first got here was our great naming rights partner, American Bank. This will give us the opportunity to work with more partners, local vendors in the area for advertising for their spaces.
Daniel, I wonder if you can go back to your prior slide, or maybe
Sure.
AV control, because that's of all the slides, that's probably one of the most important ones. Can maybe go back to that prior? Yeah, so back in July, we were collecting $135,000 to support the operations at the American Bank Center. The difference to keep the building running, to pay debt service and all that's paid for with property, not property tax, with HUT tax and sales tax. Fast forward to November, look at that difference, $764,000 generated for the operations of the center
Yes,
from
that
the
is-
event mix itself.
Yep, that's the gross revenue number. Yes.
Right, that's what we want to see. That means less dependence on HUT tax and sales tax. That money can be used for other things, marketing, other infrastructure. So that's it. This was part of the plan. We knew that we were under collecting in the American Bank Center, underachieving. So this is just the beginning.
Yeah,
right?
there, and like we all know, like our hospitality is still in the midst of going through a very big transition and a transformation where we're offering a lot more, a lot bigger things and a lot higher scale things, and we'll touch on that a little bit with some of the capital projects that we'll touch on in a couple minutes.
So can you go over the next slide that you were
Sure.
on? Go over that a little bit more. I think it was the next slide. Yeah, this one.
So the global partnerships is our partnerships division sells advertising, is also responsible for our suite sales, as well as the newly implemented club seat program, which is what we use. That number that's a revenue number that we generate through advertising partnerships, through those premium seating sales. And there is a tiered structure that our global partnerships works off of, where we've got naming rights, we've got founding partners, and then we've got associate partners. And there are certain thresholds that go into this that our partnerships guy, Travis, will hit to kind of get those numbers to where they need to go. Our goal is to get to an annual 1.03 million by year 5 of our management.
Okay, and so right now, the naming rights are American Bank.
Correct.
And how long do they have before it comes back up?
I believe 2 years.
So in
I
2
think
years,
it's-
it comes up?
Yes. Yeah.
And we had a conversation. What was that conversation about? The naming
About
rights and the.
That it was probably a real good deal. What is the charge for the
Right.
naming rights for American Bank? 100,000?
108,
80 or?
190.
So that's another example. We collect 190 a year, thousand. Their goal is $1 million a year. Again, the more you collect on these types of things, the less subsidy from HUT tax and
Right.
sales tax.
And I think a good thing for our partnerships is they're being creative. Obviously, with the club seat program, it's just
Right.
another premium area. Once the suite terrace gets finished, that adds to that ambiance of what
Right.
those premium sales will be like, which also goes into this number. So a
Okay.
lot of those things will play into that.
Okay. Councilman Suckley, I think you have a comment?
Yeah, thanks, Danny. You and your team, just the last few months since you've been here, I've seen a positive swing of great stuff that's happening over there. So keep it up.
Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to mention on the landscaping that we're doing. Does that also include the landscape lighting and the stairway lighting? And is that part of the scope of that?
Landscape lighting, yes. Stairway lighting, no.
Okay. I would just like to see that included if possible. I'm tired of seeing where it's been broken and we got a black cover over it now or duct tape on it. It's just not a good look walking in off of Resaca there. So if we could get that covered as well.
From an operational standpoint, I know that we are currently working on that. Like I think if you notice I think it's Wasaka where the trees were, they used to have the metal grates where we pulled those out and put the granite in there as like a little bit of beds. All of those lights have since been covered if they don't work. So that way, we're starting to do that while we figure out. Obviously, we'll touch on the ME report a little bit later, because part of the ME report, which was another report that was done through the city, we've got some marching orders, but those marching orders are they're very big dollar amount types of things. So it's how we figure out how that we're handling a lot of the things that we can on the daily operation maintenance side, but there are definitely some bigger conversations to have when it comes to funding what all needs to go into that.
Yeah, I understand it, the air handlers and other things. So you got to get the foundational stuff in order before you can do the aesthetic stuff. I get it. And lastly was Sunday at Joe Coy. I'm sure you've heard a lot of feedback about this, but pulled up at the arena probably 45 minutes beforehand, and I had never seen the line of people like it was. For those of you that weren't there, the line from the Resaca door entrances went all the way to Chaparral and down Chaparral, about another 100 yards of people standing in line. So I don't know if that was a metal detector issue or what it was, but I think that's probably why the show was postponed 15
It was a
minutes or
combination
so.
of quite a few things, some of which are operational, some of which are unfortunately just, it's what we, like some of the spaces that we have to work with to try to get people in. We probably don't have the amount of space that we need. But yes, there's like, we were out there, we saw where it was going, and we have some recommendations operationally to alleviate that moving forward.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Elsie.
On that note, how are the, you were there, the beer lines? And remember, that was a real point of contention before, because there there was like one spot to buy a beer or a drink.
So we are at the mercy of what our space is on our concourse, and our concourse is goes around 1/4 of what our arena space is. So all of the people that we have that come into the building, so for Joe Coy, I believe it was over 6,300, I think, tickets that we had out, are coming, all be able to get to one corner of the building, and everybody can kind of come in that same corner, which from an ingress standpoint is part of where our issues lie, is that once people get into the metal detectors, everybody stops where they're going, so everything kind of gets backed up. There is no other space. When it comes to the beer lines, points of sale for food and beverage, we have maybe 6 areas on the concourse that we can do actual food and beverage for the main concourse. And then you have your merch lines, which are set up. The functionality of the space is not conducive to having that many people come through the facility all at one time.
Right.
And unfortunately, what we all know is this is a late arriving market, and the market that gets, so if we have a show that doors are open at 6 and show starts at 7, 6:30, 6:45, everybody starts to show up. So it's kind of dealing with some of those things a little bit. We're looking with some of our show partners on opening doors early, potentially offering some opportunities for people to get in early, and potentially, go to concession stands and maybe have discounts. That's something that we've done other places. We haven't really fleshed through all those opportunities, but we are looking at ingress points. We're looking at metal detectors and whether it makes sense for us to do more wanding with the metal detectors to get people through the security protocols faster. So we are looking at all those options to kind of get the people in and get people through the lines as best we can.
But is that typical? Is that expected? Or what is the issue? Because remember, as we well know, I don't remember what the show was or whatever, but it's a huge part of the experience, and whether you're going to want to go back.
Correct.
Because they're, like in this case, if that's the issue, so what's the solution to it?
Like in San Antonio, one of the solutions is they expanded the sale area, the concourse area. I don't know if it's tripled or doubled the queuing space.
Literally.
Yeah, so you heard Daniel, it's 1/4 of the whole arena.
Right, it's
only
what we
a
have.
quarter of it for 6,000 people all jam in there to buy something. That's the same place 6,000 people are coming in.
Right.
So this is why
Right.
these guys are professionals in the business. They're going to help us redesign,
Okay.
remarket.
And we're looking at temporary options while we figure out a permanent solution, right? We know that we can't.
Right.
We know that we're not going to rebuild the building overnight, right? So we're looking at some of our options. We've talked about potentially getting renting some bigger tents to where we have the ability to move the security points out a little further, so that way they get into security, they have more space on the exterior of the building to get to where they are, and which that would give us the opportunity to potentially add more points of sale on the outside to get people through those lines before they get to the actual physically inside the facility.
Right.
But all your kiosks are open, right? All your kiosks
All
are
of our
open.
points of sale are
They're
open.
all-
And
Right.
you're not running out of food?
No.
You're not running out of beer?
No.
Okay.
Right. It's just a matter of, it's a time and motion deal, and a space constraint and a poorly designed.
And everybody
layout.
comes in on the lower level, so they immediately go to the lower level concessions. We have concessions on the upper level that barely get hit sometimes because everybody gets their stuff when they first walk in.
Right.
Get upstairs, and then it's just as needed type of thing.
Right.
So it's an infrastructure problem, but we're figuring out what type of temporary solutions we can come up with to alleviate those concerns moving forward.
Okay, but we're going to look at the permanent solutions. That's the big.
Yes, we are.
I know they're big, but
Right.
we
And I
got
believe
to.
that was presented last week as part of the Hunter report, was extending some of those concourses out, yes.
Okay. Councilman Suckley.
Sorry, I'm done.
I've got a couple more things, but I can answer questions. I'm at your mercy.
Oh, that was an old one? Okay. Councilman Pusley, did you want a question now?
I just wanted to concur with what you're saying, Mayor. We had to figure this problem out because it's a big criticism we receive from the community. You can't get a drink, you can't buy a beer. We have to, when you see a line out the door and down to Chaparral Street, that's okay from a standpoint of, yeah, we got lots of people attending the show, but it's not a good, representation of our facility. And that's what we've got to work on. I mean, we really do. And that goes for, as I've said many times, traffic and parking. And then when the show's over, getting people out of our parking facility in a safe manner.
Yes.
Now, before, you guys, and I don't know what you're doing now, but before it was just, you were on your own. They just threw the gates open and Katie barred the door.
Right.
And so.
Yeah, I think we're still a work in progress on a lot of those things. I think we're getting better with each event that we do, and I think that there's definitely more room for improvement in the next couple of months.
I've said
with some
many
of the-
times, if you want to see how to empty a stadium out, go to a Spurs basketball game.
Yeah, I know how to
They
do
got
that.
it down.
Yep.
Now, if you want to see how not to do it, go to Jerry World and go to the Dallas Cowboy football game.
Well, okay, Councilman Barrera. Okay.
I wanted to put on my life.
I know. Okay, you got a couple more, I think you said, Danny?
Good.
Okay.
Next is the facilities assessment, like we talked about, the ME report. When we first got here, like part of our initial study was to work with the city to get somebody to come out and do a full assessment of the building, see where it is, where it needs improvements, and what fixes need to be made. We know that there was a lot of deferred maintenance, so we needed to see kind of where we stood at that point. The ME report came back. We're looking at between 40 and 50 million in today's dollars is what it would cost to get everything back up to where it should be, just with the building as is. That's no additional improvements. That is just repairing one for one with what we have to go off of. And 50% of those dollars in the ME report were focused specifically on the convention center space, with 34% of those dollars being on the arena side and another 17 for the Selena. Hopefully you can see in some of these pictures, but the ME report did a really good job at capturing some of these images. You can see that there's been some patchwork done on some of these roof spots, and there's a couple areas where they started and stopped. They didn't actually finish those areas of the roof. So they were working on trying to get some of those things done, but they never really got to the end of it. And for anybody who's ever worked in facilities, the toughest part when it comes to roof leaks is that you never actually know where they're coming from, because water is going to find its way down regardless, right? So the leak could be on one part of the building and you're going to get the actual water hitting on the other. So the tough part with this is it makes it very difficult to identify where the problems actually are. We're just dealing with the symptoms of what the problem is. Thanks to some capital dollars that were in for Type A and some other funding, we've already begun the process of updating our food service equipment in our kitchen areas. And a lot of that comes from what we've seen in the ME report. Just this month, we've already received our new electric smoker, a vacuum seal food packaging machine, and 4 new pretzel warmers. In addition, we've ordered new double fryers, new tilt skillets, new plate warmers, and hot boxes to have a more efficient and effective food and beverage operation for both sides of the facility. Mechanical and plumbing is probably one of the toughest ones for us to look at because it includes the ice plant. We know that we're currently renting an ice plant every year for our tenant teams, as well as our annual contract with Disney on Ice, which is a long-term contract. It's been 6 years since the plant was operational from our records, and it's a system that needs a complete overhaul, but there's a lot of newer technology that would assist in making it a more efficient system. Our Director of Operations, Jeff Butcher, has already been in touch with ME to discuss some additional options when it comes to building the ice plant, where we can reuse some of the waste heat that's captured from that plant and redistribute that to some other areas, which could be for domestic hot water heating, or some places have done Zamboni water heating. Another aspect of the mechanical and plumbing that we focused on is the lack of automated controls for the facility. Currently, what our building staff is doing for HVAC is they're physically walking up to each one of the units, turning on hot and cold water valves as needed, depending on what the space needs at that point in time. We've realized that that's not the best. We know that that's not the best course of action, but unfortunately for us, it's the only course of action we have right now. We've noticed multiple times that we've seen where somebody will forget one valve and a space will be ridiculously warm or ridiculously cold just because you miss on some of those types of things. A building automation system will alleviate that. It puts in automatic controls to where everything is controlled from a computer screen, and it takes that human error element out of it, because it gives you the ability to schedule months in advance sometimes when you have your event schedule, and it allows it to be automated to a set point as opposed to hoping that you've opened a valve in the right way. And with that, I thank you. The ME report, again, we could talk about for hours, but I will now open it up to any other questions you may have.
Okay, Councilman Barrera.
All right, I'll try to be brief. I'm sure everybody, which is hard for me.
No.
Just a couple of things along the lines that, Dan brought up. I have some friends that are just as sarcastic as I am, and, I guess to have those systems like the last basketball game, I guess it was Saturday, I got pictures of water fountains that don't work, and then before that I got trash bags on top of a toilet, or on top of a urinal. And I guess that's the thing, if you just come to us with a specific action plan, obviously very sensitive about this. I'm glad you guys are here. I know I was skeptical in the beginning, where you weren't here when I got to see the skeptical rolling. But what is it? And what took so long, Peter?
We'll just wait till tomorrow.
But my thing is that, gosh, I'm embarrassed because I knew there was a lot of frustration, but I'm embarrassed that I've been here 4 years now, and I'm just now getting to hear about this. And I could say that many of us were around 20 years ago when we worked so hard to be able to have this facility, and we just let it fall apart. And I feel bad that I've been here 4 years and I haven't been able to do anything about it. So I'm glad that we're assessing all that. It obviously, I like the speech I gave last week. We all need to come together and make this a world-class facility. I'm glad to see what you guys are doing. I heard a bunch of great things about Joe Coy, and and just I went to a Spurs game here just recently, and of course there was they told everybody there was an issue with security, but it was a bomb threat. So the game actually started about 45 minutes late, but you had a lot of frustrated people standing out there in the concourse. So I know it happens. I'm sure that wasn't what happened there, but I think if there's just a way to communicate that out, I don't know if you have for people that buy tickets to Ticketmaster. One of the things they did to us is that evening they sent out texts and said, "We apologize. There's a security issue. We want to make sure that you're taken care of as quickly as possible." Something along that lines. If I may so suggest, you guys are the experts, but that gave us a little bit more peace of mind, so that way you don't have a ton of people because it's poorly designed, and all of a sudden they're like, "What's going on?" And
yeah, I think for us, a lot of that is going to be I think we can do a better job of pushing out on our social media where what our new initiatives are. Obviously, with the new bag policy that's been implemented over the last year or so, we're still having some hiccups when it comes to that. So I think we've talked with our marketing staff and our event staff on getting some of those communications out a little bit more before and having an actual media, social media campaign for it as opposed to just kind of one-offs. I think our staff does a great job on the marketing side with getting some of those things out. I think we could just do a better job at pushing it a little bit more often than we have been. But definitely, we know that there's areas for improvement for us on that front, and we're looking in to see what we can do to make that work a little bit better.
Yeah, and you've definitely raised the bar. I'm just saying that sometimes those simple things, you know, one of these days I'll tell you the dead horse story, which Peter's familiar with. But the thing is that what happens is that we have a challenge, and then all of a sudden, and that's what this is an example of continued tolerance. And then before you know it, it's the standard. And we just want to ensure that, you know, a trash bag over a urinal is just not the standard anymore, that there's somebody going in and saying, hey, somebody needs to take care of this, we got this big show coming in, or we're trying to showcase, whatever the deal is. I mean, it's got to be, and I'm sure you do this already, but I know there's a walkthrough that gets done, so that way all that stuff is done and we don't have to line that out. And then if you see something like that, it's like, man, I can't believe we missed that. You know, so anyway, like I said, the standard's been raised, but, you know, we're getting those pressure points. And the more proactive you are, and since you've elevated the amount of revenue, I'm sure, and I know it's a difficult time to hire people, but you know the whole world's encountering that, and we're going to have to figure out a way to change it. But keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. You had mentioned that you have $50 to $60 million in things that need to be fixed in today's dollars. Have you prioritized those?
We have discussed those in a priority list. We don't have an actual priority. We talked about what would be the first few things we would look at if money was no object. Roof is obviously one of our primary concerns. HVAC and HVAC controls are another one, just because that's probably one of the biggest complaints that we get from a client standpoint is the lack of ability to adjust temperatures to be actually comfortable. There are some places in the building where it is either too hot or too cold all the time because there is no automation system that can kind of tell the system what it needs, the HVAC system, what it needs to do. And I think, so those are the three things that if we were prioritizing, that would be at the top of our list.
Yeah, Councilman, we'll do, the city is actually, that's our responsibility, the building, those massive systems, the urinals, the OVGs as an example, but the study is just about done now, so the next step is prioritization, and then we do have funding ready to go. So we have to start activating the utilization of spending the money, but improving the facility. So that's an exercise coming up next with OVG, the city engineers, and our consultants.
And so that's why I asked them, because they would be, since they're operating the facility, they could provide that information to us, what they think is most important.
They're very much part of the team.
Now, you had mentioned the HVAC, and we had a presentation from the Art Museum here just recently, and they said that the portion of the HVAC system that cools their building is also part of the convention center.
Right.
And that, from what I also hear, it also does the Science Museum and the Harvard Playhouse. Is that correct?
That may be right all in the same loop.
Yes,
sir.
that is correct, as part of the test
Okay,
original
so-
system.
And the funding, I mean, and I asked our CFO for a kind of a one-pager for, you know, all the income coming in and what our expenses are, kind of because it's in different places in the budget, right? So if we could just have a one-pager to kind of see where we are, what our capacity is for lending, that kind of stuff for bonds.
Right.
Because I said, you know, during that presentation from Hunden is that, you know, we have this set funding for that facility or for those facilities, and we should probably, you know, look at what we can do within that funding and prioritize it and get those things fixed right away, right?
Yes, sir.
And so with that, you know, it's kind of hard to see this from just pictures. I'd like to arrange some time to go visit and kind of go through some of those places and just give me the tour, because, you know, I'm not going to get to the back rooms, you know, during just showing up for any event or anything like that. So I'd like to see it so I can, you know, absorb it and kind of really be able to explain it if I'm ever asked that question.
100%.
Okay, so let's see, just kind of.
Yeah, I'll get with everyone's schedule and extend an invitation for a look at your time and definitely go through that and also have your input. We'd love to listen to your information.
So, you know, just I understand it works all together, right? So if we look at it as the entire complex, because like I said, we had nothing in the capital improvement plan for the art museum.
Right,
So,
we will next time.
so kind of prioritize what's important for everything, put it in the capital improvement plan, and let's make the plan so we can budget for it. And I'm assuming this is what we're going to try to do, to put it on the next year's capital improvement plan.
That's correct. It'll be in next year for sure. Right? The team's already looking at it because we have 3 different studies for the Art Center, Art Museum, and the Science Center. And it's documented, so we just need to lay it out over the continuum in the capital budget.
Okay, I don't want to leave out the Harbor Playhouse or the
Harbor Playhouse, we'll have to do a study on that one because we didn't do one, but we could probably have our team look at, some of the main systems.
If it is connected on the HVAC, I mean, might as well
Right.
make sure we're
Yes, sir.
getting it all in there if we're going to do the HVAC. And you said the prioritization is roof and HVAC, so
Right.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. All right, thank you.
Daniel, one quick question. What happens if you have a cancellation, you have a big concert, and then they cancel? How do you tell people, or how do you?
Oh, so a lot of that communication will come from the tour promoters for the most part, and then we will share that message, especially for when it comes to cancellations. We just went through it over the weekend with Aaron Lewis, where he got the flu, postponed 3 shows. They give the show promoter will give us the information, and we will pass that along through our social media, through any type of building wide, where we can post messages on our website. They also get, any ticket holders will get a text email from Ticketmaster letting them know that a show like that has been postponed or
So that's
canceled.
standard, like Ticketmaster.
Correct, that is standard, yes.
Interesting. We had a show canceled. It was in San Antonio, and we got nothing. We drove up. It was David Foster at the Tobin, and people were all walking up, and we were like, "What happened?" It was interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally, and again, like, tour promoters are usually the ones who are gonna dictate that message.
Right.
And then it gets shared on.
Right.
So depending on, I'm not gonna speak for another facility, but depending on what it was and how it happened, it could
Right.
have been, there could have been avenues that just
Sure, right.
may have been missed.
Yeah, big time. Anyway, great presentation. Thank you, thank you.
Tried to be
we're
as quick
very,
as possible.
Very proud of what you're doing over there, and very in support of what you're doing. So we look forward to taking care of business.
Awesome, thank you, appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes. Oh, yes, Councilman Pusley.
Turn it on. I just want to be sure I understand, and while I appreciate the councilman's zeal for wanting to get down in the weeds, it'd be like we were going to go out with a crew to decide how they put a water line or a sewer line in. I've been waiting with bated breath, Peter, for y'all to come to this council with recommendations on what we do to fix the major issues associated with this facility. That includes the HVAC system, the electrical systems, the chiller systems. I mean, one of the things I'll know whether or not you've done a good job is if you have an automated system that turns all your power using devices on at a different time so that you don't spike the demand meter and cost a bunch of electrical usage. So I know a little bit about that, but I don't think it's necessarily our responsibility to go over there and be involved in the designing of that process. I want to know what it is you guys are going to recommend that we do.
Yeah, I don't think
I don't want to have to take my time to go over and tour that facility.
No,
I know it's in
right.
bad shape without even going over there.
Yeah, I think the councilman just he likes giving tours. I think in this case, he just wants a quick tour. We're not going to, he won't be, the team.
Well, and that's fine if he
right.
wants to do that, but I'm just telling you, I don't want to do that.
Right, we don't want the council to do that. It's
No.
our job. If you did that, we wouldn't have to be here.
That's not our
Right,
job.
so-
We're policymakers here.
We agree.
And we need to be
Right.
focused on that.
Yes,
And we
sir.
need to be focused on what recommendations you're going to bring to us.
Right.
For how you're going to fix this facility, what needs to be done, how much money it's going to cost,
Exactly.
how much, the taxpayers are going to have to bear. All of that stuff
Right.
has to be worked out.
But
But,
as we mentioned, that's the plan. So the facility assessment is nearly complete.
okay,
Then we sit down, we know how much money we have available today, and we're looking at other ways where we can leverage more, maybe borrow from the existing sources.
Okay.
Then we come to this council with a prioritization to say, this is the most critical, we can do this is the next phase, and so on. That's going to be presented to you soon. This is her full-time assignment, Elsie, so she's working with our teams in here, our engineering department, consultants on the outside. Everything's in motion, so that is, how you laid it out is exactly how we plan to do it.
And in the meantime, if Councilman Andrews wants to borrow my hard hat, I'll be happy to lend it to him.
We're gonna take them over there. They got a couple back
Got a
rooms,
couple
so-
already.
Yeah, we are policymakers.
Well,
Yes.
we're policymakers, budget, and oversight, so.
Right.
This is part of the oversight.
We're
so-
not
be glad to give 'em a
HVAC
tour.
and roof people.
Right.
Okay,
Just-
thank
thank
you,
you.
Daniel, very much. Elsie, thank you very much. Yes, you're up again. So item number 31, and our last item of the evening. Thank you for waiting, Mike.
Oh, thank you for having
We
me.
have an early morning tomorrow. Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation quarterly update to the City Council, fourth calendar quarter of 2022.
All right, kind of lost my crowd. I usually give this to like 500 people. Okay, that was just once, but I want you to realize that while you're sitting there, this is, we are the ones that go out and find primary jobs. This is what we do. It's, whether it's a manufacturer, primary jobs are actually defined as a job that is outside of 50 miles, that you sell your services or products outside of 50 miles from that intersection. I mean, it's actually that intersection. It actually says that in the type B and type A. So that's what so rest easy. There is somebody whose job that is. Talking about housing real quick, just so you know you probably know what's going on. Things are starting to come back down, right? It got a little weird there at COVID. I have a view of it, and I think it's because the only people who could move at that time were people who were buying $250,000 and $300,000 homes, so it put pressure on the market to come up. Now it's starting to go back down. We were below 1 month of inventory. So you want to talk about a seller's market. But now we're up to 3, and that's going good, and that's almost seasonal. As you can see, during the summer, when most people try to transfer, or in the military, everybody would transfer it then. That's when it really goes high, and then it'll come back down. There's a little bump in December, but that's about it. So it's starting to come back to earth, and this is the Corpus Christi market. So sales tax, Corpus Christi is doing great on sales tax, and one of the things when we bring projects in, you have to remember that people shop here. This is where they're going to shop. You can take a look at the sales tax. Everybody's doing really well. You think Gregory's not, but actually what happened is during COVID, people were staying close to home and buying all of their stuff there. So the sales tax went up in their respective cities, and then now it's going to come back down to fleet average, except Ingleside. I don't really know what happened to Ingleside. We're trying to figure out what happened there. They had a big bump. We compare really need to look at 2019, because that's really the last normal year. And even that was the last year of a really good ramp up. I don't know if you remembered how we were going. We had this secret recession here in 2016 as the Eagleford, quit pumping. And so 19 really brought us back up, and we're doing well. We usually sit about, we're down to 4.6, but we usually sit about 1% above Texas and the U.S. And I'll tell you, it's because of educational attainment. 17% of the people that you meet on the street have not graduated high school, and only 25% of the people you meet have a bachelor's degree or above. So we really need to work on attainment as we go through, and part of that is actually bringing companies here that need those kind of jobs. So employment, if we take a look at what I really want you to do is look at 2019 and then look at what we are now. And the one here on the 2019 change is really where everything is, and it's mining, logging, construction, and that is almost exclusively oil and gas production and oil and gas service production, manufacturing, and also we were on a roll, right? We got TPCO, now called Teta TPCO, Vistalpina now sold to ArcelorMittal, M&G, which is starting to go again as CC Polymers, Cheniere, and then we got Gulf Coast Ventures, and then we got Steel Dynamics. Well, we're kind of in a hole, and that's because of COVID pushed everything out. It really killed some of the projects as it was. And now we're going to go into, the projects now are not crackers. They are, although if you went to our annual meeting, he says that there's still room for a cracker, it's really blue and green. Green industries. If it doesn't have green in the title, it's not going to happen. So, and what is green? Well, green is using wind turbines and solar to provide power to separate hydrogen. You can either separate it through natural gas, which after you do all that, you'll find out that you should have just burned the natural gas, or they crack water. So we're looking at 1.6 million to 5 million gallons a day to bring one of these things online. That's what they're looking for. And I will tell you, as we get further and further along, I heard one person tell me that if you wanted to build a refinery now, it would take 200 people. That's all it would take. So with automation, we're getting fewer jobs. One of the best things about Steel Dynamics, the gift that keeps on giving, especially if you're from Cow Allen, is that it actually has customers. Cheniere takes gas, makes it really small and liquid, and sends it out. Kiewit makes oil platforms and sends it out. We don't have really somebody to use that. Gulf Coast Ventures makes pellets and sends it somewhere else where it gets to a distribution point, and then they make the final product and send it out. Steel Dynamics is the first one that actually has customers, and that's what we're looking for. We're chasing a heavy equipment manufacturer. These are some of the things that we're trying to find. The people who use these follow-on products, like coming out of Steel Dynamics, eventually their sheet roll gets put in a press, and it makes a door for a BMW and Audi, especially when Voestalpine sends it over to Australia and Lentz. That's what we need. We need those follow-on, those downstream products to get, because then you get more jobs without expending a lot of water and a lot of electricity. This is going to be a problem, and the mayor's heard me talk about this, and Michael Hunter will hear it. We're getting all the easy stuff's done. Now water's becoming a big deal, and power. One of the problems with power is we can't ask AEP or NEC. Those are the two providers there are two wires in our area because we're a retail now. You can't ask them just to build one and hope they will come, because PUC, the Public Utilities Commission, won't let them, because if you do, it raises the rate for all ratepayers in Texas, in ERCOT. And so now if you got one to take like 4 breakers out of 6, yeah, they'll pay for the extra 2, but unless you have somebody to sign on the line, and so when you sign on the line, they're going to have to do engineering for it, they're going to have to collect the land for it, they're going to have to do, it's a 4-year process. And at a time when we were doing 36 months to build plants here in our area, 48 is almost too far. It's almost too far. So we are looking at that and trying to figure out, and you're thinking, well, that's not helping me, Mike. We're in Corpus Christi. What are we getting out of it? You are getting taxes. You're getting, now these numbers are net of any incentive that's given, okay? We talk about, why do you want why would we give somebody, actually we don't give them money, we make them pay less taxes. Why do we do that? They're going to come anyway. I have never heard a company, I've never seen a study, and unless it's peer reviewed, I don't believe a study that says, hey, they're going to come here anyway. I'd love to see something. If somebody has one, send it to me, But this is why. This is what you're going to get. Now that 851, I know you're thinking, wow, that's a big jump. That's because we did coterminous in 2030, actually 2033. All of those things in San Patricio County are going to hit, and they're going to hit their full value. And I didn't just use what they built, what they said they were going to build, and use that without depreciation. I'm a CPA, yes. And in fact, if they're already completed, I go into the appraisal district. I meet with both appraisal districts once a year to go, because I do compliance for y'all. I do for the counties. I do it for Del Mar. I go into there and find out what is valued at and go from there. Because remember, you have pollution control, which is property tax exempt. So let me tell you what they're saying out there. We hired Brittany Sotelo as a business of retention and expansion. I thought she was the best. I didn't realize she was this good, but I'm pleasantly surprised every day. She does a lot of visits and takes a look. So let's just talk about NAIC. Everybody know what NAIC is, North American Industry Standardization Code. Everybody has one. I have one, you have one. And it's just how we categorize people in jobs. So you can see the contractors, miscellaneous manufacturing. So 43% still think they're going to expand, and 53 think that they're in a great place. They're either going to hold what they have or increase. The expansion report, people are having problems with supply chains, but we all know that. But one of the things we're talking about, right, is reshoring and nearshoring. Reshoring is, we talked about Tesla. Now, they haven't made a decision yet. They would bring lithium refining back to the country, to the country. And so this is the way that American companies are combating this supply chain risk that they have throughout the nation, but throughout the world. And those are the things they're going to do. So you can see, I won't go through these, you can see that, but we have nickel, round bar, aluminum, steel, and iron that we're still having problems with. And the workforce, almost 30% are in value. 7 years ago, we asked, we have a very good relationship with the industries, and we asked them, how many people are eligible for retirement? And they said 30%. And now, even with the ones that are recently built, they call it the Great Resignation. They are having, people are just retiring. They're like, yeah, I've had enough of this. I'm good. Thank you very much. See you later. Now the recession or whatever, the slowdown and the increase in interest rates and the lowering of your 401k might stop people a couple of years, but everybody's dealing with it and everybody has to deal with it. So, but this is a great opportunity to train our citizens, through how great this company, this city council is, as you've, supplied Del Mar. So you can take Del Mar, you can take a look at any job in a refinery or any of the ones that we've built recently, and you can get training to do that job. And those people are part of the curriculum. They understand, so those are the things that we appreciate, we, the EDC, appreciate you doing, and your ability to help us and help citizens and help us bring people here. One of the things Tesla said was process automation. Process automation at Del Mar really, really piqued their interest when they were looking for a place. They're not here yet and they haven't made a decision, but those are the things that we're looking at. You can see what they're looking for: fabricators, engineers, general laborers. And then road construction, infrastructure, and potholes. I'll be honest, I think people just throw that on there because, they're used to. I travel extensively to other places, and really, we're not that bad. I mean, we're not that bad. There are some in Houston and in the Belt that you have to wear, like the old kidney belt you used to wear when you were on a motorcycle, to ride on some of the roads. So, but the good things in White, community is great, business-friendly community, low cost of living. And when we say business-friendly, so I work for you, right? You put a lot of money into us, and we appreciate that. And we would not recommend a deal that you were uncomfortable with, right? We try to meet with you before it's all complete to get your blessing on that. It doesn't mean giving away the farm, but it does mean trying to better match expenses. For example, tax abatement. What are tax abatements? Tax abatement essentially is trying to match their revenues to expenses. When they're building, all the money goes out. So trying to help them during that portion so that when they do build and they are operating, we can get that money. And let me tell you, we've only had one closed down recently, Sherwin Alumina, and that was here for 52 years. So that's what your payback is going to be, 52 years. And not only that, great jobs. So we have the technology, people, employee training, grant funding that we're looking for. And this, remember, the industry supports Craft Training Center. Now this body, thank you very much, helped them to expand their footprint, just brick and mortar. But industry supports them, and they should, right? They get their people, they send it there. They get their qualifications, they get their recertifications. Those are all important to us. And then, so when we talked about NAIC, we did a targeted industry survey. We've done 2 of them, 2015 and 20. And what it does is it looks at other industries and what they use and their NAIC makeup, their profile. And we found that we'd be a good fit for steel. Like, okay, that'd be great. So we went after steel. We went hard after steel, and we lost one, and then we lost another to Brownsville, which still isn't built, and we lost another one, and then we hit SDI. And then they're bringing 6 customers on there. They have 2 more places. They're trying to figure out what they want to do. But I mean, that is what you do with the data that you do. And when you're funding us, we fund these reports. And placemaking, we talked about this, and it was a directive from our board. You know, we need to do not just bring people here, but try to get people here and stay here. It's called the stickiness. And you do that by offering amenities, by American Bank Center, the fishing. You know, if you're a fisher or a hunter, you're fine here. But we need to find other people, you know, that pack chaparral with the bars that it used to have, things like that. You know, things that we can have. And a lot of that is city. And, you know, we've done this. We meet quarterly to talk about what we can do and now this has everybody. It's Portland, Port Aransas, Aransas Pass, Ingleside. I mean, we have everybody, the island, we have everybody inside of it. So as part of this, we continue to move. Now, the legislative conference, we're going to go to it. You know, of course, you know, or you may not know, that the Chapter 313, which was a school tax limitation incentive that we would give. Remember, the schools, 50%, over 50% of the tax. So getting some help there is nice. People say, where are you taking from the kids? Well, if they don't come here, you're not helping the kids either. You know, they get 0. So we are doing a big push to find something in the legislature, and it doesn't have to be what it was. It could be something, you know, less than it was, but, you know, we need some help. Oklahoma and Louisiana have marketing materials that state that Texas has lost its 313. I mean, that's how important it is. We had somebody at our board meeting said, because it's 313, we're here. Because that 2.5%, we're here and not in Louisiana. But we are heading all over there. Helo Export, we do that in conjunction with CCAD. The World Petroleum, of course, AST Tech is steel. We'll be up there. Clean power, we're really pushing on trying to find what clean power, you know, who are the players and how we can best play in that. Now, I know the King Ranch signed one for 106,000 to catch cow farts, but as an aerospace engineer, I'm not really sure how that works, but, you know, whatever, God bless them. But there are, and we're writing, we're helping, we're providing any help that the port needs from us for their hydrogen hub. And I think that once we get that, that'll be important. And let me tell you how important hydrogen is. If you are not, we believe it'll take billions of dollars from a government to do this. And so let me tell you who does that. EU, Australia, and Japan. If you're not from one of those 3 places, you know, we'll certainly talk to you. We'll provide you everything you need, but we're kind of unsure about you. And now, the United States. So all of these people, all these things are in play. That's how important that is. Other events, we have the Upskill Employer Forum, and then economic trends and maritime career. Now, any of the things that we have, you as a council and, you know, are certainly welcome to attend, and we can get, not the board meeting, we only have 2 from there, plus you have 4 other representatives. I want to thank you for your investment in economic development. We're not going to We might talk to you about something that you're not comfortable with, but when you're comfortable with the deal, that's when we will do it. I appreciate it answering questions.
Thank you, Mike. Councilman Pusley?
No, great job, Mike, and we certainly have some challenges, but we certainly have a lot of things to be thankful for as
Yes,
well. Nothing personal, but how close are you guys to hiring your new boss?
Well, the mayor's going to be over there tomorrow. We're going to do Zoom interviews with 5. And then on the 13th, we'll try, we're hoping that scheduling on the 13th for face-to-face. And then after that, we would do do a negotiation and then bring it to the board in March.
Okay.
That's like 8 months I've been interim, so.
Okay, and Peter, to go along with some of what he was saying, how close are we to putting together our internal EDC, if you will,
Right.
that we budgeted for?
So we're recruiting the director position, which is it's another one of those kind of unique positions. And that director will help us to shape the agenda, if you will, for the immediate rest of this fiscal year in terms of economic development, working with the council and us on what are the immediate goals that we want to do for the Economic Development Department. So it's really going to come down to that director. It's one of those, we don't want to pick the wrong person. We've had some applicants come in, but they're just, we want to make sure we have that right person.
No, I agree with that, but again, I'd just like to say hopefully we can try to figure out how to speed these things up.
We're using all forms of recruitment. We have the standard old-fashioned ways. We're using LinkedIn. On this one, I'm not sure I don't think we're using a recruiter on this one.
Okay.
But we've gone above and beyond the normal stuff. LinkedIn, something we subscribe to in this budget, and it's actually helped us in a couple of recruitments. So we're talking to people across the state, people that focus on economic development, asking for names.
Well, I mean, but we're using the consultant.
Yeah, no, he's talking about the economic development. Councilman Pusley is referring to economic development.
Wait, what? Yes, I'm so sorry.
Internal.
Yes, the smaller one, yes.
And then, Councilman, we do have numerous positions that once we get the director, we take them out of like the finance department and put them, so things like the tax increment reinvestment zones, infill development, the island position, all those right now that are in various departments will all centralize into economic development.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a critical, I applaud this council for the first time really in the city's history for having an economic development department.
Yeah.
But again, it's like that health district, it's like the public works department. Best success is when we get the best candidate. We don't want to rush to some.
No, I agree with that.
But it's important to us. We talk about it frequently.
Okay, and I wanted to say before this meeting was over there, and it has nothing to do with this subject item, but for the love of God, can we get new chairs for the council chamber?
Right.
I don't care when y'all remodel this. You can do it 10 years after I'm gone, but I can't sit in these chairs another month or two. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think we're going to be moving out of here
If you'd
pretty
like
soon.
to keep yours, go ahead. But this one was wore out by Lloyd Neal.
These things are, right,
So-
these are 1980s vintage,
Yeah,
so I think
exactly.
the taxpayers got their money's worth.
How much is a chair?
If you want me to bring my own, I'll be
Okay,
happy
Mr.
to. You
Conservative.
just tell me.
Let's see how much the
I'll go
chairs
buy
are.
one tomorrow and bring it up here. I have no problem doing that whatsoever.
Yeah, maybe what we
But
can
I'm,
do is
I'm serious.
I
no,
know.
we do
We'll
have,
sit here for 7 or 8 hours in this
Yeah.
chair that was broke down 6 years ago.
Okay, we'll take care of it,
Chair,
Councilman.
but I don't, I mean, okay, I don't,
Yeah.
whatever, okay, I've got back issues, I'm all right. But I still think we need 2 chairs, they're old chairs. They are pricey, but, okay, where are we? Councilman Suckling.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, great job, great
right.
presentation. Thanks for all y'all do. Just one quick question. Title of the PDF said 2022. So what point in time was that data compiled? I mean, we know the economy's relatively fluid, a lot of things changing. So when was that data compiled, all
It
those
was,
statistics?
so we got the November numbers. They come out in December. The December numbers, believe it or not, did not come out until March. But is that the one you're talking about? And then the sales tax is for November.
Yeah, like the industry sentiment where you had the 49%,
no,
the
we
39%.
finished
When was-
that. We finished that in November.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Klein.
Yeah, thanks. I'm still trying to come up to speed on all this. I had a couple of kind of very basic questions. And I guess I ask this almost of anybody. How much does the city council, the city of Corpus Christi contribute to the RADC annually?
It contributes $575,000 as a grant, but we also have a agreement with the Type B for compliance, and that's $125,000. So $700,000 total.
Yeah, I believe we're the largest contributor, Councilman.
Right.
The city of Corpus Christi is.
So
it's all city money, sales
Yeah.
tax, so it's 700 and something thousand.
700,000. Our investors are about 725. Ports 320, and then we have a bunch of 50,000. City of Portland, Nueces County, and San Patricio County.
Right. So I'm looking at a historical trend, the last maybe, 25 years, corporate offices leaving Corpus Christi.
And they will
HEB
stay gone. And,
stripes.
you know, we get
What
these.
can be done to reverse that trend?
Have an airport that has 27 different locations, fly to locations. That's really it. That's either the second or third requirement. Is that. Plus, you really don't want your headquarters in a hurricane zone. But these.
And have you, I guess you and your team, have you done much work on trying to bring in or lure, recruit high-tech companies as well as heavy manufacturing?
Yeah, we have. We're finding that, you know, while it's nice to say, let's go after tech, tech has to be really based on what you do. So drones, you know, we're working with the university on drones and technology, and we're really trying to find something in the port area. Now, you know, everybody says, well, San Antonio has cybersecurity. Well, that's because the Air Force put cybersecurity there, you know. So that's what we're looking for. And also, I know that A&M is really pushing hard on their, you know, they have a new innovation person out there, and these are the things that we're striving for. But yes, we've done in our target industry survey, it was, if you're going to go for tech, you really need to look at drones. And that's another thing that this body has helped us with is drones. And first off, actually doing the application, that was a gutsy move. You know, you did 600,000, you didn't even know you were going to get it, and they got it. And now the $4 million for downtown and a second operational center.
I just think that in the short term, long term, especially in the long term in particular, we need to look at diversifying our economy much more. I think we've done a good job of bringing in heavy industry into the area here. I think we've maybe gotten kind of lost a sense of balance in just the last 5 or 6 years in the area, maybe focusing too much on that to the exclusion of everything else.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And Councilman Klein, I completely agree with you. However, I will say that their focus is the larger companies, right? The big, whatever it may be. But yes, they tend to focus, right, in one area. And I'll tell you this, the Economic Development Department is going to do exactly what you're talking about. Maybe not on the grand scale of what they bring in, but you know, that is the point. It's supposed to be separated and different. So recently, we gave Alyssa the go-ahead to start looking into the tech. It might be on a very small scale, but it doesn't matter. We have to diversify. It cannot be all, you know, oil and gas and port, which all that's great, but they need to continue to take care of that. And we need to focus our department on exactly what you're saying, because we must diversify. And San Antonio's got the biomedical field, and that gives them that anchor, right, for tech. So it's a little bit more difficult for us, but it can be done.
Certainly.
And that we certainly have a focus on that. Yeah. Councilman Roy.
You know, great presentation. Thank you. One of the things that you talked about is where our economy's at. You know, they say that probably mid-year that we're going to be definitely in a recession, whether we have a soft fall or a hard fall. It just depends on how it ends up going. And, you know, I think we do need to continue to work on diversification, but one of the other things that you said, which is just key to me, is the education component. You know, I think the statistic that you said is 17%.
Yeah, it doesn't have a high school diploma.
Right, and 25% have a basic college
Yeah, it has bachelor's or above.
Yeah. And so it's kind of like, do you put the cart before the horse? Because if they're not jobs necessarily here to incentivize local people to go out and get higher education, because the last thing, you want to do is take on the expense maybe, and then you can't find a job in the area, right?
Knoxville did that. Knoxville found that they had 12% of their people were within a year of getting a degree. And so they really pushed the local universities and colleges, and they got it. And then what would you do now?
Yeah.
Now you're underemployed.
So
there weren't any jobs in the market. So.
I think it is a balance. And I think not only we talk about small business, we talk about large business, and I don't think that you're right. With airports, we have to be able to shore up. We got to have the flights. There's a lot of things that may not make us have a corporate headquarters, but that regional mix is something I think that we can continue to go after. And it's a challenge. It really is a challenge. And we see it right now on the banking side. So, I just keep doing what you're doing. It's important to us. I think also I'm really excited about the city and their venture in terms of that small business economic development part. Because I think it's going to take a combination for us to get through this. So, thank you.
Just stay in your lane.
That's right. We're not going after the dog. Stay in your Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. You had mentioned, the legislature and how the 313 is gone. Is there anything that we could do to help in the process to find a replacement, or what do you see coming down the pipe?
We're really not seeing a lot of movement inside as a means of getting a champion on either side. We've had a couple voice their opinion in the House and one in the Senate. So we really need that. We need a champion in there.
Have you seen a bill filed yet? Or
No. We need somebody to carry the bill. So, I mean, everybody's on it. Texoga, Manufacturers Association. We're all pushing hard for it. But it's not a great ask. I mean, let's be honest. It's not a great ask. But people see it as, well, you're taking money from kids, but it's like they wouldn't have any money if you didn't, do this initially. So it's difficult, but I tell you, if we don't get it, I don't think we've seen our last one, but it'll be kind of hard.
Okay, well, I don't know if you heard earlier from our water department that there's no more manufacturing in permanganate. That might be an opportunity to get
there you go.
Permanganate facility here.
Yeah, we can go. No, we have that. We have all the chemical makeup, so we can go and look it up and see what it takes.
I would recommend going for it. I mean,
all right.
See what's out there. Maybe we have various facilities here that we probably could do. And if it's the only supplier, that might be we got a port here. We could export it.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
I would
3
take
Class 1 railroads.
Take the
interstate.
opportunity. Take the opportunity.
Yeah.
Also, is there any ask from us, other than obviously we're financing the EDC, our EDC, but what else do you see us that we could do?
Water is going to be it. If we don't have water, we're not going to go anywhere. And that's it. And my wife once said, I'm retiring later this year, and she goes, you ever thought about running? I go, I do, and then I just go to one of these and sit through public comment, and, and I'm like, no, I'm good. But I want you to know, it's if you're not growing, you're you start losing people.
Just right there, we can't have jokes anymore. So
yeah, okay. You start losing people, and then take a look around. I don't know if you know, but how much small cities, what their tax rate is?
The small cities?
Yeah. You start losing population, and tax rates get up to 1, not 0.1. So that's what happens, because fewer people have to bear the entire, bear the entire expense. You can only cut so much. I mean, if you have a plant, you have to run the plant. Even if you're running at 75%, still got to run the plant. So, big deal.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mike, oh, yes, Ms. Campos.
Thank you for saying that about, the money and the water and all that. I just, I don't know if y'all caught the news this weekend about Valero and their record-breaking profits. I don't want to even quote them because I'll probably be wrong. I want to say it was like $223 billion. But anyway, the point is, it doesn't matter how much money you make because, look, we're still in the same boat. We've given them all the tax breaks. We've given them the water breaks. And it's still, what does that mean to the city? We're still suffering from, poor infrastructure, not enough of people that are trained to do certain jobs. So, that water is not always the answer. And giving tax breaks is not always the answer either because we've given over $2 billion in tax breaks, and what has that resulted? I mean, we're still in the same boat, so I don't agree. So, thank you.
Once Valero came, you hadn't given them anything, right? I mean, you don't give tax abatements to them. They're here. Flint Hills,
We still do.
Lyndale, none of them. Once you're here, they're fine. I'm not saying that they don't contest their evaluation. I'm not saying that, but and they pay on time.
No, they don't.
They're only paying
No.
62.5% of the
No,
property
they don't.
tax, so. Right, they're in the industrial development agreement, so they pay
Yeah.
less than 63% of the tax bill.
And they also
And you
get
give
a
them no
huge-
services.
And they get a huge water break,
Yeah.
so, no, they don't pay their fair share.
Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, I would have to venture to agree with Mike. What is it? We provide no services for them. They provide their own security. Obviously, we're available for them in case in the event anything happens. So in essence, they take care of their own. They pay for their own underground utilities, their own infrastructure. If there's a water break and whatever in their facility, or a water main break, they're gonna facilitate it. Our responsibility is only to get it to them. And then secondly, they provide their own police force. The largest expense on our operating budget is public safety, of which we're available to them, but we're not cruising their facilities. We don't have. They have their own fire company, so 50% of the expense that we have to provide to operate our budget is is not expended within, and in addition to the waste management and all that stuff. So I would venture to say they're exceeding their share simply because they're not, in addition to all the revenue they provide within jobs. So like I said, they are exceeding their share because we're not providing those same level of services to them. So I'd look at it from that perspective, and once again, also in addition, is that and like I said, the jobs that they provide, all the issues that we get back, all the community support, all the philanthropy, all the things that they all give back to the community. So anyway, that's just my opinion. And as I've indicated before, as we said today, they pay an additional surcharge for the water of which that they pay to pay for future water infrastructure. So once again, they're ratepayers just like anybody else, and then they pay additional surcharge for future water charges. So I think that what it is that they're probably paying maybe 20 to 30% more because of the level of services they provide. So versus if you had on any of those properties, and I'm sorry to belabor it, but I just so passionate about it, on any of those properties, if you had, 200 rooftops, but it would cost us to be able to service those 200 rooftops is very minimal in comparison to what it is that they pay for their own infrastructure.
9 years ago, somebody asked me to do a study on if you did per house, if you divided, all the services by house, what would the house have to be valued at for it to break even? And somebody buried it, but 9 years ago, it was $310,000.
310?
If you're below 310, you are using taxes, not giving taxes.
And then, Peter, since you've been here, how much have we increased our overall budget, capital and operating?
Oh, well, I think it was like 800 million. It's 1.4 now.
So right now, that's the other thing I say. We're not in the same place. We've almost doubled our budget in the past 3 years.
Right.
So the revenue is coming from somewhere. So, thank you.
Councilwoman Campos, we're not going to go back and forth.
I know. And I thought we were done. I mean, it's almost 7 o'clock. I just didn't want to end on that note, that about the services that the industry, doesn't have to pay for, because the fact is that we are there whenever there is an emergency. We're all there. All services are on deck. So, we could all say the same thing, that, hey, we don't use the ambulance because I haven't called them in 10 years, but yet I still pay for those services, even though it's not used. So that argument, I don't think holds water. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mike, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
These are very informative. You do a wonderful job, and I'll see you bright and early in the
All
morning.
right. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Peter, I think that's it.
Mayor,
All
yes,
right.
thank
There
you. Good
being-
meeting.
Yes, there being no further business, I adjourn this meeting.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.